Chapter 396. Time became unbearable at this moment. As the minutes and seconds passed, the cloud in the air gradually stabilized. Feng Yuan finally had the spare energy to curse the original owner of the blessed land. Such an important obstacle, there was actually no annotation in the recipe. If not for his concentration and reaction time, as well as Feng Tianyu's help, he could barely stabilize the situation and turn the tables. Otherwise, he would have failed completely. As time gradually passed, a mystical aura spread out from the place. The cloud completely digested the 300 years lifespan goo and calmed down, turning back into the scene of the blood field and red rice. But now, the red rice had turned into a green color, like rice growing in spring, densely packed. It was the scene of 300 years as spring described in the recipe. That mysterious goo immortal must have only researched the recipe, but did not use it to this step. Otherwise, why would he not make any annotations? Feng Yuan came back to his senses, thinking, next, I need to use the 500 years lifespan goo. But there is no rush. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, calling the land spirit, Ba Gue, show me the scene of that poisonous land. Immediately, a smoke image appeared in the air, showing the scene. Long Qing Tian's corpse, quietly lying on the ground. The surrounding sky and ground were dyed a deep green color. It was Long Qing Tian's jade sky goo poison. This goo originated from the immemorial era. Its poison was extremely strong. Even Feng Yuan did not dare to touch it. Coincidentally, at this time, two goo masters appeared in the scene, both with rank 3 cultivation. This place is strange. Why is it so green? Look, that corpse, it's Long Qing Tian. They rushed here, and unexpectedly found Long Qing Tian's corpse. Long Qing Tian is rank 4 peak stage, a famous demon. He was actually killed. Let's go take a look. There might be something good on his corpse. The two were excited, running towards Long Qing Tian's corpse. Blinded by greed, they did not realize their bodies were dyed in green light. Courting death, Feng Yuan sneered. Sure enough, the two of them did not even manage to take 10 steps before they died from the poison, turning into green light and disappearing into the horizon. The poison of the blue sky poisonous insect has accumulated deeply. This area is going to be ruined. The hole formed is even bigger than the one created by Xiaomeng. Time was of the essence, and every second was precious. Feng Yuan was also extremely anxious, but he still chose to restrain himself. After the time it took to drink half a cup of tea, there was a loud boom. The blessed land shook and the main hall trembled. The second loophole was formed. The land spirit let out a long sigh. The speed at which the blessed land was collapsing was too fast. It had doubled again. Continue refining goo. Feng Yuan took out the 500-year lifespan goo and threw it into the cloud. The clouds began to boil again, trying to break free from Feng Yuan's control. But this time, Feng Yuan was mentally prepared. He wasn't caught off guard like last time, so he was able to firmly control the situation. However, he soon felt that his strength was not enough. This time, the change in the clouds and mist gave him a feeling. Not only was it slippery, but it also carried a kind of brute force. It was like a green snake had turned into a dragon, trying to break free from Feng Yuan's control. Feng Tianyu quickly helped. The two's minds worked together to suppress the clouds' change. The clouds boiled several times, almost breaking free, but were eventually suppressed. After the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, the clouds became clear again. It turned into a field of blood. The rice on the field was golden and full of fruits. This was the scene of 500 years as autumn. Fortunately, he waited until the poison took effect before refining the goo. Otherwise, the second loophole would have formed and the hall would have shaken, interfering with the goo refinement, and it would not have been so smooth. Feng Yuan waited for a while. The clouds were ready and slowly dissipated. From the size of a water vat, it gradually shrunk until it formed a new goo. It fell down. Feng Yuan held it in his hand. This goo was like a peanut shell, shining with a golden color. The markings on its surface were scarlet blood traces. The fake second aperture goo could only exist for 7 days and 7 nights, and was not stable. But this new goo could already exist for 40 years. At this step, the true second aperture goo had already formed an embryo and was growing in the peanut shell. But if it was left to develop, not to mention 1,000 years, even 10,000 years might not be enough to become the real thing. Only by using a huge external force to get rid of the fake and retain the real, turning the fake into the real, could it achieve a qualitative change, transcend the mortal, and become an immortal. And this external force was none other than the rank 6 divine travel goo. Next, I need to use the immortal goo to refine the immortal goo. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, adjusting his breathing, and began the most important step in the entire goo refinement process. At this moment outside, shouts of battle shook the sky. This dog is mine. As long as you obediently hand over the goo worm, I will spare your life. Kill all these Eggmen. These mutants actually occupied a spirit spring. What a waste of resources. All kinds of looting and fighting. Goo masters were in a frenzy, and the number of casualties continued to rise. Strange. Why have we not seen Lord Taimu by after so long? Our Wu clan's Lord Wu Shentong. Where did he go? Wu clan's Goo masters, Tai clan's Goo masters, and others all sensed something amiss. Search. Continue searching. The suppression of heaven and earth is already very weak. It is enough to mobilize most of the goo worms. The situation is in chaos now. There is killing everywhere, and blood is flowing like rivers. We need to find our clan's experts to suppress this situation. Where have we not explored yet? Only the deepest part of the blessed land. There is a thick fog there. Just as these people turned their attention to the bronze hall, Mo Wu Tian had already arrived at the periphery of the fog alone. There is indeed the aura of an immortal goo, a pair of purple pupils, deep and mysterious, yet also wild and coquettish. Under the purple pupils, the fog became faintly discernible, and a vast number of dog beasts appeared in Mo Wu Tian's vision. His brows slightly furrowed. The enemy's defense was tight. He alone could not break through this defense. He needed to borrow strength. His brows relaxed as Mo Wu Tian turned around and left. His body moved like lightning, traversing hundreds of li in the sky. Before long, he landed in front of Hu Mei Er. Hu Mei Er's face turned pale from fright, but when she saw Mo Wu Tian, she smiled brightly. Young Master Wu Tian, you are here too. This Three Kings inheritance has little meat but more wolves. I am afraid you will be disappointed. You have already cultivated to rank 5. Hu Mei Er looked at the man in front of her, unable to conceal her shock. She swallowed her saliva, trying to digest this shock as she forced a smile. This is great. You have rank 5 battle strength. You are suitable to take this riches. These green Eggmen are numerous. They have already built a castle. I have not been able to take them down. There is a green egg empress inside. As long as I capture it alive, I will be able to make a fortune in the future. Hee hee. Mo Wu Tian glanced at the castle, laughing lightly. Back then, King Bao Wang Badan had 8 Eggman empresses, and countless Eggmen were produced daily. King Xian Wang Xiaoya's inheritance has the secret reporting goo and undefeated 100 battles goo. Beside Dog King Wang Er, there are 2 dog emperors, Ing Ming and Ba Huang. These are the essence of 3 kings' inheritance, but they are not worthy of my attention. Hu Mei Er's smile froze. To think that young Master Wu Tian knows so much about 3 kings' inheritance. Since they are not worthy of your attention, why don't you give them to me? Women are truly short-sighted. Mo Wu Tian laughed, staring at Hu Mei Er's eyes. I will tell you now, this blessed land's spirit is not dead. There is a goo immortal's inheritance in the deepest part. What? Hu Mei Er was shocked. But there is dense fog there. There are close to 100,000 dog groups. To charge into the central area's sacred hall, just the 2 of us are not enough. Mo Wu Tian smiled deeply. Hu Mei Er was an astute woman. She immediately understood Mo Wu Tian's intention. Her eyes shined as she laughed. Isn't it easy to get people? Hu Mei Er was a decisive person. She immediately abandoned the Green Egg Empress and roped in other demonic path goo masters with Mo Wu Tian. Using Hu Mei Er's network, Mo Wu Tian's cultivation and reputation, they quickly gathered large numbers of demonic path goo masters. Adding on the news of the goo immortal's inheritance, demonic path merchant Li Xian, Fiery Star Bao Tong, Rock Lizard Li Chong, and other experts also gathered. When Imo Wu Tian returned to the fog, he was no longer alone, but a demonic path army of thousands. They are finally here. Bai Ningbing, who was sitting on the hill, slowly stood up. The fog could obstruct everyone's vision, but because of the land spirit's support, Bai Ningbing's vision was clear. She naturally saw this demonic path alliance army. Imo Wu Tian observed for a while before saying, "Li Chong, bring 300 people to attack the front. After a few dozen steps, you will be obstructed by the metal shield dogs. Fight and retreat. Move to the left. There will be Chrysanthemum Akita dogs pincer attack. Defeat them and charge towards the southeast. Humei Air, send 500 people to attack the left. Along the way, you will encounter lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs, and corpse-eating dogs. Don't worry about the losses. Charge towards the north. Bao Tong, take the right path. Lead 800 people. From the northwest direction, there will be battle cries. Directly charge in. There will be no dogs obstructing you within 500 steps. If you encounter lightning symbol dog groups, charge with all your might. If you can't reach them in 3 minutes, retreat. Li Xian, send 400 people as backup, ready to be deployed at any time. If I do not give any orders, you will lead the retreating army. What about you, Imo Wu Tian? Li Xian's gaze flickered as he asked. Of course I will stay in the center. Why are you worried? Imo Wu Tian was expressionless, his purple pupils staring at Li Xian. Li Xian immediately felt a chill from the bottom of his heart, running up his spine. This Imo Wu Tian, how did he become so terrifying? His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Killing intent surged in his chest. It seems the ancient inheritance he obtained is no small matter. Otherwise, how could he have such progress? I had thought Little Beast King could compete with him. Only now do I know he is the true #1 genius of the demonic path. He is truly terrifying. Li Xian's heart turned cold. He could only accept the order. Chapter 397. They're here. Bai Ningbing's gaze flickered. Her expression became nervous as she quickly mobilized the dog group. The originally still dog pack formation began to move like a giant millstone. As for these goo masters who charged in, they had all turned into green beans and yellow beans. In just a moment, they were ground into bean dregs. Most of them died. The rest saw that the situation was bad and quickly retreated. The Demonic Path Alliance army suffered a huge loss. Over 1,000 people were sent in, but only a few hundred returned in defeat. Young Master Wu Tian, did you see clearly? Li Chong was the first to speak. I followed your instructions and charged in. In the first wave, we met the Iron Shield dogs. We fought and retreated, moving to the left, but were attacked by the Lightning Symbol dogs and Chrysanthemum Akita dogs. There were too many of them. We could not kill them all. After fighting for a while, we could only retreat. Bao Tong's temper became even more violent. I led 800 people, but I did not hear any battle cries from the northwest direction. Instead, I heard people fighting in the southeast direction. I led my army to attack, but was immediately attacked by lightning symbol dogs, hedge dogs, and corpse-eating dogs. Humei Air's expression was also unsightly. Young Master Wu Tian, I listened to you and prepared to attack. But after charging for 800 steps, we did not encounter any dog groups. Just as we were feeling suspicious, we suddenly saw dog groups surrounding us from all directions. Thankfully, I turned around and counterattacked, otherwise, I would have lost my life there. Li Xian was expressionless, standing at the side. His group was prepared to protect the scattered goo masters and face the pursuing dog groups. But while there were scattered soldiers, none of the dogs chased after them, causing him to stand there for a long time. Imo Wu Tian's expression was grim. After a while, he spoke. I can see the exact situation more clearly than you. This dog group has someone commanding them. It is not a dead formation, but a living one. That is why you all returned in defeat. Everyone was shocked. There is someone commanding them? Who could it be? Imo Wu Tian shook his head. The fog is too thick. I can only vaguely see and cannot see clearly. There is definitely a mastermind behind this. Only human intelligence can make such a brilliant reaction. But don't worry, I have a deep understanding of the enslavement path. You only need to attack like this to break the encirclement and obtain the Gu immortal inheritance. Their faces were stained with blood. They looked at each other for a while. Because of Mo Wu Tian's rank 5 strength and the temptation of the immortal treasure, they reluctantly nodded. But this time, they still returned in failure. In fact, the losses were even more severe than the last time. The mastermind has great attainments in the enslavement path. I underestimated him. Mo Wu Tian frowned deeply. Just now, his plan was thorough, and the four sides cooperated ingeniously, but he didn't expect the other party to react so quickly, as if seeing through his plan in an instant. The mobilization of troops was neither too fast nor too slow. The four paths were destroyed one after another. His movements vaguely had the demeanor of a master. Mo Wu Tian, you have to give me an explanation. We fought with our lives on the line and lost so many people. Not even a strand of immortal treasure could be seen. Is it fun for you to stand there and watch? You are a rank 5 Gu master now. You should do your part. Bao Tong shouted angrily as he covered his injuries. Oh, you want an explanation? Hee. Then I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Mo Wu Tian laughed sinisterly, his purple eyes suddenly lighting up. You. Bao Tong was caught off guard. He stared at Mo Wu Tian with all his might, unable to move. After a while, he fell to the ground with a thud. Dead. The demonic path Gu masters gasped. Fiery Star Bao Tong, a famous rank 4 fire path Gu master. Mo Wu Tian didn't even move. He just stared and killed him. You want an explanation? I will give you one. Are you satisfied with this explanation? If not, you can tell me. Mo Wu Tian looked at Bao Tong's corpse, listening attentively. You are not speaking. It seems you are satisfied. Mo Wu Tian laughed, looking around. Hee. Bao Tong is satisfied. Are you guys satisfied? Do you want me to give you an explanation? The surroundings were deathly silent. Mo Wu Tian killed people while talking. Bao Tong was rank 4 upper stage, but he could not even block one move, dying instantly. The demonic path Gu masters were shocked and afraid. They started to regret being blinded by greed. Why did they follow Mo Wu Tian? Now that they were on the pirate ship, they wanted to leave? Too late. Humei Air and the rest lowered their heads, not daring to look at Mo Wu Tian's eyes. Mo Wu Tian's method of killing made them tremble in fear. They had thought that Mo Wu Tian had just advanced to rank 5. His battle strength might not be rank 5, but to think that Mo Wu Tian's battle strength was beyond imagination, comparable to Wu Gue and the rest. How old was he? The number 1 genius of the demonic path, truly deserving of his title. After successfully killing and establishing his might, Mo Wu Tian laughed evilly. Bao Tong's Gu are still here. You guys can split them. Consider it my compensation. Once he said this, the Gu master's eyes brightened. Li Xian was the first to react. With a whoosh, he pounced on Bao Tong's corpse like a rabbit, taking his Gu worms. Almost at the next moment, Humei Air and Li Chong also reacted, pouncing on him. The others could only stare, not daring to fight. The three of them took all of Bao Tong's wealth, gaining a lot. The resentment in their hearts dissipated, turning into reverence towards Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian could use his gaze to kill. This was not strange. It was a visual killer move. This killer move directly competed with the soul. The loser's soul would dissipate, not even having the chance to self-detonate their Gu worms. Mo Wu Tian was a soul path Gu master. The strength of his soul was unrivaled. If he could deal with Bao Tong like this, wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with them?
Cough, cough.
Li Xian coughed, asking, since there are dog beasts guarding this place, then this must be the central control hall. There is a high chance that the Gu Immortal's wealth is hidden there. But how are we going to kill our way in? He was astute. After obtaining the most benefits from Bao Tong, he immediately expressed his support for Mo Wu Tian. Speaking of the Gu Immortal's inheritance, Humei Air and Li Chong's attention was also drawn to this topic. Mo Wu Tian looked at the people around him. They were all injured. Their faces were haggard. They were frightened and had low morale. He sighed and said, what a motley crew. It seemed like he could only gather more people before he could break through. Spread the news, be it righteous path or demonic path Gu masters. Just say that Tai Mu Bai and the rest have already entered the hall. the goo masters who obtained King Quan's inheritance are blocking us outside. They want to take all the benefits for themselves. This? Humayer hesitated. Mo Wu Tian sneered. Time is pressing. Once the blessed land collapses, we will have nothing. Without anyone else, do you think we have the strength to charge in? Young master is right, Humayer quickly said. They finally stopped. On the slope, Bai Ning Bing let out a sigh of relief, but soon frowned again. The methods that Fang Yuan gave her had already been used up by more than half. If they attacked a few more times, Bai Ning Bing would be out of ideas. Ha ha ha, my strategy of obtaining victory in the chaos was indeed correct. Explode this wall. I can obtain King Bao Wang Ba Dan's inheritance. Xiao Meng laughed loudly. Right now, he was alone in a hidden cave. In front of him, there was a thick and huge stone door. As long as he could explode it, he could obtain King Bao's final inheritance. Boom, boom, boom. Light blossomed. Explosions rang out continuously. After a long while, Xiao Meng stopped his attacks while gasping for breath, looking at the stone door with hatred. The stone door was unscathed, showing no signs of damage. Light path excels in speed and purification, but its destructive power cannot compare to fire path. This stone door is sturdy. King Bao clearly wants the fated person to use fire goo to break it open. But I do not have these goo worms. Xiao Meng gritted his teeth. He felt indignant. Right at this time, a goo master came to report. Get out, who let you in? King Bao's inheritance. I want to open it alone. What did you say? Xiao Meng scolded loudly. Suddenly hearing his subordinate's report, he grabbed the person's collar and brought him up. You said there is a goo immortal inheritance. Hidden in the fog, being attacked by everyone? Yes. This news has already spread. Countless goo masters have gathered. How could I dare to deceive second young master? The subordinate quickly said. Don't call me second young master. I hate this title. Xiao Meng scolded, looking at the stone door reluctantly, but his gaze changed from hesitation to determination. Wang Badan was only a rank 5 goo master. Although he was called King Bao, he was only at the same rank as Xiao Meng. How could his inheritance compare to a goo immortal's inheritance? Go, let's go. Xiao Meng dragged his subordinate and walked out quickly. There are more and more people. On the hill, Bai Ning Bing frowned deeply. There were already over 10,000 people gathered outside the fog. These people, although their cultivations were uneven, with some being rank 1 and 2, were still goo masters. Their combined strength was enough to form a flood that could engulf everything. And even though he had close to 100,000 dog beasts, he was only one person. Outside the hill, countless gazes looked forward with fervent gazes. They were all attracted here by the immortal treasure. There was a commotion in the surroundings, but Mo Wu Tian smiled without speaking. His goal was achieved. Birds die for food and men die for wealth. This was the human heart. The righteous path has gathered people again and charged into the fog. Humayer looked not far away, full of worry. Young Master Wu Tian, almost all the demonic path goo masters are here. Shouldn't you gather them and form a group? We can't let the righteous path snatch the immortal treasure. No rush, no rush. The fog is thick. The dog formation is as firm as an iron wall. What can their charge amount to? Mo Wu Tian snickered coldly, but did not move. The demonic path was not like the righteous path. The righteous path was united and easy to ally with, while the demonic path goo masters were used to roaming alone. Although he, Mo Wu Tian, had rank 5 cultivation, he was still young, and this was his first time acting as the leader. He could not convince the others. Kong Ri Tian and Li Fei Lu, these demonic path veterans, would not easily listen to him. Only by making them realize the necessity and benefits of working together could he take advantage of the situation and get twice the result with half the effort. At this moment, in the hall, the goo refinement had reached a crucial moment. After brewing for a long time, the golden peanut shell and divine travel goo collided. Rumble. Fang Yuan and Feng Tian Yu's vision darkened as thunderous roars resounded in their ears. Unlimited divine opportunity. Roam the wilderness. Open for me. Fang Yuan screamed, using all his concentration to activate divine travel goo. Divine Travel Goo was an immortal goo. How could a mortal like him activate it so easily? Fortunately, he had the land spirit's secret help. As immortal essence gushed out, Divine Travel Goo turned into a speck of light and entered the golden peanut shell. Chapter 398. Xiaomeng looked at the fog in front of him, his gaze deep. He relied on his rank 5 cultivation to obtain the authority of the Righteous Path's commander. He had organized several attacks, but they were all defeated and returned in low spirits. In the fog, there were countless dogs and beasts, causing every wave of goo masters that charged in to suffer heavy losses. Even if the losses are heavy, they cannot stop my footsteps. Immortal treasure. This is an immortal treasure. Xiaomeng's eyes shone with brilliance as he shouted in his heart, "Let's continue and organize the next wave of attacks." Xiaomeng shouted, but there were few who responded this time. The lesson of blood was right in front of them. Even though the benefits were huge, these righteous goo masters could not help but hesitate. After all, they only had one life. A bunch of cowards. Xiaomeng saw everyone hesitating and cursed in his heart. To him, time was of the essence. Other than this immortal treasure, he still had King Bao's inheritance waiting for him to open. If there is an enslavement path goo master commanding the beast group as cannon fodder, then the goo master casualties will decrease sharply and we can definitely regroup. Xiaomeng suddenly thought of this. At this moment, the importance of enslavement path goo masters became obvious. Where did Wu Clan's Wu Shantong go? With Wu Shantong's help, we can definitely break through the fog and reach the central control hall. Xiaomeng asked, but the answer he got made him extremely disappointed. Wu Shantong was nowhere to be seen. Even Wu Clan's clansmen were looking for him. Xiaomeng looked at the demonic formation and his heart shook. Not just Wu Shantong. Even the demonic paths Wu Gui and Zhang Sansan have not appeared. Don't tell me the one controlling the dog beasts in the fog is one of them? Xiaomeng guessed in his heart as he looked at the general direction of the sacred hall. But the fog in front of him blocked his vision, making him even more irritated. Damn this fog, so annoying. Too bad Wanli Xiongfeng is not here. Otherwise, my clan's divine wind would have dispersed the fog long ago. Wan Clan's goo master sighed. If our clan's old clan leader appeared, would we be afraid of mere dogs? Tai Clan's 4 old-timers snorted. Lord Xiaomeng, there is no progress in the situation. There are still demonic goo masters watching us from the side. What should we do next? The Righteous Path's famous healing goo master Tao Zi walked over and asked Xiaomeng. These demonic bastards. Xiaomeng glanced at the diabolism camp in the distance and became even more annoyed. Looks like I have to make a move. He snorted coldly, and his eyes shone brightly. All of you, step back. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly retreated dozens of steps. Suddenly, there was an empty space around Xiaomeng, highlighting his existence. Xiaomeng stood still. Slowly closing his eyes, he poured his consciousness into his aperture and slowly circulated his purple crystal primeval essence. The waves on the surface of the quintessential sea grew larger and larger. After brewing for a while, Xiaomeng suddenly opened his eyes. The primeval sea had already turned into a tsunami, and a large amount of primeval essence poured into the 3 goo worms. Extreme Light Goo, Selfful Goo, Bright Spear Goo, Killing Move, Glory of my Spear. Xiaomeng's body began to emit dazzling white light. The light was dense and rapidly expanded to the size of a hill. Xiaomeng was bathed in the light, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. It was as if a deity had descended to the mortal world. He slowly pointed his finger in the direction of the thick fog. Instantly, the incandescent light around him was drawn in. It fiercely shot out. All the snow-white sunlight shot out the moment it shot out. It formed a light spear that was 60 feet long and 20 feet wide. And beside Xiaomeng, there was not a single drop of light left. 60% of the purple crystal primeval essence in his aperture was consumed in an instant. The light spear had a majestic aura, directly piercing through the thick fog and landing on the hill with lightning speed. Boom! A ferocious explosion suddenly occurred. An intense light burst forth, causing everyone to close their eyes and subconsciously take a step back. Even Imo Wu Tian had to squint his eyes into a slit. The explosion caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. After the white light, there was a shockwave. The shockwave transformed into a gale that radiated in all directions. It whistled as it swept over, causing many people to sway unsteadily. Puff, puff. In the hall, Feng Yuan and Feng Tianyu, who were refining goo, were disrupted and both spurted out a mouthful of blood. Bai Ningbing's face was pale, her ears filled with the sound of the explosion. This is the battle strength of a rank 5 goo master? Fortunately, such a killer move did not hit me. If it had landed on me, my defensive goo would not even last a breath of time. Bai Ningbing could not help but feel shocked. A rank 5 goo master's killer move was not something the current her could block. The whiteness in her eyes gradually faded. Where the huge light spear landed, thousands of dog beasts were completely vaporized. What was originally a gentle slope of the hill was now a huge pit. Bai Ningbing took in a breath of cold air. Such power. If it was shot a few more times, the whole dog formation would be destroyed. She felt even more uncertain, but fortunately, Feng Yuan had told her what to do if she was hit by such a powerful move. Under Bai Ningbing's command, large numbers of dog beasts rushed to the pit, and the gap in the defense was gradually filled up. Hiss! So many dog beasts. Bai Ningbing's mood was grave. The righteous and demonic goo masters also drew in a breath of cold air. Earlier, when the fog was thick, they could not see it. But now, the fog had been dispersed by the white light, and everyone's vision was clear. Over 90,000 dog beasts, densely packed, lined up on the hill, forming an iron bucket defense. Lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum akita dogs, hedge dogs, iron shield dogs, dogs. Someone counted, each dog group had at least 5,000. So many dog kings. Someone exclaimed. No matter how many dog beasts there were, they could not conceal the dog king's ferocity. Other than a few chrysanthemum akita dogs, these dog kings were all lying down, like flames in the darkness, extremely obvious. These dog beasts and dog kings are not much of a threat, but there are Heavy Tai, Green Flower, Smoke Song, Light Hung, and Star Hung, these 5 great mountain dog groups. The goo masters with keen eyes were pale. The outer defense was formed by lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum akita dogs, and other ordinary dog beasts. The inner defense was formed by the 5 great mountain dog formation. And at the entrance of the bronze hall, there was the final layer of defense, formed by hundreds of hairy men. The entire formation was tight, but it was not rigid. All parts were connected to each other. It really is an iron formation. Mo Wu Tian's purple pupils shined. The more he observed, the more troublesome it was. Even more people's gazes moved towards the bronze hall. The hall was simple and grand. The patterns and structure were emitting a dense ancient aura. That is the bronze hall, the place where the immortal treasure is sealed. As long as we get past the dog group, we can reach the hall. Immortal treasure, immortal treasure. I wonder what kind of earth-shattering wealth is there. Everyone's gazes gradually became heated. The target was right in front of them. It stimulated their greed. Hee, it is time. It's time. Mo Wu Tian looked around, his sharp senses sensing the change in the atmosphere. Greed was like a fire, burning in everyone's hearts. However, the huge pack of dogs deterred them, and everyone understood that it was impossible to succeed on their own. This was the basis of cooperation. Lord Xiaomeng, let's talk about cooperation. Mo Wu Tian moved like a phantom. Taking a few steps, he stood out from the crowd and arrived in front of Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng snorted. When he saw this dense dog group, he thought of cooperation. But he was afraid of Mo Wu Tian's rejection and worried about himself, a righteous path rank 5. But he took the initiative to talk about cooperation with the demonic path. It would be used against him, and people would gossip about him. Now that Mo Wu Tian took the initiative to look for him, it was exactly what Xiaomeng wanted. Xiaomeng snorted. His attitude was neither cold nor warm. He looked at Mo Wu Tian. Mo Wu Tian immediately understood Xiaomeng's meaning. He was extremely disdainful of such hypocrisy. But he said, then, after a moment, we will attack from the front and back. Xiaomeng nodded slightly. He turned around, no longer looking at him. Mo Wu Tian sneered. He turned around and said to everyone, I took the initiative to look for him and provoke Xiao Meng. I want to spar with him. Next, we will split into two and attack together. Let's see if it is the righteous path or us demonic path that will attack the bronze hall first. Xiao Meng announced, Demonic path scoundrels are greedy and despicable. They actually wanted to cooperate with me, but I rejected them. How can I team up with such despicable people? After a moment, they will attack. We will take the chance and let them share our pressure. Ha ha ha. Young Master Wu Tian is domineering. Defeat these righteous path hypocrites. The demonic path Gu masters were mobilized, shouting, Lord Xiao Meng is wise. Let those demonic scoundrels attract the firepower for you. The righteous path Gu masters were roused. Kill. After a moment, the attack began. The righteous path and demonic path were far away from each other, attacking from two different directions. Bai Ning Bing hid somewhere, using the shared vision of the land spirit to observe the whole battlefield. 10,000 dogs barked and howled, brandishing their sharp claws as they charged forward. At once, blood flowed and broken limbs flew everywhere. All kinds of goo worms appeared. Ice and fire flew together. Lightning flashed, the ground rumbled and green vines grew. Kill. Yicheng took the lead, brave and fearless. His body was covered in blue fish scales. The wind blew his disheveled, fiery red hair. Beside him, there was a light blue whirlpool. Together with the black fins on his back, he was like a vicious shark in the sea. Even a pack of ordinary dogs couldn't stop them. The immortal treasure. If I can snatch one or two and make a contribution, I will be able to change my surname to Shang when I return to the clan. Yi Hua's gaze was resolute. He turned into a god of fire, charging with even more power than Yicheng. Everywhere he went, flames raged and dogs howled. Kong Ri Tian laughed heartily, turning into a rain of flowers. Li Xian sneered. While no one was paying attention, he used a rank 5 goo worm to conceal his body and sneak up. Let's work together. I will heal him. No need to worry. Tao Zi shouted, and a large number of goo masters immediately gathered. The crowd surged. In the heated battlefield, Yen Jun was walking calmly. His steps were neither fast nor slow, as if he was taking a stroll. A majestic dog king pounced at him, but Yen Jun's expression was calm as he suddenly turned into a phantom. The dog king pounced, but only passed through the phantom. The phantom shook and returned to Yen Jun's original body. And the dog king behind him was engaged in an intense battle with the goo masters behind him. Chapter 399. Kill. Charge. Damn it. Why are there so many dogs? Shouts, screams, curses and barks of the dogs merged into one, shaking heaven and earth. This article originated from, in less than 5 minutes, blood flowed like a river on the hill. Corpses were everywhere. Bai Ning Bing hid in the dark, using all her strength to mobilize the dog group. Relying on the land spirit's help, she gradually stabilized the situation. Lightning symbol dogs, chrysanthemum Akita dogs, and other ordinary dog beasts were already dead. The goo masters charged halfway, but encountered the 5 great mountain dog formation, causing their heads to bleed. Heavy Tai, Green Flower, Smoke Song, Light Hong, and Star Hong. These 5 great dog breeds were even stronger, forming a circular formation. It was very reliable. Like a great dam, it blocked the flood of goo masters. At this stage, be it the righteous path or demonic path, they suffered heavy casualties. Brother, persevere. Meng Tu grabbed Jiao Huang's arm. The latter was heavily injured. Blood was flowing out. Jiao Huang borrowed Meng Tu's strength, barely managing to charge with the group. At this moment, he could not retreat. He could not stop to rest. Once he left the group, the dog group would engulf him. Brother, we suffered a huge loss this time. We had accepted Shang Clan's mission to take Feng Yuan's head, but to think we encountered this immortal treasure. Sigh, we were blinded by greed, falling into this desperate situation. Jiao Huang sighed. These two had rank 3 peak stage cultivation. They were a famous assassination duo in the demonic path. They had successfully assassinated the rank 4 goo master Xiao Fu Lu. They wanted to rely on Shang Clan, thus they were prepared to deal with Feng Yuan secretly. But along the way, they did not find a good opportunity. After entering the blessed land, they encountered the immortal treasure. They followed and almost died. In this chaotic battle, only rank 5 experts could move unhindered. Rank 4 peak stage, they had to fight. Rank 4 upper stage, they had to gather and move. Those rank 1 and 2 Gu Masters participated in the charge. They suffered the most casualties. Rank 3 Gu Masters also had to rely on luck to survive. But even so, the Gu Masters continued to charge. The illusory immortal treasure. It ignited the most fanatical flame in their hearts. They forgot themselves as they charged forward. All of them were fantasizing about obtaining the immortal treasury and soaring into the sky, becoming people above all. Only a small number of people died. His gaze cleared up, and he began to feel regret. Unfortunately, it was too late. These people have all gone mad. They have been lured by the immortal treasury and have already forgotten about life and death. Tai Ruanan slowed down her charge and looked around. The battlefield was shocking. The 4 Tai family elders surrounded Tai Ruanan, keeping her safe. In this old man's opinion, I'm afraid that Imo Wu Tian also contributed to this. The leader of the Tai family's 4 elders suddenly said in a low voice, "You mean?" Tai Ruanan's eyes flashed. In the distance, Imo Wu Tian walked through the crowd with his head held high, laughing maniacally. The purple pupils flashed with a dazzling light. He was a soul path Gu master. He secretly used Gu worms to influence everyone, making them even more passionate. People of the Devil Dao. Everyone has the right to punish him. Tai Ruanan snorted coldly as killing intent surged in her chest. Young master, Imo Wu Tian is a rank 5 expert after all. It is not easy to fight him. There is a need to prioritize matters. Our target is not him. One of the Tai clan elders advised. Tai Ruanan pursed her lips tightly and nodded heavily, her gaze firm as steel. That's right. The most important thing now is Little Beast King Fong Yuan. Ha ha ha. To think that the person controlling the beasts behind the scenes is only SOSO. Imo Wu Tian laughed maniacally. The wind in the battlefield was blowing, causing his black hair to flutter and his demonic flames to spread. Righteous and demonic Gu masters charged together. The progress was better than he had expected. Bai Ningbing was a newbie after all. She had seen Fong Yuan's formation earlier and adapted according to Fong Yuan's instructions. Now that the situation was complicated, she had to deal with many things at once, and in the eyes of someone like Imo Wu Tian, she would naturally be exposed. Imo Wu Tian's purple pupils flashed with eerie light. As he charged forward, he was multitasking. From time to time, he controlled Gu worms to defeat the dog groups, and from time to time, he influenced the people's hearts and created a fanatical atmosphere while activating his Gu worms to investigate. Enslavement Path Gu masters had strong offense. They could fight enemies several times their size by themselves. But the great Tao of nature was balanced. Enslavement Path also had a clear flaw. Other than the huge consumption of resources, their individual battle strength was weak, and they could be easily killed. Imo Wu Tian had been searching for Bai Ningbing's location. As long as he killed Bai Ningbing, the dog group formation would collapse, and most of it would collapse on its own. Found her. Imo Wu Tian's gaze suddenly concentrated, finding Bai Ningbing's hiding place. He, hand over your life. He laughed and waved his sleeves, turning into a ball of purple demonic fog. The demonic fog's speed was astonishing. It traversed the battlefield, and in a few breaths of time, it was only 1,000 steps away from Bai Ningbing. Not good. Bai Ningbing's heart sank when she saw the movement. Imo Wu Tian was a rank 5 Gu master. While Bai Ningbing was only rank 4, she was already hard to fight, not to mention now that he had to control the dog group. But thankfully, I have a trump card. Bai Ningbing was shocked but did not panic, she willed. Go bite him, Ba Huang. A dog emperor that was the size of a hill heard the command and jumped, flying over 100 feet, crashing in front of Imo Wu Tian. Woof! Ba Huang roared. It was like a bolt of lightning, suppressing the entire battlefield into silence. Next, the dog group went into a frenzy, their morale rose, and the Gu master's casualties increased. What a good dog emperor! Its whole body was covered in glossy yellow fur. Its body was majestic. Its head was like a lion, and the mane on its neck was thick, dazzling like the sun. This was the Emperor of Beasts. It could not be underestimated. With all its wild goo, it could fight against a rank 5 goo master. Damn it! Mo Wu Tian cursed, but was blocked by Ba Huang. Bai Ningbing was about to let out a sigh of relief, but at this time, a dazzling platinum light shot out from the battlefield, instantly arriving. Hee hee, Demonic Path Jr., watch me. The white light turned into a human. It was the rank 5 Righteous Path expert Xiao Meng. Ingming. Bai Ningbing endured the pressure and called out in his heart, sending out a second dog emperor. This second dog emperor was only the size of an ordinary dog beast. Its snow-white fur had bright patterns, like pink cherry blossoms. Facing Xiao Meng's intense pressure, the wild goo on the dog emperor Ingming's body was also activated, causing clouds to form on Ingming's forelegs as it flew up. A mere wild dog, it is actually a dog emperor. Xiao Meng sneered, attacking and defending at lightning speed, but he quickly retracted his underestimation and calmly faced the battle. Bai Ningbing's expression was gloomy. Although the two rank 5 experts were blocked, this situation was only temporary. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Man's intelligence surpassed beasts in the end. Eventually, Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng would get to know the dog emperor's background, and with ease, they could even turn around. They would directly kill her, Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked around the battlefield. The others were still fighting in the center. There was no threat for now. Bai Ningbing let out a sigh of relief, turning her gaze back to the bronze hall. There is not much time left. Her blue eyes squinted, emitting a cold radiance. Inside the bronze hall, Feng Yuan breathed roughly. He was breathing roughly. And Feng Tianyu. He had already fallen to the side, unconscious. Feng Yuan's 7 orifices were bleeding, but he did not care. A pair of burning eyes stared in front of him. A goo, emitting a brilliant light, floated in the air. It did not have a specific shape. Sometimes it was like a colorful cloud. Sometimes it was like a whirlpool of light. Success. Feng Yuan was filled with joy. He had already successfully refined divine travel goo. Now, he was only one step away from obtaining the second aperture goo. You succeeded. You really succeeded. The land spirit appeared beside Feng Yuan. It was very weak, but its eyes were shining, filled with the joy of success. You are indeed a future goo immortal, being able to refine divine travel goo. Amazing. Entrusting it to you was indeed the right choice. Now, the most difficult hurdle is finally over. This is the clouds parting to see the clear sky. Next, I will use third watch goo. Success will follow naturally. There is no more difficulty. The land spirit sighed, full of emotions. After thousands of years of hard work, I have finally succeeded today. The recipe is indeed feasible. I am really happy, really excited. But it is a pity. I will not be able to see the second aperture goo. Saying so, the land spirit Bague's body gradually faded, becoming more and more faint, until it completely disappeared in the air. It was dead. The immortal essence in the bronze cauldron had already been used up. Only a thin trace was left. The blessed land had mostly collapsed. Its destruction was close at hand. The old and weak Bague assisted Feng Yuan in refining goo, and also helped Bai Ningbing defend the formation, but it could not resist such pressure, completely dying in this world. But compared to his previous life, dying in despair under everyone's attacks, it was much happier in this life. It could be said to have died a worthy death. Bague's death meant that the immortal essence could not be used. But Feng Yuan was not nervous. For the next step, large amounts of Yuan stone could be used as a substitute. Even if Bague was still here, the trace of immortal essence in the bronze cauldron had to support the blessed land's operation. It could not be used to refine goo. The difficulty of refining the immortal goo this time is even higher than spring-autumn cicada. Just now, when the hall shook, I almost failed. If I failed, my mortal body would definitely die from the backlash. I would not even have time to activate spring-autumn cicada. Moreover, this most crucial step consumes a lot of mental energy. A mortal would not be able to do it. Fortunately, for safety's sake, I chose to enslave Feng Tianyu. Otherwise, I would not have succeeded. In his previous life, when Feng Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada, he was already a goo immortal. This time, he had no hope of refining the immortal goo with the qualifications of immortal. But firstly, the mysterious goo immortal had racked his brains and spent his entire life researching this recipe. It was indeed the essence. Secondly, the recipe used the immortal goo divine travel, greatly reducing the difficulty of transcending mortality. Thirdly, it was not Feng Yuan's own strength. He had to rely on the land spirit and refinement master Feng Tianyu's help. Because of all these factors, Feng Yuan was able to complete the most dangerous and difficult step. Next is to use third watch goo. This is much simpler. Right? I wonder what the situation outside is like. Feng Yuan calmed down and retracted his mind. Only then did he hear the battle cries outside the hall. Feng Yuan, be careful. A hole has been broken in the dog formation. There is a rank 4 goo master charging towards you. Right at this time, Bai Ningbing sent a warning. Feng Yuan's expression sank as he slowly stood up. Chapter 400. Now that the land spirit was dead, Feng Yuan could no longer check the situation outside the hall. But he had his previous life's memories. He did not need to check to make some guesses. Right now, there are only 2 rank 5 goo masters left in the Blessed Land, Xiao Meng and Imo Wu Tian. They should be blocked by the 2 dog emperors. There are many rank 4 goo masters, but there is only one who could reach here at this time. That is Yin Tribe's young tribe leader Yin Jun. This child inherited the ancient Phantom Path inheritance. He is most proficient in dodging attacks. It's not difficult for him to break through the Hound Beast formation. Feng Yuan thought in his heart, and the truth was as such. Phantom Path had once flourished in the olden antiquity era. The concept was to be free and unfettered, avoiding danger and becoming invincible. As long as one could avoid all attacks, they would be a form of invincibility. In his previous life's memories, Phantom Path Yin Jun also shone on Etian Mountain, challenging demonic path goo masters and causing the demonic path to be in a terrible situation. Only when Imo Wu Tian appeared did he leave with heavy injuries. This blessed land's defense is not strong. The central area is so important, but only a bronze hall was built. Although it can be used for storage, its defense is weak. It looks good, but is useless. If it was like Hu immortal blessed land with Dang Hun Mountain's defense, it would be like a heavenly moat. Even Gu immortals would have a headache. Even my former blessed land, which was made into a blood sea, is much better than this broken hall. Feng Yuan felt hatred in his heart. He walked to Feng Tianyu and kicked him awake. Get up, Feng Yuan said coldly. Feng Tianyu had worked hard and made great contributions. If not for him sharing most of the pressure, Feng Yuan would not have reached this stage. Ah, Moss Master. He woke up, his eyes were bloodshot, his hair was messy like weeds, and his face was pale. He trembled as he bowed towards Feng Yuan. Go out of the hall and block a rank 4 Phantom Path Gu Master, even if you have to sacrifice your life. Feng Yuan ordered coldly. Yes, subordinate will do my best. Feng Tianyu bit his lips and immediately left. His primeval essence was almost used up. His battle strength was insufficient. Moreover, as a refinement pathmaster, he was not good at fighting. This trip could be said to be certain death. But now, Feng Yuan had to carry out the last step. She didn't have any other power at hand, so she could only use him as a counter. The most important thing now is the second aperture Gu. Sacrificing a Gu refinement master is nothing. Feng Yuan sat down cross-legged again, looking at the ever-changing radiance in the sky. At this stage, the second aperture Gu was already more than half completed. It was between real and fake, between tangible and intangible. It couldn't be moved, and it could only exist for 6 hours. 6 hours later, if the finishing touches were not carried out, the radiance would dissipate, and all the previous efforts would be in vain. There's no turning back. As long as I complete the final step, I can obtain the second aperture Gu. But Feng Yuan subconsciously rubbed his lower abdomen, his gaze solemn. In the blessed land, time flowed 3 times faster than the outside world. The spring-autumn cicada healed very quickly, putting a lot of pressure on the aperture. At this moment, even though Feng Yuan's aperture was at rank 4 upper stage, It was unable to bear the burden. There were signs of cracks appearing on the aperture walls. Next, he still needed to use 2 third-watch goo, stacking them together. That would be 9 times the speed of time. At that time, would the aperture be able to withstand it? Fang Yuan wasn't a reckless person. Before refining the goo, he had already calculated it meticulously. This gamble, he had a high chance of winning. As long as he had the second aperture and left the blessed land in time, he could gain a few more months of breathing time. By then, he would have a backup plan. Third watch goo, go. He calmed his mind, concentrating his mind and starting the finishing touches. Under the effect of third watch goo, that lump of radiance immediately accelerated. The radiance was dazzling, and it even gave off an indescribable mystical feeling. Divine travel goo expands space. Third watch goo condenses time. This is the operation of the laws of the 2 paths of the universe, as expected of the goo path that has been passed down since the immemorial era. True knowledge comes from practice. Fang Yuan had some comprehension. As time passed, the effect of the first third watch goo was nearing its end. The radiance faintly solidified, showing signs of completion. The battle cries outside the hall became louder and louder, but be it Mo Wu Tian, Xiao Meng or Yin Jun, none of them charged in. Good, next, I will use the second third watch goo. Seeing that it was about to succeed, Fang Yuan couldn't help but become excited. But right at this time, Bai Ningbing transmitted, Fang Yuan, be careful. Tai Ruan has broken through the defensive line and is heading towards you. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Right now, he was fully concentrated and could not leave. How could he face the enemy? Feng Tianyu was also sent out. He had no defense around him at all. What to do? Bai Ningbing, what are you doing? Why aren't you coming in to protect me? I can't move now. If I die, you will also die under the poison vow goo. Fang Yuan transmitted angrily. He was helpless. He could only send Bai Ningbing over. Without Bai Ningbing's control, the dog groups outside would be like dragons without a leader, causing chaos. Not long later, the group of experts would charge in. But Fang Yuan could not care so much. Right now, he was like a fish on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered, without any ability to retaliate. If no one was protecting him, he would be easily killed by Tai Ruanan. Fortunately, the goo refinement was already at its final stage. Only the second third watch goo was left. Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on time. As long as he used every second he had and finished the refinement, with the rank 4 and 5 movement goo he had, he would be able to break out of the encirclement and escape. As for Bai Ningbing, she was suitable to stay behind to block the enemy. She could be considered to be utilized to the extreme. As for how she would end up, it was not something Fang Yuan could consider now. Bam! The sacred hall's door was pushed open. Tai Ruanan walked in, and seeing the scene in the hall, she was dazed at first, before reacting with surprise and joy. Little Beast King, today is the day of your death. Before she finished speaking, she pounced. She waved her hand, and countless golden needles shot out. Bai Ningbing. The aura of death was so dense that it assaulted his senses. Fang Yuan had no choice but to transmit his voice again. Swoosh. Cold wind blew. Frost spread and condensed into an ice wall, blocking all the golden needles. At the next moment, Bai Ningbing also appeared at the entrance of the hall. But her condition was clearly not good. Her body was bathed in blood and full of injuries. One of the most serious injuries. On her back, from her shoulder to her abdomen, it was so deep that her bones could be seen. Her clothes were stained with green leaves, her silver-white hair was also burnt, and her entire left arm was black and purple. It was evident that she was poisoned. Quickly stop her. Fang Yuan growled. I only need this bit of time. If you have the mood to talk nonsense, you might as well hurry up and refine the goo. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, scolding angrily. She caught up in a few steps and started fighting with Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan sneered. Her golden needles shot out like lightning. Her attacks were extremely fierce. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and persevered. She was heavily injured. Her battle strength was less than 1/10 of her original strength, and soon fell into a dangerous situation. After a few rounds of fighting, Bai Ningbing's injuries were severe. The intense pain caused her leg to sprain and her body to sway. Tai Ruanan sharply grasped the opportunity. She suddenly attacked viciously. Bai Ningbing suffered another heavy injury, falling to the ground. I will kill you first. Tai Ruanan's forehead flashed. The imprint on her forehead turned solid. It formed into a golden flying dagger that shot out. Swoosh! The golden flying dagger pierced through the air, missing Bai Ningbing's neck by a few millimeters, stabbing into the bronze floor. Bai Ningbing rolled in time, dodging the fatal attack. She shouted, "How much longer do you need?" Fang Yuan's heart was pounding. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Just a bit more. Even if you die, you have to hold on. If I die, you won't be able to live either." Bai Ningbing's curses were interrupted by Tai Ruanan's attack. Tai Ruanan's attacks came wave after wave. Bai Ningbing was forced to retreat. She could only dodge, struggling on the line between life and death. The situation was extremely dangerous. After a few rounds, Bai Ningbing breathed roughly. "I can't hold on anymore. Fang Yuan, I am going to self-detonate." "Your aptitude, has it returned to 100%? Fang Yuan was shocked. "Nonsense!" Bai Ningbing scolded. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Bai Ningbing returning to the northern dark ice soul physique was inevitable. But he did not expect it to be so fast. According to his deductions, even if he had 3 times the time in the Blessed Land, it would still take several months. Fang Yuan was at the critical juncture of Gu refinement. He could not think too much. The self-detonation of one of the 10 extreme physiques was extremely powerful. Even a rank 5 Gu master would have to avoid it. Once Bai Ningbing self-detonated, it would greatly affect the entire battle. "Try to hold on, unless absolutely necessary," Fang Yuan shouted. He was refining Gu with his back facing the door. He could not observe the fight between Tai Ruanan and Tai Ruanan. But the response he got was a deep sigh from Bai Ningbing. It's too late. The next moment, Fang Yuan felt cold air permeating the hall, the temperature plummeting. Crack, crack. The sound of ice condensing could be heard continuously. "What Gu is this?" Tai Ruanan's exclamation was also transmitted to Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan barely managed to turn his head to look, only to see that the hall had already turned into a world of ice and snow. Bai Ningbing floated in the air. Her whole body had already turned into ice crystals, just like when she self-detonated on Qingmao Mountain. Cold wind howled. The glacier gradually rose, carrying a vast and majestic aura as it heavily crashed towards Tai Ruanan. Tai Ruanan's expression was fierce as she quickly retreated. But the hall's door had already been frozen. She was like a turtle in a jar, trapped in the ice layer. "Don't tell me this is the legendary northern dark ice soul physique?" Tai Ruanan exclaimed, suddenly reacting. But it was too late. She was sealed in the ice layer, like an insect in amber. The ice layer did not stop, instead spreading towards Fang Yuan. "Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing!" Fang Yuan shouted anxiously, but Bai Ningbing did not respond. Her body had almost become one with the frost, and her entire face had become indistinct. Her crystal-like blue pupils were no longer dazzling, as if they had completely dimmed. Damn it! Fang Yuan was so anxious that his head was hurting. The ice had already reached his body. He could only activate Yanggu. Yanggu flew out and landed on Bai Ningbing's body. Immediately, the yang energy turned cold, and a whirlpool of primeval qi formed. After so many years, the scene on Qingmao Mountain had once again replayed itself. The ice stopped spreading, but this distraction almost caused the Gu refinement to fail. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly focused his attention, no longer caring about what was behind him. Under his hard work, the rainbow light finally condensed, forming the second aperture Gu. Immortal Gu. I finally succeeded. At this moment, Fang Yuan's heart was bursting with joy. All his hard work, all the risks, he had obtained the most satisfying result. Swoosh! Right at this time, a sharp ice blade pierced through Fang Yuan's heart, piercing through his back and exposing his chest. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He looked back with difficulty. Bai Ningbing? You. Chapter 401. At this moment, The bronze hall was deathly silent. Time seemed to have frozen. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Fong Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground. The rank 6-second aperture goo was floating in the air in front of him. The immortal goo refinement was a success, but Fong Yuan's attention was not on this immortal goo at all. He turned his head with difficulty, looking at Bai Ningbing behind him, his gaze revealing deep suspicion. Bai Ningbing, who had returned to his male body, held the handle of his ice blade, expressionlessly standing behind him. Tai Ruonin slowly walked over, staring at Fong Yuan, her expression seeming both sad and happy. Fong Yuan, you never thought this day would come, right? Fong Yuan pretended not to hear her, only looking at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing looked down at Fong Yuan, returning to being a man. His body was taller, he wore a snow-white gown, his silver hair fluttering in the wind, his blue eyes deep and cold. He was like a glacier, cold and aloof. You never thought of it, right? Fong Yuan, in the end, you lost to me. Looking at Fong Yuan, Bai Ningbing lightly smiled. Ever since I revived on Qingmao Mountain, I have been thinking about how to return to my male body. In the days I spent with you, I was firmly controlled by you. I could only become your chess piece and be manipulated by you. You are not the strongest enemy in my life, but I admit, you are the most terrifying one. Oh Fong Yuan, you are a natural schemer, ruthless and ruthless. You can be said to be a peerless hero. But I, Bai Ningbing, am not an ordinary person. How can I become someone else's subordinate? The more you control me, squeeze me, use me, I am constantly thinking of how to escape, turn the tables and counterattack. But the Yanggu is in your hands. With just a thought, you can make it self-detonate. Thus, I held back from taking action, racking my brains to think of a countermeasure. Finally, one day, I had a flash of inspiration and thought of a method. Actually, making you hand over your goo worms on your own, I had already succeeded once on Qingmao Mountain. That's right, that is to reenact the situation on Qingmao Mountain. When I self-detonate again, it will be time for you to use Yanggu. Because of this, I began to secretly plot. The smile on Bai Ningbing's face gradually spread. If I want to self-detonate, of course it will not be a true self-detonation. There is still the possibility of you not using the Yanggu. So, I chose Ice Crystal Goo. Fong Yuan's expression was grim. In Shangclan City, Bai Ningbing chose the ice path. Among them, there were 3 transformation goo, Frost Demon Goo, Snow Woman Goo, and Ice Crystal Goo. Wei Yang had once strongly suggested to Bai Ningbing to choose Snow Woman Goo. Snow Woman Goo was suitable for female goo masters. As for Ice Crystal Goo, it was suitable for males. Bai Ningbing was a woman, but she chose Ice Crystal Goo. Wei Yang felt that it was a pity. You thought of it. Bai Ningbing laughed. That's right. I did not choose the Ice Crystal Goo in a fit of pique. It was the Snow Woman Goo's transformation into a snow woman. The image was obvious and could not be concealed. But after turning into ice crystals, with the help of the Ice Explosion Goo, it could create a majestic scene, extremely similar to the self-detonation of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Look, didn't I deceive you earlier? If I was not distracted during the goo refinement, I would have sensed something fishy. How could you have succeeded so easily? Fong Yuan scoffed. Bai Ningbing, however, showed a serious expression, nodding. That's right. You are meticulous and observant. After I thought of this method, I felt it was not appropriate. There was a high chance of failure. Moreover, there was a turning point at that time. I even wanted to give up on this plan. The turning point Bai Ningbing was talking about was none other than the poison vow goo. I was thinking, a man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. If I can use the poison vow to achieve my goal, so what if I am used for a period of time? Bai Ningbing's gaze was like smoke, recalling. But the following development made me realize that the poison vow goo is not reliable. The poison vow between you and Shang Yizi, even though it was broken ingeniously, I still felt that you were too fearless. I've actually secretly investigated the contract with the Bai clan, but the rumor still leaked out afterwards, which makes me feel that something is wrong. I've learned one thing from you. Prepare for the best and prepare for the worst. Thus, I had to consider this situation. If the poison vow goo does not restrict you, How should I deal with it? I know. If that is the case, then I am already in a desperate situation. I am restricted by the poison vow, but you are not. I am a pawn for you to use, without any ability to retaliate. With my own strength, I cannot escape this predicament, but in Shang Clan City, there is someone who can help me. Speaking of this person, I have to thank you for introducing me, Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing showed a mocking smile. He thought of the first time he met Dr. Su Shou. At that time, it was at Shang Yin Fei's clan banquet. To thank Fang and Bai for escorting Shang Xinci back to the clan, Shang Yin Fei summoned Dr. Su Shou to restore Fang Yuan's appearance. To make Bai Ningbing give up, Fang Yuan purposely asked her to come along. When Bai Ningbing met Dr. Su Shou with her true appearance, the latter's attitude immediately changed, becoming extremely gentle and kind. Dr. Su Shou was one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. She had a strange habit. She was obsessed with good looks. She liked handsome men and beautiful women. As long as they had good looks, she would treat them for free. If they were ugly, she would loathe them. No matter how high the reward was, she would not treat them. Bai Ningbing asked about the yin-yang rotation gu, and Dr. Su Shou's reply made her understand the importance of the yang gu in Fang Yuan's hands. But at the same time, Bai Ningbing became acquainted with Dr. Su Shou. Before leaving, Dr. Su Shou solemnly promised him that no matter what difficulties he faced, he could come and find her. Cough cough. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood. The ice blade had pierced through his heart, but with the support of his healing gu, he was barely able to survive. But the coldness of the ice blade caused his blood flow to slow down. The intense coldness caused numbness to spread throughout his body. But in his heart, these injuries were already minor details. This person you were talking about, could it be Dr. Su Shou? He. As expected of Fang Yuan, you guessed correctly. Bai Ningbing praised. This slut. Fang Yuan cursed fiercely, but had new suspicions. But you only met once, didn't you? No, wait. There was a second time. Fang Yuan was halfway through his words when he suddenly recalled something. In Shang Clan City, Bai Ningbing and Dr. Su Shou had met for the second time. At that time, Bai Ningbing and Yin Tu fought. They were only 1 move apart, but regrettably lost, suffering heavy injuries and even losing her vital gu. She went to Dr. Su Shou's place to receive treatment and recuperate. Don't tell me? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of something. His gaze was like lightning, piercing towards Bai Ningbing, as if this was the first time he saw this cold and handsome young man. Bai Ningbing smiled lightly. Her blue eyes were eerie. It seems you have guessed it. That's right. I lost the battle with Yin Tu on purpose. A vital gu is nothing, but in exchange for a chance to not arouse your suspicions, isn't it worth it? At that time, I decided to take a gamble. Bai Ningbing went to Dr. Su Shou's place, and based on his intuition, he took a risk. He confessed the rough truth to Dr. Su Shou. Dr. Su Shou sympathized with his predicament and decided to help him escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Bai Ningbing asked her if there was a way to get rid of the poison vow in this world. Dr. Su Shou answered that she could not get rid of the poison vow, but there was a way to get rid of the restriction of the poison vow. She recalled. Once, when she was young and ignorant, she was deceived by a junior brother and used the poison vow gu, making a love vow that she would never betray him. Later, to get rid of the poison vow, she used this method. Bai Ningbing asked, "What method is it?" Dr. Su Shou's gaze was solemn as she said, "Putting oneself in a desperate situation to be reborn. Once the poison vow gu activates, it would cause the oath-taker to die." Dr. Su Shou was a healing gu master. Her method was to purposely let the poison vow activate, and when the gu master dies, the poison vow would be removed, and the gu master would be reborn. This method is equivalent to forcefully dismantling the poison. Most healing gu masters cannot do it even if they think of it. I only managed to do it because of my special inheritance. Even so, there is a 1 in 3 chance of failure. Once you fail, you will die. You need to think carefully. Dr. Su Shou warned. Bai Ningbing immediately decided to use this method. With Dr. Su Shou's help, he was lucky enough to get rid of the poison vow gu's restriction. Without the poison vow gu's restriction, Bai Ningbing secretly contacted Tai Clan, and Tai Ruan and found out the truth. The one in front of her was Fang Yuan, and not Fang Jing. At the same time, she also understood what happened on Qingmao Mountain. To deal with Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruanan started a secret collaboration. We had once set up a trap, using iron cabinet goo and chi-turn goo to set up the place, and a good show of self-detonation would happen there. But you did not come to rescue us. I could only bring my subordinates and rush to Sancha Mountain and make my next move. Tai Ruanan said. Back then, Bai Ningbing was trapped by the 4 old-timers of Tai Clan for many days. On the surface, it was because Bai Ningbing killed a Tai Clan Gu master in the inheritance, so Tai Clan took revenge. But in truth, it was a plot against Fang Yuan. What happened next was that Fang Yuan fought 1 against 7, slaughtering the Tai Clan group, and finally, Tai Mu Bai appeared. Tai Ruanan received Tai Mu Bai's teachings, and while cultivating, she patiently waited for Bai Ningbing's news. This was also one of the reasons why, even though she hated Fang Yuan, she did not take the initiative to search for him. But afterwards, Fang Yuan shocked the world with a single brilliant feat, and after entering the 3 kings' inheritance, he firmly controlled the entire situation. Tai Mu Bai's death made Bai Ningbing choose to remain silent and hide even deeper. He used Fang Yuan's trust to command the dog group. With the land spirit's death, he could no longer look down on the battlefield, and the pressure on the battlefield rose again. But at the same time, without the land spirit's surveillance, Bai Ningbing felt relaxed. He was still worried, and probed Fang Yuan, purposely sending Yin Jun in. As he expected, Feng Tianyu was lured out, which proved that the land spirit was dead. Bai Ningbing was secretly happy, and once again sent Tai Ruanan and the 4 old-timers in. The reason why Tai Ruanan was the first to enter the hall was also because of this. Fang Yuan, I advise you to surrender obediently. Right now, our Tai Clan enslavement master Tai Bai Chi is controlling the dog group, and everyone is helpless. Outside the hall, the 4 old-timers are using iron cabinet goo and chi-turn goo to seal the space, and no one can sneak in. Only surrender. That is your only way out. Tai Ruanan walked over, holding the 2nd aperture goo as she announced his fate. Chapter 402. There are countless heroes in this world. After a moment of silence, Fang Yuan raised his head and heaved a long sigh. High-speed update by Ningbing. What a Bai Ningbing? I underestimated you and fell into your hands. You won beautifully. Your plan was also very precise. I was careless and focused on the immortal goo. Allowing you to have your way, it was my mistake. You flatter me. I was able to scheme against you this time because of the right timing, location, and people. If I were you, refining the immortal goo while scheming against everyone, I would not have done as well as you. Bai Ningbing replied seriously, but at this point, the winner takes all. I advise you not to struggle pointlessly. Fang Yuan laughed coldly. You did not kill me because you wanted to obtain the immortal goo and know its effect, as well as the recipe of the immortal goo in my mind. Now that the land spirit was dead, the blessed land was about to collapse. There were loopholes everywhere, and without the suppression of the heavenly force, goo masters could freely use their goo worms. That was to say, with just a thought from Fang Yuan, all the goo worms would self-detonate. Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan, and the rest could not stop him in time. Tai Ruanan, Tai Mu Bai, and the rest died in my hands. You can only redeem yourself by taking this immortal goo back, otherwise, you will lose your young master position. Fang Yuan smiled sinisterly. Tai Ruanan was expressionless, replying calmly, That's right. Immortal goo are unique and extremely important. If I take it back, it will be a great merit. I can even receive the nurturing and rewards of the clan's goo immortals. And the recipe of the immortal goo refinement, only you know it. If I can offer it up, I will immediately become Tai Clan's young clan leader. In the future, when I ascend to the clan leader position, I will follow Lord Tai Mu Bai's example and promote justice and justice. After all these matters, I have already thought it through. To uphold justice, I cannot do it without strong personal strength and influence. That is the only way. Only then can I repay Lord Tai Mu Bai's kindness in nurturing me, and let him rest in peace in the afterlife. At this point, Tai Ruanan thought of the Tai clansman who had died in Fang Yuan's hands, and her eyes turned red. There was hatred and anger, but also the excitement of revenge. She took a deep breath and stared at Fang Yuan. As for you, Guyue, Fang Yuan, I won't kill you. You were able to refine an immortal Gu with a mere mortal body. Such talent in Gu refinement is truly impressive. As long as you surrender, I'll send you into the Tai clan's demon-subduing pagoda. In the future, you will repent and start anew. Once you leave the tower, serve the Tai clan and contribute to the righteous path. This is the best way to make up for your sins. Demon-suppressing pagoda. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. You make it sound really nice. Hee. You want a mortal Gu? Sure, let's make a deal. Fang Yuan explained the details of the deal. He quietly listened to the movements outside the hall. He was stalling for time. The current situation seemed hopeless, but there was still a chance of victory. Fang Yuan was exhausted because of the Gu refinement. He did not have enough primeval essence in his aperture. The rank for all-out effort Gu was not refined, and many beast phantoms were consumed during the refinement. He could not use brute force. Fang Yuan was not in his best condition. Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruan-nan came prepared, and there were also the 4 old-timers of Tai clan outside. There was also Tai Baichi who controlled the dog group. Spring-autumn cicada was a good method to turn the situation around, but there was a huge risk of death. Unless he had no other choice, Fang Yuan did not want to use it. The true chance to turn the situation around lies with the experts outside the hall. Just the dog group and the 4 old-timers cannot block them all the time. As long as they attack, the situation will change. Fate was truly fickle. Not long ago, Fang Yuan was still using all sorts of methods to block the experts, but now, he could not wait for the experts to charge into the hall. Damn Tai clan. You are the mastermind. The old patriarch of the Tai clan, Tai Mu Bai, personally came. What attracted him here? We should have thought of it. Even if Tai clan is a super clan, don't think of monopolizing it. Everyone has a share of the immortal treasure. On the intense battlefield, everyone was in a frenzy. Looking at the direction of the bronze hall, many Gu masters were spewing fire from anger. A purple light barrier covered the whole bronze hall. Tai clan's 4 old-timers each occupied 4 directions, guarding it tightly. Meanwhile, Tai Baichi was standing at the entrance of the hall, commanding the dog group from above. He was an old man with a head full of white hair, and a third eye on his forehead, shining brightly. He was a rank 5 enslavement path Gu master, an elder of Tai clan, and was once Tai Mu Bai's capable subordinate. After receiving Tai Mu Bai's summon, he broke out of his closed-door cultivation and came to Sancha Mountain. Right now, Tai Baichi was smiling as he looked at the battlefield. Under his command, the dog group's battle strength was several times higher than before. Tai Baichi did not care about his losses and blocked all the experts. This old fool is really troublesome. Mo Wu Tian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he breathed roughly. In front of him, Dog Emperor Ba Huang was already bathed in blood and was in a worse state than Mo Wu Tian. But soon, the healing Gu on its body activated, and under the milky white light, Ba Huang's injuries recovered rapidly. Mo Wu Tian was about to follow up with another attack when a large group of green Hua dogs charged from the side. This again. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth. He had no choice but to kill these reinforcements first. Using this chance, Ba Huang regained its breath, and its injuries recovered greatly, becoming fierce again. Compared to the situation whereby Ning Bing could not take care of the dog emperor, Tai Baichi was more at ease. He controlled the entire battlefield, controlling the situation, fully displaying the strong side of the enslavement path. On the other side, Xiaomeng was also heavily taken care of by Tai Baichi. This won't do. The immortal treasure is going to be taken by Tai clan. Xiaomeng was anxious and hateful, but Dog Emperor Ba Ming was blocking in front of him, preventing him from entering the hall. Bastard! You forced me! Xiaomeng roared in anger, flying into the sky. A huge hole had already appeared in the sky, tens of mu in size. Outside the hole was the sky of the outside world. Clouds were lingering, and the sky was clear. Xiaomeng flew out of the hole, raising his hands. Rank 4, gather light Gu. Large amounts of sunlight gathered in his palms. The light gathered into a huge ball, and compared to it, Xiaomeng was like an ant carrying a rice bowl. Rank 5, extreme light goo. The glory of the immemorial era gathered into the ball of light. Immediately, a qualitative change occurred, and the whole ball of light was dyed with the glory of the immemorial era. Rank 5, river under the sun goo. The ball of light exploded, turning into water of light. Each drop was like a fragment of the sun, extremely dazzling. Killer move, torrential light river. The river of light surged, waves surging, pouring into the blessed land from the hole. The light was resplendent, and the waves were like raging waves. The hill was illuminated in white, and countless people squinted their eyes, resisting this intense light. Not good. Tai Bai Chi tried to block it, but the river of light had already formed and was majestic. It could only weaken a portion. The majestic river of light was like a waterfall, crashing heavily on the purple light barrier. The light barrier only lasted for a moment before shattering. The 4 old-timers of Tai clan who were supporting the light barrier spurted out blood and were extremely exhausted. The river of light broke through the light barrier, but was weakened by more than half. But it did not stop, crashing on the bronze hall. A huge hole was immediately created in the hall, and the waterfall of light poured down, facing Fong, Bai and Tai. Facing Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruannan's pupil shrunk. She subconsciously tried to dodge. Fong Yuan, who had been waiting for a good opportunity, quickly reacted and activated his primeval essence. Warp Goo. He activated this rank 5 movement goo. This goo was his spoils of war from killing killer ghost Dr. Chojio. Swoosh. Fong Yuan disappeared on the spot with the immortal goo. The river of light crashed on the floor. A huge pit was formed, with a diameter of 10 meters. Tai and Bai Chi dodged in time, and stood at the edge of the pit, looking very calm. He escaped after all. It seems he used warp goo. I think this goo came from Killer Ghost Doctor. Tai Ruannan analyzed calmly. Are we letting him escape like this? Bai Ningbing looked at Tai Ruannan. Did you forget the fixed star goo? Don't worry, even if he escapes to the ends of the world, Tai clan's 4 old-timers can capture him. Let him go out now, and expend some of his primeval essence and energy. That will save us the trouble of having to fight. Tai Ruannan smiled. Her tone had the demeanor of a great general. After going through so many hardships, she had truly matured a lot. Guh. An intense pain assaulted him, and Fong Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling dizzy. A feeling of disgust almost made him fall down on the spot, as if his organs were in chaos. Warp goo was a space path goo. It could tear through space and move the goo master's body. It had a strong effect, but it also had a strong side effect. Goo masters who frequently used warp goo would have their muscles tangled, blood would flow in reverse, and bones would be dislocated. In terms of appearance, the goo master would become uglier and uglier, and no matter how proper their appearance was, they would become crooked. To use warp goo, one would need to use other goo worms to modify their body. But at this moment, Fong Yuan could not care so much. Second aperture goo, I'll leave it to you for now. I will return this debt to you 100-fold. Fong Yuan quickly assessed his surroundings and found that he had been teleported outside the hall, but was still close to the bronze hall. Large numbers of dog beasts pounced at him, and he decisively chose to retreat. Although second aperture goo was taken by Tai Ruannan, the control was still in Fong Yuan's hands. He had refined second aperture goo single-handedly, and now with just a thought, this immortal goo would self-detonate. However, Fong Yuan would not do such a foolish thing unless he had no other choice. This battle has just begun. Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruannan, just you wait. Hee. Fong Yuan laughed sinisterly. To use second aperture goo, immortal essence was needed, or a vast amount of Yuan stones could be used instead. As for Fong Yuan, he was even more unable to store this immortal goo in his aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's pressure was already huge. If he stored another immortal goo, Fong Yuan's aperture would explode. If the immortal goo was not stored in the aperture, its aura would leak out and be sensed by everyone. If Fong Yuan snatched the immortal goo and ran out, he would immediately become everyone's target, facing the encirclement of 2 rank 5s, over 10 rank 4s, and countless rank 3 and rank 2 goo masters. Tai Ruannan obtained the immortal goo, She will definitely become everyone's main target. Hee hee. I'll let you fight while I watch from the sidelines and become the fisherman who benefits in the end. Fang Yuan decided to retreat and recover his battle strength before finding a chance to strike. However, things did not go according to his wishes. Many sharp-eyed Gu masters discovered Fang Yuan's movements and shouted, "Who is it?" "It's Little Beast King. He seems to have come out from the Bronze Hall. Quick, 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 stop him. He must have obtained a portion of the immortal treasure." The voices attracted even more people's attention. The Gu masters near Fang Yuan immediately turned around and attacked Fang Yuan. But the first to attack was a small group of heavy Thai dogs. Chapter 403. Damn it! Fang Yuan cursed, waving his hand and sending out a golden dragon. Unspecified currency website. Unspecified currency. The golden dragon whizzed past, crushing these heavy Thai hounds into meat paste and opening a path. "Little Beast King, where are you going? Hand over the immortal treasure." Ichong arrived in front of Fang Yuan, waves surging towards him. "Bone wings Gu." Fang Yuan flapped his wings, dodging the waves and flying towards the sky. "Little Beast King, you should stay." Ihua waved his hand. The firebird flew towards Fang Yuan. "Golden Aurora Gu." Fang Yuan's body was covered in a layer of golden light. His speed rose rapidly, and after getting rid of the firebird, he retreated. This huge commotion attracted Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng's attention. Xiao Meng sent out a giant hand of light, the size of an elephant, flying rapidly and grabbing at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan turned around and dodged. But at this time, he heard a gentle voice calling out to him. This voice was like the whisper of a lover, or the longing call of a loved one. Those who did not know could not help but be captivated and distracted. Mo Wu Tian's tender emotion Gu. Fang Yuan was shocked and quickly struggled free, but his movement was still sluggish as the giant hand of light grabbed at him again. Oh no! It was too late to dodge now. Fang Yuan could only use his Gu worm to attack instead of defend. Bam! With a loud sound, the giant hand of light was destroyed, while Fang Yuan fell towards the ground like a broken kite, leaving a trail of blood behind him. The sound of wind whistling in his ears woke up the unconscious Fang Yuan. Realizing he was falling, he quickly activated his Gu worm and shouted, "Tai Ruanen obtained the peerless immortal Gu and is refining it." Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng's attention was immediately diverted. Immortal Gu. The crowd was in an uproar, falling into an incomparable frenzy. Tai Bai Chi's pressure rose sharply. Fang Yuan obtained a breather and immediately activated Wu Gui's movement Gu. Large patches of dark clouds rose. He hid in the dark clouds and continued to retreat. But at this moment, suddenly, for chains extended from the void. They were as nimble as snakes and as fast as lightning, binding Fang Yuan's limbs. Then, the chains quickly wrapped around him tightly. It spread rapidly, binding Fang Yuan and dragging him into the void. In the next moment, Fang Yuan reappeared in the Bronze Hall. The four elders of the Tai family occupied the four cardinal directions, surrounding him. They squatted on the ground. He straightened his right palm and held his right wrist with his left hand, activating the Gu worm together. A long black iron chain extended from each of their palms. Tai Clan's four elders' killer move, Limitless Search and Lock. At the same time, Central Continent, Heaven Ladder Mountain. Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Dang Hun Mountain. The fight for the ownership of Hu Immortal Blessed Land had reached its final stage. Fangzheng, you can do it. Victory is just around the corner. Master Tincture's voice rang out. It echoed in Fangzheng's heart. Compared to before, his voice was filled with extreme fatigue and weakness. Yes, only one opponent is left. Fangzheng gritted his teeth. His whole body was covered in sweat. His body was on the verge of collapsing, but he showed a resolute will. Me. The great Shao Qixing was actually surpassed by an unknown nobody? Shao Qixing's eyes were wide open as he watched Fangzheng climb and surpass him. Sigh, to think the final outcome would be like this. Ing Shangji heaved a long sigh and suddenly let go, falling down from the mountain. He was the furthest from the peak, and after seeing Fangzheng's performance, He knew he had no chance of winning, so he directly admitted defeat. Who a mortal land spirit naturally would not sit and watch him fall to his death. She lightly snapped her fingers and teleported Shangji to the outside world. Climb, continue to climb. Fangjing's hands and feet were already torn, dripping with blood. The closer he got to the peak, the more intense the tremors his soul received. Fangjing could not think of anything else. Only the scene of the peak was left in his eyes. He had already squeezed out all his potential. He was extremely exhausted. This was exertion that surpassed the limits of his body. This kid, Feng Kim-hong, could not help but be moved. Fangjing was clearly exhausted, but there seemed to be an endless strength supporting him. Peak, peak. Fangjing gritted his teeth. There was only this one thought in his heart. He climbed up step by step, gradually surpassing Feng Kim-hong, officially taking the lead. Right now, he was only 10 feet away from the peak. Even the adorable Hu immortal land spirit stood at the edge of the cliff, looking down fixedly at the birth of its new master. Outside the blessed land, the Gu immortals who had been paying attention had already started to sigh. Congratulations, He Fengyang. Your crane gate won slightly this time. Humph. If only I still had that rank 6 exquisite small shift Gu, or star shuttle Gu, fixed immortal travel Gu, or self-movement Gu, the result of this battle would have been different. The Gu immortals had different attitudes. Some congratulated calmly, some felt regret. I was lucky. He Fengyang spoke modestly, but his voice could not conceal his joy. But right at this time, a Gu immortal sneered, He Fengyang, I will have to disappoint you. This Hu immortal inheritance is destined to belong to my spirit affinity house. The moment he said that, a change occurred in the blessed land. Feng Kim-hong gave a delicate shout. A pair of dazzling wings grew from her shoulders. This pair of wings was extremely gorgeous. All kinds of radiance continuously flowed about, dazzling and resplendent. With a light flap, the golden phoenix radiance slowly rose up. What? This is the legendary immortal Gu, Dreamwings. Dreamwings was a very special immortal Gu. It did not exist in the real world. It could only be found in dreams. What activated it was not immortal essence, but the Gu master's spirit and soul. Feng Kim-hong only had a mortal body. Forcefully activating Dreamwings now would cause severe damage to her soul. At best, she would lose her memories. At worst, she would become demented. But the prideful her had never failed since she was born. She could not allow Fangjing to become the sole victor in front of her. Even if I have to pay the heaviest price, I must obtain victory. Under Fangjing's shocked gaze, not far away, Feng Kim-hong slowly flew up, easily surpassing him and regaining her lead. Dreamwings suddenly retracted. Feng Jin-huang climbed on the edge of the cliff, panting heavily. The dizziness that came from her soul was so strong that she almost fainted. She had reached her limit. Forcefully activating an immortal Gu, it was not easy for Feng Kim-hong to reach this step. I actually lost. Fangjing stared with wide eyes. He was in a daze. Right now, Feng Kim-hong was so close to the peak. In fact, her hands were already at the edge of the cliff. She was only a small step away. I want to win. At this moment, Feng Kim-hong used all her strength to raise her head, exerting her final bit of strength. Her eyes, they were bright like amber. Her face was peerlessly beautiful. Her snow-white and slender neck, under the pink light of the blessed land, had a jade-like halo. She was like a young phoenix, spreading its beautiful wings for the first time in the world. Splendid and glorious. At once, even the Gu immortals were dazed. She bit her lips, placing her arms on the edge of the cliff with difficulty. Then, she used all her remaining strength to drag her heavy body up. Finally, she almost rolled up the mountain peak. She succeeded. The sole victor of this battle, the new owner of Hu immortal blessed land. Southern border, Sancha Mountain, Bronze Hall. Feng Yuan's hands were tied by chains. Hee. Feng Yuan, we meet again. Tai Ruan and stood in front of Feng Yuan, laughing heartily. By Ningbing's side, it is useless, Feng Yuan. I have already secretly planted a fixed star Gu in your left arm. With this Gu's location, Limitless search and lock can break through space and capture you. There is no use even if you escape to the ends of the world. You have already lost this round. Accept your fate. What? Fang Yuan looked down, only to see a goo in his left arm. This goo was an immemorial star fragment. It was like a diamond with 8 corners, sparkling and translucent. Right now, it was shining with starlight, shining on Fang Yuan's left arm, turning it into a translucent, eerie blue color. By Ningbing! Fang Yuan shouted furiously. He struggled crazily, causing the chains to collide and clatter. In his previous life, Tai Clan's 4 old-timers had used this killer move to capture Kong Ritian. To think that in this life, this move would be used on Fang Yuan. Earlier, when Bai Ningbing was trapped by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, Fang Yuan did not go to help because he was wary of this limitless search and lock. Once Fang Yuan was located by limitless search and lock, no matter where he escaped to, the chains would stretch out from the void to capture him. But without fixed star goo, limitless search and lock would be like a headless fly, nothing to worry about. This fixed star goo was personally given to me by Tai Clan's 4 old-timers, and I have trained it for a long time. Do you know when I planted it in you? He. It was when you instilled yellow gold primeval essence into me and washed my aperture, right? No one knows, right? Bai Ningbing's eyes were filled with a cold smile. This move was like taking drastic measures, completely shattering Fang Yuan's hopes of counterattacking. Fixed star goo good, Bai Ningbing, you are the best. Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, gritting his teeth. Tai Ruanin slowly persuaded. Fang Yuan, you have been hit by limitless search and lock. Right now, the goo worms in your body have been sealed. You cannot even use a trace of primeval essence. You have no hope left. Of course, you can still use your thoughts to make your goo worms self-detonate. But I advise you not to make such a choice. You are a smart person. You should know which choice is beneficial to you, right? Fang Yuan lowered his head, becoming silent. Earlier, he had activated his goo worms, but limitless search and lock was not an undeserved reputation. It was a killer move that combined space path and restriction path. Even the rank 5 teleportation goo was sealed and could not be used. Everything is over, Fang Yuan. Demon Suppression Tower will be your final resting place. You can spend the rest of your life there. Bai Ningbing sighed, seeing that his great enemy was finally captured. He had a complex feeling, like joy and sorrow. Chapter 404. Fang Yuan slowly raised his head and looked at the sky through the hole in the bronze palace. A huge hole had formed in the sky of the blessed land, connecting to the outside world. From Fang Yuan's angle, he could see the southern border's sun. The sun was setting. It was almost dusk. 4:45 in the afternoon. At this hour, Feng Kim Hong should have just inherited Hu immortal blessed land, right? Fang Yuan thought. In his previous life, he teamed up with demonic path Gu immortals to attack Hu immortal blessed land and occupy Danghun Mountain. In the end, he paid a huge price to kill Feng Kim Hong and narrowly escape death. After Feng Kim Hong's death, the righteous path mourned and wrote a biography of Feng Kim Hong. According to the biography, Feng Kim Hong had 3 fortuitous encounters in his life. His first fortuitous encounter was when he was 3 years old. He obtained the immortal Gu Dreamwings in his sleep. The second opportunity was the Hu Immortal Legacy. He had successfully reached the summit at 5:15 in the afternoon. Feng Kim Hong has the immortal Gu Dreamwings. Hu Immortal Inheritance is definitely hers. If he didn't fall too far behind her, he would need to have a second aperture. What a pity in the end. You failed on the verge of success. He sighed in his heart, but his unfocused gaze gradually focused again. He still had a chance to turn the tables. He had not completely lost yet, because he still had the spring-autumn cicada. Limitless Search Lock could seal rank 5 Gu, but it could not seal rank 6 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan raised his eyes and took one last look at Bai Ningbing and the rest. There was nothing much to say. This time, if he succeeded, there was still hope. If he failed, then there was no point in talking about it. Why is he so calm? Bai Ningbing, Tai Ruanan, and the rest felt that something was amiss. Bang! Fang Yuan blew himself up. In an instant, the spring and autumn cicada shone with green and orange light. and a mysterious aura spread out. All of Fang Yuan's goo worms, all of his primeval essence, all of his flesh and soul, they all self-destructed. Every time he used the spring and autumn cicada, it was a huge gamble. Fang Yuan was in a desperate situation, and he was determined to bet everything he had. Everything from the explosion was poured into the spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada turned into a speck of light, carrying the last bit of Fang Yuan's will, shattering the void and arriving at the most famous forbidden land of this world, the River of Time. The Goo Master world was surrounded by 5 regions: Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, Eastern Sea, and Central Continent. Another River of Time ran through the past, present, and future. It was you. Space and time are the foundation of the world. Hua, hua, hua. The waters of the River of Time surged. The tides rose and fell, the waves surging. Every single drop of the water of time was pale white, but there were billions of droplets of it. Every single time they collided, tangled, and spun, they would erupt with the most dazzling and resplendent flowing lights. In this desolate and colorful river, the spring and autumn cicada was like a wandering child that had returned home. It flapped its wings and carried Fang Yuan's consciousness against the current. For Fang Yuan, this was the 3rd time he had used the spring and autumn cicada. The first time he entered the River of Time, he had no experience at all. The second time, he had no choice but to self-destruct. The time was too short. This time, he was mentally prepared. He finally experienced the feeling of going against the current. This feeling was so mystical and wonderful. Countless lights and shadows. It was like a movie being played in reverse, appearing in his consciousness. It was like a breath of time, or like it had roamed for countless years. The dangerous huge waves crashed over again and again. The spring and autumn cicada soon lost its vitality. The energy from its self-destruction was used up. It struggled for a while, before diving into one of the water droplets and vanishing. Fang Yuan blinked. The scene in front of him had already changed. Wait, everything can be discussed. I can promise you, I will tell you the correct path, but you have to guarantee my safety. I have a poison Valgu on me. A familiar begging voice could be heard. Fang Yuan followed the voice and looked down, seeing Wang Xiao who was below his feet. He stared blankly for a moment, and then his heart thumped wildly. His expression changed, revealing an unconcealable ecstasy. Ha ha ha, I succeeded again. I won the bet. I have been reborn again. Fang Yuan raised his arms and shouted, laughing towards the sky. Wang Xiao, Fang Yuan's sudden performance made him shocked and suspicious. What rebirth? What succeeded again? Could it be that this fellow was mentally unstable? But come to think of it, there are many crazy demonic goo masters. Damn it, I actually met such a lunatic. Wang Xiao, who was being stepped on by Fang Yuan on the ground, thought of this as he begged even louder. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan's laughter did not stop. This feeling of escaping from a hopeless situation and starting all over again was too amazing, too wonderful. He first checked his aperture. In the center of the aperture, the vital goo, spring and autumn cicada, was weakened again. Its originally glossy and shiny appearance was now like a withered autumn leaf. Fang Yuan willed, and spring and autumn cicada gradually concealed itself, falling into a deep slumber, once again absorbing the power of time to recover. This way, the internal threat of spring and autumn cicada is temporarily resolved. Fang Yuan's laughter became louder, his eyes shining with brilliance. He assessed his surroundings again. This was clearly still in the blessed land. Wang Xiao was being stepped on, and there was a corpse beside him. It was Yun Clan's young clan leader, Yun Luo Tian. He was killed by Bai Ning Bing, and his corpse was transported here by the land spirit by expending immortal essence. Thinking of Bai Ning Bing, Fang Yuan's laughter suddenly stopped, unable to continue. It was this guy who plotted for a long time and suddenly betrayed him, causing him to fail on the verge of success even though he successfully refined second aperture goo, falling into a desperate situation. If not for spring and autumn cicada, if not for his good luck this time, Fang Yuan would have been completely screwed. Be it death or being imprisoned in the demon suppression tower, there would be no chance to turn things around. The demonic path was like this. It was like walking on a tightrope on a cliff. One careless move and the whole game would be lost. Falling to the bottom of the mountain valley, there was no way to turn things around. I was too careless, thinking of Feng Kim Hong and refining the immortal goo, but neglected the true demon hiding beside me. This by Ning Bing's acting was too realistic, plotting for many years, purposely acting to numb me before suddenly erupting. Heh, I am only a mortal after all. I am not an invincible god. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's mouth was filled with bitterness. Fang Yuan was improving. He was growing boldly and vigorously, and so was Bai Ningbing. This was the cruelty of reality, and also the beauty of fate. In this world, everyone was a main character, and everyone was also a supporting character. Everyone has their own advantages. Bai Ningbing has the northern dark eye soul physique. Tai Ruan and has the backing of Tai Clan. Feng Kim Hong found an immortal goo in his dream at 3 years old, while I struggled everywhere. After cultivating for hundreds of years, I refined spring and autumn cicada. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan suddenly became excited. He smiled brightly and recited, looking at the myriad mountains red, layers of forests dyed red, a clear river, 100 barges vying for the current. Eagles soar in the sky, fishes swim in the shallow waters, all living creatures vie for freedom in the cold sky. Vast and sorrowful, I ask the boundless earth, who will rise and fall? If heaven had feelings, it would also grow old. The great Tao is merciless and fair. Every existence has a chance to ascend. It depends on how one grasps it, how one fights for it. In this world, no one is born to be a supporting character. No one. They will be eternal main characters. All living beings compete. Survival of the fittest. Precisely because of the competition between the heroes of the world, the clash of strength, the contest of trump cards. That is why history is so profound and exciting, and why the world is so rich and wonderful. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's chest relaxed, the bitterness, hatred, fear, joy, all turned into smoke and dispersed. His heart was clear. The determination of a demon caused his eyes to shine brightly. He started to think calmly. So I have been reborn to this point. According to the development of my previous life, I interrogated Wang Xiao about the correct path to Wu Mountain, but he did not tell me even in death. I had no choice but to kill him and use beast strength placenta, Gu to devour his and Yun Luo Tian's aperture. Fang Yuan was silent. His expression was solemn as he recalled what was going to happen next. After that, I spent a lot of effort and said spring-autumn cicada to convince the land spirit. I also killed killer ghost Dr. Cho Jio, Wu Shentong, and Zhang Sansan. And from Zhang Sansan's body, I unexpectedly obtained a slavery goo. Just as I was about to continue killing, something unexpected happened, and I had to save the situation. I killed Long Qing Tian, but because of the Jade Sky goo poison, I did not gain anything. After that, I refined goo, defended the hall, and Bai Ningbing betrayed me. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning, recalling his previous life at lightning speed. His eyes squinted into a slit, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. The situation is critical. Standing at the height of rebirth, he could see the situation clearly. His negligence in his previous life became his vigilance in this life. Firstly, Bai Ningbing already knew the general situation of the immortal goo refinement. She was secretly conspiring with Tai Ruanan, and Tai Clan was already prepared. Maybe that Tai Bai Chi was already hiding in San Cha Mountain, waiting to appear at the crucial moment. The enemy is in the dark while I am out in the open. This is not good. Secondly, during the last few days of the goo refinement, Xiao Meng would arrive. There was also the unexpected Mo Wu Tian, who had reached rank 5 cultivation and would also participate. In his previous life, Fang Yuan killed several demons, causing the demonic path to be without a leader. Once Mo Wu Tian arrived, with his rank 5 cultivation, he easily gathered the strength of the demonic path goo masters. It could be said that because of him, the speed at which the experts besieged the hall was greatly increased. The enemy was strong while he was weak. The situation was even worse. Finally, there was the most serious point. Fang Yuan raised his left arm. In his previous life, he was kept in the dark, but in this life, he already knew. Bai Ningbing had secretly planted the fixed star goo in him, in his left forearm. Once the 4 old-timers of Tai clan activated Limitless Searchlock, he would have nowhere to hide. Even if he escaped to the ends of the world, he would be captured by the void chains. Now that I think about it, the reason why Tai clan did not act earlier was because I killed Taimu Bai. The situation had changed beyond their expectations. Secondly, they wanted to be the fishermen who reaped the benefits, coveting the fruits of victory. The 3 points showed their cautiousness. Although Limitless Searchlock could seal rank 5 goo worms, it also had methods to restrain it. What if they captured me, but did not find the young goo? Thus, they kept this as their final trump card. Fixed star goo was silently planted. Fang Yuan was like a turtle trapped in a jar. He could not escape no matter what. It was as good as being thrown into prison. Chapter 405. Fixed star goo is like a noose around my neck. Although I have methods to get rid of it, I need a lot of time to prepare. To get rid of fixed star goo, Bai Ningbing would have to retrieve it personally. Or, I can chop off my left forearm. Fang Yuan had a strong impulse. Fixed star goo was hidden in Fang Yuan's left forearm. If Fang Yuan gave up on his left arm, the 4 old-timers of Tai clan would only be able to grab Fang Yuan's severed limb. But this way, Fang Yuan would lose his left arm. In the future, he would have to heal it and regrow it. Creating something out of nothing, it would take a lot of effort. Not to mention the trouble in healing it. Once he cut off his left arm, it would be like alerting the enemy. Tai clan and Bai Ningbing would immediately understand that Fang Yuan had sensed something and would most likely attack. This way, Tai clan and Bai Ningbing would be added to the battle formation. To Fang Yuan, this situation was no doubt worse than his previous life. I cannot alert the enemy. I was lucky to be reborn. Compared to my previous life, my only advantage is that I know the development of the situation. If I beat them at their own game, I can use Tai clan and Bai Ningbing for the time being. Once I cut off my arm, not only would Tai Bai and the rest be pushed to the opposite side, the situation would also change and deviate from my previous life's development. My advantage of rebirth would be lost. But if he did not cut off his arm, how could he get out of this desperate situation and launch a counterattack? Fang Yuan thought carefully. All sorts of people, events, and factors flashed through his mind. Wang Xiao, Chou Jiao, Wu Shintong, Zhang Sansan, Long Qingtian, Xiao Meng, Tai Ruanan, Bai Ningbing, Imo Wu Tian, Yin Jun, Feng Tianyu, Enslavement Goo, Jade Sky Goo Poison, Land Spirit, Bronze Hall, Immortal Essence, Fixed Star Goo, Second Aperture Goo, Undefeated 100 Battles Goo. Countless choices would give rise to countless possibilities. Countless possibilities would influence each other. Fang Yuan's mind moved rapidly. All sorts of inspiration collided like flint in the darkness. What could he do to protect himself and also protect the greatest benefits? He racked his brains. In just a short period of time, his ears were buzzing. Wait. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's body shook. Perhaps, if I take a step back, I'll be able to see the world? Should I be more farsighted? An unimaginable thought formed in his mind. No, the risk is even greater if I do that. He shook his head and muttered to himself as he rejected this idea. But this idea, however, it was like an old tree that had taken root and could not be shaken off. If I succeed in doing this, then my gains will be even greater. Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. But in the next moment, he subconsciously shook his head. If there is a slight mistake in the calculation of this method, it will be useless. I will be consigned to eternal damnation, worse than falling into Tai Ruanan's hands. After all, the spring and autumn cicada has already been used once, and there is no possibility of it being reused in a short period of time. As he thought about it, Fang Yuan's gaze gradually deepened. Suddenly, he chuckled and said, "Since when have I, a great demon overlord of my generation, been so timid and overcautious? As long as there was a glimmer of hope, one should be brave enough to take action. As long as there were monstrous benefits, you should disregard your own safety. Riches are sought in danger. What stable victory, slowly accumulating. I want to reach heaven in one step. That's right, this is the plan. If I fail, I will die without a burial ground. If I succeed, I will be like a dragon rising to heaven, It will be even more beneficial to my future plans. Hee. Ha ha ha. Life is a blur. It is just a huge gamble. Little Beast King, don't be rash. Let's talk about it. If you want the path to Wu Mountain, we can talk about it slowly. Wang Xiao, who was at his feet, begged for mercy. Fang Yuan laughed wildly at times, kept silent at times, frowned at times, and laughed heartily at times, scaring Wang Xiao, the Lord of Wu Mountain, a great rank 5 Gu master, a formidable demon. In his heart, he had already thought of Fang Yuan as a lunatic, a mentally unstable person. The demonic path was extreme. Without the support of a clan, cultivation was extremely difficult, and they often struggled on the line between life and death, giving them great mental pressure. Thus, it was not uncommon to have a mental disorder among demonic Gu masters, especially when Fang Yuan talked to himself at times, and even recited poems at times. It deepened Wang Xiao's worry. Against normal people, Wang Xiao had many methods, but against a lunatic, even Gu immortals had no confidence. Oh, you intend to tell me the path to Wu Mountain? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, looking down at Wang Xiao. Of course, but you have to let me live. Wang Xiao saw that Fang Yuan finally had a reaction, and immediately shouted anxiously, "Humph." Fang Yuan's gaze turned sharp, he stomped on the ground, and with a crack, Wang Xiao's head was smashed into pieces. Wang Xiao was a formidable person, sinister and ruthless, cold and emotionless. If he wanted to tell him the path to Wu Mountain, he would have to use Zhang Sansan's rank 5 slavery Gu. But in Fang Yuan's new plan, Wang Xiao had already been abandoned. There was no need to talk to him, he could just kill him. The pitiful Wang Xiao, the great lord of Wu Mountain, died in Fang Yuan's hands again. After killing Wang Xiao, Fang Yuan took his Gu worm and used Beast Strength Placenta Gu to devour his and Yun Luo Tian's apertures. This way, Beast Strength Placenta Gu's aptitude is already at 83%. In terms of immortal essence, the expenditure increased by a bit, reaching more than 2 portions. Ba Gue, are you trying to persuade me to stop? Fang Yuan asked. Land Spirit, how do you know what I am thinking? Of course I know. Fang Yuan snorted and released Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura. Ba Gue, sense it. What is this? Land Spirit was shocked again. This is the aura of a rank 6 immortal Gu. It seems to be Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada is the 7th mystical Gu in the world. You are just immortal. How can you have such an immortal Gu? In his previous life, Fang Yuan argued with the land spirit for a long time, and finally found that the land spirit could not be persuaded. He could only take a gamble and reveal his trump card, finally convincing the land spirit. Now, Fang Yuan immediately revealed Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura, going straight to the point. Ba Gue, I will not hide it from you. I am a future Gu immortal. I have been reborn through Spring-Autumn Cicada. What? Land Spirit was speechless. This news was too shocking. It could not accept it for the time being. Fang Yuan had an arrogant expression. I have returned to the past. I know everything. Ba Gue, I am your future master. I succeeded in refining second aperture Gu in my previous life. Fang Yuan spoke frankly with assurance. In his previous life, he could already convince the land spirit. And now, he had the foresight and the practical experience of refining the second aperture Gu as proof. The land spirit was quickly convinced again. Young man, are you really my future master? From your words, it seems like you have really refined second aperture Gu. Whether you are lying to me or not, I am very happy, because this means that the success rate of second aperture Gu has increased by 30%. Land Spirit said joyfully. Enough nonsense, Ba Gue. I have been reborn. I know the situation now is full of danger. First, I want to kill someone. After a while, Long Qing Tian died in Fang Yuan's hands. In his previous life, it was this Long Qing Tian who found a weak area. Using Jade Sky Gu, he poisoned heaven and earth, forming a hole and causing great damage to the Blessed Land, at the same time causing great disturbance to Fang Yuan. Now, once Fang Yuan was reborn, he immediately made his move. Before Long Qing Tian entered that weak area, he used the power of heaven and earth to suppress him, killing him effortlessly. Young man, I believe you more and more now. You killed a danger while it was still in its infancy. Sigh. The three kings modified the blessed land. My control over this domain is not high, but you could actually detect this danger in advance, and also have the spring-autumn cicada. You really came from the future. Land Spirit sighed. Feng Yuan sighed. Land Spirit was already old and weak, like an old man with one foot in the grave. It could not compare to the young Land Spirit. For example, the fixed star goo in his left forearm. It did not sense it at all. Feng Yuan did not waste time talking to the Land Spirit. He quickly took Long Qing Tian's goo worm and devoured his aperture. In his previous life, because of the Jade Sky Goo, Feng Yuan killed Long Qing Tian, but could not take his spoils of war. Now that he killed him in advance, Long Qing Tian could not use the Jade Sky Goo, thus Feng Yuan had no qualms. After plundering Long Qing Tian, Feng Yuan had a lot of gains. Other than the aperture, his biggest loot was the Jade Sky Goo. This goo was like a dark green bamboo trunk, palm-sized and hollow in the middle. It felt smooth like jade. Rank 5 Jade Sky Goo. It originated from the immemorial era and was extremely rare now. Its poison was extremely strong. There was no way to counter it. If one was careless, they would die from the poison, turning into green light and dissipating. This goo had great use. Feng Yuan stored it carefully. Bague, quickly transport me here. At the next moment, Feng Yuan appeared in front of the demonic goo master, the beast tamer master Zhang Sansan. Before Zhang Sansan could react, he was attacked by Feng Yuan and died a violent death. Feng Yuan killed people and snatched goo. It was a walk in the park. He also devoured the aperture, raising the beast placenta goo's aptitude. Zhang Sansan was only a rank 4 goo master, but he had a rank 5 slavery goo. Feng Yuan's greatest motive for killing him was this goo. With another flash, Feng Yuan appeared in front of killer ghost Dr. Cho Jio. Little beast king. How did you? Cho Jio saw Feng Yuan and was shocked, his expression extremely shaken. Feng Yuan's expression was calm as he flew out the rank 5 slavery goo. The slavery goo exploded into a ball of yellow light, landing on Cho Jio's body. Cho Jio was shocked. Damn. Rank 5 slavery goo. You can kill me but not humiliate me. You are dreaming if you want to enslave me. He did not know that in his previous life, he was still begging Feng Yuan to use the slavery goo. With the land spirit suppression, Cho Jio could not activate the goo and could only let the slavery goo be planted. But it was not so easy to control a rank 5 goo master. It was a contest of souls. Cho Jio resisted with all his might, but Feng Yuan's soul shook. They were in a deadlock, like a contest of strength. Cho Jio laughed coldly, his forehead full of sweat. Little beast king, you are too naive. To an enslavement path goo master, the deeper the soul foundation, the better. Controlling wild beasts is not easy, not to mention controlling a human. Man is the spirit of all living beings. You want to cross ranks to control me? You are dreaming, hee. Ah. Cho Jio suddenly let out a miserable scream. His complacent laughter was interrupted by Feng Yuan's slap. With this disturbance, he was distracted from the contest of souls, and the yellow light gradually fused into his body. As long as he fused completely, Cho Jio would become Feng Yuan's most loyal slave. Chapter 406. Cho Jio was overwhelmed with shock, quickly concentrating and using all his strength to activate his soul. He held his breath and meditated, holding on to this yellow shadow. This yellow shadow was supported by Feng Yuan's soul power. But he was young. His soul foundation could not compare to the 100-year-old monster Cho Jio. Enslaving Cho Jio was not an easy task. But how could Feng Yuan not expect this? He had his own methods. Slap, slap, slap. Bam, bam, bam. Stop. You dare to hit me. If you kick my face again, I will fight you. Fuck. You are still kicking. I will fight you to the death. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. No, don't. Feng Yuan beat Cho Jio until he rolled around. Cho Jio could not use goo worms, but Feng Yuan could use strength path goo worms. Comparing strength, Cho Jio was not Feng Yuan's match. Soon, Cho Jio was beaten black and blue. He was distracted many times, causing the shadow to fuse into his body. Hold on, hold on. Once it fuses completely, I will become his slave, never to rise again. Cho Jio curled his body into a ball, letting Fang Yuan punch and kick him, an intense sense of danger causing his hair to stand. Just a trace of the yellow shadow shrouded his forehead, unable to fuse. Fang Yuan sneered, suddenly saying, Zhang Ainyo, don't you want revenge? Chunju abandoned you, and is living well with Shang Yin Fei. You, how did you know? Cho Jia's guard fell, and the shadow completely entered his body. Cho Jia's expression instantly changed, kneeling towards Fang Yuan. Subordinate greets master. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Success. This rank 5 slavery gu. Of course he had to enslave a rank 5 gu master to fully utilize its value. Until now, Mo Wu Tian and Xiao Meng had yet to arrive. Tai Mu Bai, Wu Gue, Ku Mo, and Wu Lan Shan were all killed by Fang Yuan. The remaining choices were Wu Mountain Lord Wang Xiao and Killer Ghost Dr. Cho Jiu. But how could Mount Wu be compared to the Gate of Life and Death? The Gate of Life and Death was a forbidden land comparable to the River of Time. Enslaving Choju was equivalent to grasping the clues to the Gate of Life and Death. Furthermore, Chojio was one of the 4 great doctors of Southern Border. His influence even covered the righteous path, definitely much higher than Mo Wu Tian. The only imperfection was, enslaving Chojio would place a certain burden on Fang Yuan's soul. It would greatly affect his immortal gu refinement. Chojio, back then, did you and Dr. Su Shou use the poison vow gu, swearing to love each other forever, never leaving? Fang Yuan looked at Killer Ghost Doctor and asked a question. There is indeed such a thing. But master, how did you know? Cho Jia, whose face was bruised and swollen, knelt on the ground and confessed. Since you have already used the poison vow gu, do you know Dr. Su Shou? How can I escape the restriction of the poison vow? Fang Yuan squinted. Poison vow gu is the replacement of mountain pledge gu. Chunjio does not have the ability to remove it. For that pretty boy Shang Yin Fei, she took a huge risk and let the poison vow act up and kill herself. Without a host, the power of the poison vow would naturally disappear. Then, she would use healing methods to revive herself and get rid of the poison vow. Cho Ju said this with a furious expression. He loved his senior sister dearly, but in the end, she fell out with him because of a pretty boy. She even risked her life to get rid of the poison vow. Fang Yuan heard this and was even more furious than him. He could not help but raise his leg and kick Chojio. You scammer. He clearly remembered that in his previous life. Choju said this. We made a poison vow in front of the blessed land sea to protect each other and never leave each other. But who could have thought that senior sister had a change of heart, going against the poison vow we made, injuring me and defecting with that scoundrel? What poison vow? It was clearly the poison vow gu. This Chojia's words avoided the important points and focused on the trivial ones. He did not elaborate on some parts and whitewashed himself. If he had said the poison vow gu, Fang Yuan thought to himself, I might have been alerted that there was someone in Shangclan City who could get rid of the poison vow gu's restriction and thus be on guard against by Ningbing. But I should have thought of it. Choju talked about Shang Yin Fei's appearance, saying the latter was only slightly better looking than him. How could he say such shameless words so naturally? No wonder he would omit the gu word from the poison vow gu. Fang Yuan looked at Chojio in disdain. Talking about love, he actually used the poison vow gu to restrict the other party. It could be seen that Chojio's heart was filled with darkness and inferiority. It was not strange for such a person to speak hypocritically. Fang Yuan had always been suspicious about how Bai Ningbing got rid of the poison vow. Even in his previous life, Bai Ningbing did not give him an answer. Now that Fang Yuan knew, it was this Dr. Su Shou who helped Bai Ningbing get rid of the poison vow. All right, let bygones be bygones. Chojio, go to King Exine Inheritance and bring me the undefeated 100 battles gu. Fang Yuan calmed his emotions and instructed. I will do my best. Choju respectfully replied. Choju was a healing gu master, not a refinement path master like Feng Tianyu. It was impossible for him to help Fang Yuan refine the second aperture gu, but it was easy for him to take the undefeated 100 battles gu. This was because the blessed land was declining, and not long after, gu worms could be moved at will. Choju only needed to charge, and attacked to obtain the second aperture goo. At this point, Fang Yuan's massacre came to an end. He returned to the hall and continued refining goo. Compared to his previous life, he had saved a lot of time since rebirth. Without the pressure from the spring-autumn cicada, he was much more relaxed. Originally, he only slept for an hour every day, refining goo crazily and squeezing out his potential. Now, he could sleep for at least 6 hours every day, methodically. As the days passed, the blessed land became weaker and weaker. But his immortal essence consumption was not as severe as in his previous life. With his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan did not take many detours this time, and many steps were completed in one go, causing the land spirit to look at him in a different light. The abnormality of the Three Kings' inheritance attracted everyone's attention. As time passed, Che clan and Zhou clan came out in full force. Xiao Meng and Imo Wu Tian also appeared on Sancha Mountain. Finally, the 24th of October arrived. Master, I did not fail you. Choju knelt on the ground, holding a goo worm with both hands. He passed it to Fang Yuan. This goo looked ordinary, like a gray round stone. It was none other than the undefeated 100 battles goo. In his previous life, Fang Yuan's slave, Feng Tianyu, made it to the end and obtained King Xian inheritance, with hundreds of hairy men as his followers. In this life, Choju was not a refinement master and broke through by force. He barely obtained the undefeated 100 battles goo, and not a single hairy man followed him. However, hairy men were good at refining goo, and not good at fighting. The defense line of hundreds of hairy men was the same with or without them. Fang Yuan did not mind. After keeping the undefeated 100 battles goo, Fang Yuan gave some instructions before sending Choju away. The whole process was done behind his back. Bai Ningbing did not know. When Fang Yuan returned to the Bronze Hall, Bai Ningbing had already arrived. Behind Bai Ningbing, there were close to 100,000 dog beasts. They were endless. Some were entrenched on the ground, some were playing with each other, and some were running around. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Bai Ningbing, give all your goo worms to the land spirit. What? Bai Ningbing was shocked. Aren't these dogs under my command? The land spirit can also use goo worms and command them. They are naturally more confident than you. Fang Yuan explained. The land spirit Ba Gue appeared, saying in a worried tone, Young man, I need to use immortal essence to help you refine goo, and also have to command the dogs to defend. I am afraid I cannot do it. Fang Yuan chuckled, showing an extremely confident expression. No worries, are you worried about me? Among the enemies, I also have chess pieces. There is enough Yuan stone here for you to control the dogs. Is that so? Ba Gue hesitated, but thinking of Fang Yuan's secret identity, he agreed in the end. As for you, Bai Ningbing, follow me. When I refine goo, I need someone trustworthy to guard me. Fang Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder, saying with a warm smile. Bai Ningbing snorted. Her gaze was very obscure, and there was no fluctuation in her voice. Up to you, as long as you don't die. Whether the goo refinement succeeds or fails, it has nothing to do with me. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing entered the hall together. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged, while Bai Ningbing stood at the side, acting as his guardian. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, not moving for a long time. What are you waiting for? There is not much time left. Bai Ningbing endured for a while, before breaking the silence. Ningbing, don't be impatient. Some things cannot be rushed. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, not showing a trace of nervousness on his face. He was calm and collected. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, not speaking anymore. Her eyes squinted into a slit, thinking in her heart, what is this Fang Yuan planning? He took away my command. Is he suspicious of me? No. He arranged for me to stay in the hall. It shows he trusts me. I need to endure for a while longer. She thought of Tai Ruanan and gradually felt at ease. She is blocked outside the dog group formation. Without my secret support, she can only forcefully open a path. Damn it, he did not let me lead the dog group. Fortunately, we have a trump card. Tai Baichi has already secretly reached Sancha Mountain. After a while, Fang Yuan was calm, only resting and not doing anything. This time, even the land spirit could not help but transmit his voice. urging Fang Yuan to refine Gu. But Fang Yuan kept delaying, not showing any signs of doing anything. The land spirit was anxious, its tone containing anger. Fang Yuan used his rebirth identity to persuade it. And at this time, at the peak of Sancha Mountain, blue and red light pillars, thin and weak, still stood on the peak. As for the yellow light pillar representing King Quan inheritance, it had already disappeared. In his previous life, only the red light pillar was left. That was because Feng Tianyu obtained King Xian inheritance. But in this life, Chou Jia was not a refinement master. He did not have the ability to get to the final stage of King Xian inheritance. Thus, only 2 light pillars were left. I wonder who took King Quan inheritance. There are still 2 inheritances left. We small fries have no chance. But it is strange, none of the rank 5 Gu masters who participated in the inheritance came out. What is going on? That's right, King Quan inheritance was inherited. But why haven't the others come out? They are being held back in the Blessed Land. This Blessed Land is close to destruction. Not long later, the door will open, and we will be able to enter and exit at will. A loud and clear voice resounded. It's Lord Xiaomeng. Someone immediately cheered, revealing the identity of the person who came. Chapter 407. Extreme Light Gu, Providence Gu, Empty Fist Gu, Killer Move, Immemorial Light Fist. Xiaomeng stood at the peak of Sancha Mountain, activating his killer move as the whole sky turned dark. A fist formed from light, the size of a mountain, descended from the sky and pierced through the membrane embryo of the blessed land. In an instant, the whole blessed land shook. A huge hole formed, connecting the inside and outside, allowing Gu masters to enter and leave unobstructed. Charge. Everything in the blessed land is ours. Quickly snatch it. It will be too late if we don't. Unfortunately, the big head and essence were all taken by those experts, leaving some scraps for us. That is not bad. If I can luckily obtain King Xian inheritance and King Bao inheritance, how good would that be? Countless people cheered, entering the blessed land, causing the pressure on the blessed land to rise, creating a huge chaos. That's it. Hee. A bunch of idiots. Xiaomeng sneered in his heart, slowly stepping into the blessed land. The bronze hall also regained its calm after this commotion. The land spirit transmitted to Fang Yuan. So you were waiting for this commotion to pass, so close. If there was such a huge disturbance during the Gu refinement, the consequences would be unthinkable. You are indeed a Gu immortal who has been reborn. Fang Yuan chuckled, replying in his heart, I am not only a Gu immortal, I am also your future master. Ba Gue, you need to know, only I am the best candidate to refine the immortal Gu. The more you cooperate with me, the higher the possibility of us refining the immortal Gu. Next, I remember there are 2 more commotion. We need to avoid them as much as possible. All right, let's start the Gu refinement now. Fang Yuan threw out the fake Gu in his second aperture. The land spirit cooperated closely. The bronze cauldron ignited without any fire. The remaining immortal essence started to burn rapidly. The immortal essence turned into a green smoke. It slowly rose up, wrapping around the fake Gu. The fake Gu floated above the bronze cauldron, being wrapped by the green smoke. It slowly turned into a ball of bright yellow light. Fang Yuan focused his mind, harmonizing the green qi and yellow light in an orderly manner. In his previous life, he refined Gu with Feng Tianyu. Now that he was the only one in charge, the process was much slower. Mo Wu Tian came to the edge of the fog alone. His pair of purple pupils, deep and mysterious, yet wild and coquettish. Under the purple pupil, the fog became indistinct, and a sea of dog beasts appeared in Mo Wu Tian's vision. The defenses are tight. I won't be able to break through them by myself. Looks like I still have to borrow strength. He turned around and found Hu Mei moments later. Young Master Wu Tian, you have already reached rank 5. Hu Mei was shocked by Mo Wu Tian's progress. When Mo Wu Tian revealed the news of the immortal treasury, Hu Mei was also hooked and expressed her full support. But when they set off, he found out that the news about the immortal treasury had already spread throughout the blessed land. After the 2 of them asked around, They found out that the person who spread the news was the killer ghost Dr. Choju. Right now, he had already gathered a large number of demonic goo masters. He was about to head to the Bronze Hall. Mo Wu Tian frowned. Most of the demonic goo masters had already gathered together. He could not gather many people now. In terms of influence, he was no match for Choju. Mo Wu Tian was still a newbie. But Choju was a veteran who had been in southern border for many years and was also one of the 4 great doctors. Many people requested his help, and he was quite influential even in the righteous path. Without a choice, Mo Wu Tian could only join Choju's group. With little brother Mo Wu Tian helping us, these mere dogs are nothing to worry about. Choju expressed a warm welcome towards Mo Wu Tian's arrival. Mo Wu Tian's frown deepened. He was used by Choju right from the start. Never mind, I'll endure it for now, and put in some effort to rush into the hall. The group of demons moved majestically, but they did not go straight to the hall, but instead went through many twists and turns. Sir Choju, time waits for no man. Why don't we attack the root of the problem and kill our way in? Mo Wu Tian frowned, urging. Choju chuckled. There is strength in numbers. There are still many people who have not joined us. If we absorb their strength, we will become even stronger. When the time comes, everyone will share less pressure and danger. Mo Wu Tian urged again, but Choju chuckled and was very polite, but he did not relent. Mo Wu Tian was anxious and tried many times, but Choju persisted. This old man is rotten. He doesn't know how precious time is. Mo Wu Tian controlled his anger and started to contact Humei Air, Li Xian and the rest, egging them on, causing them to become more and more impatient. Choju had no choice. He could not go against everyone's will, and could only lead the demons to the periphery of the fog. Mo Wu Tian observed for a while, and suggested that they could split into 3 groups, and so on and so forth. Choju, however, said it was not appropriate. The fog was too thick, and they could not see the situation clearly. As a doctor, he had the heart of a parent, and could not bear for them to risk their lives like this. Mo Wu Tian stomped his feet in anger, and went to contact the others again, preaching about the beauty of the immortal treasure. The demon's emotions were surging, and Choju went with the flow, asking Mo Wu Tian to be in charge of this matter and choose the people to lead the charge. But there was one condition: the goo master had to be willing and could not be forced. The demons responded enthusiastically, and after Mo Wu Tian made arrangements, they moved out in 3 groups. Oh no, there are people attacking outside. While refining the goo, the land spirit suddenly said, "No worries, I expected this situation. Go and take charge of the battle outside. I will hold the fort for now and wait for you to return." Feng Yuan said calmly. The land spirit split most of its attention, commanding the dog group and repelling the demons like in his previous life, according to Feng Yuan's instructions. Mo Wu Tian was not resigned and organized a second attack, but it was still a huge loss, and they returned in low spirits. Choju walked out at this time. Everyone knows my rules. For every person I save, I must kill. At this moment, I will save everyone first, and I hope everyone will fulfill their promise in the future. Saying so, he healed everyone. The demons shed tears of gratitude, and Choju's reputation rose sharply. More and more people distanced themselves from Mo Wu Tian and gathered around Choju. Choju patted Mo Wu Tian's shoulder and said kindly, "Brother Wu Tian, let's wait and see. I advised you not to advance too rashly. Now that so many of us have died, I feel sad." His voice was very loud, causing Mo Wu Tian's eyes to twitch in anger. This old man is sinister. If I break through the encirclement, it will be because of him. If I fail, he'll push all the blame onto me. Humph. I underestimated the dog formation. I thought it was a dead formation, but to think there was a goo master manipulating it from behind the scenes. Such reaction speed and methods, he definitely has deep attainments in the enslavement path. Damn it, damn it. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth, but could do nothing. In his previous life, he could force the demons to sell their lives for him. But now that he had a rank 5 goo master like Choju, he naturally could not be as unrestrained as he was in his previous life. Let's wait for a while. The righteous path will gather soon. We can discuss it again. After all, we only have one life. If we rush up and give the righteous path an advantage, that would not be good. Choju arranged. Lord Ghost Doctor is right. Lord Ghost Doctor is steady, caring for the lives of us small fries. A doctor has the heart of a parent. Lord Ghost Doctor is after all an old senior of our demonic path. Mo Wu Tian gritted his teeth, wishing he could kill Choju, that old fart. After delaying for a while, the righteous path Gu masters also gathered, led by Xiao Meng. They charged forward several times, but returned in defeat. Xiao Meng was thinking about the unopened King Bao inheritance and was anxious, using his killer move again. Extreme Light Gu, Selfful Gu, Bright Spear Gu, Killer Move, Glory of My Spear. A magnificent light spear that was 6 feet long and 6 feet wide landed on the hill. An intense explosion occurred, the wind blew, and after the piercing white light dissipated, the fog that shrouded the hill also dissipated. In the bronze hall, the magnificent dog group was displayed in front of everyone's eyes. The righteous and demonic experts saw this, feeling both agitated and cold. The immortal treasure was right in front of them, but the dog group was so huge, how could they rush up? Only the righteous and demonic path could work together. The knowledgeable people all thought of this point. Xiao Meng looked towards the demonic path, and Mo Wu Tian also looked towards the righteous path. The trend of working together was obvious. It was just a matter of which side would compromise first. Time passed second by second. Choju was unperturbed, sizing up the dog group. Xiao Meng's expression was solemn, and he closed his eyes to rest. He was the second clan leader of Xiao tribe, a famous figure of the righteous path. How could he lower his head to the demonic path first? If these words were to spread, it would be detrimental to his reputation. The second tremor is over, Bague. My hidden pawn has taken effect. They will not attack for a while. Let's continue refining Gu. Feng Yuan summoned the land spirit. While the righteous and demonic paths were in a deadlock, Feng Yuan started refining Gu again. At this moment, the green gas and yellow light finally fused successfully. The green gas turned into green grass, growing in the air. The yellow light turned into flowers, falling down and decorating it. Feng Yuan took out a dagger and cut his artery, spurting out his own blood essence. A large amount of blood essence poured over. The green gas and yellow light made a sizzling sound and turned into a red cloud, like a raging blood sea. The blood water surged, but it only formed into a ball, floating in the air, and did not spread. After another round of fusion and evolution, the ball of smoke finally formed into a field, with scarlet red rice growing on it. Feng Yuan saw this and let out a breath of turbid air. He had lost a lot of blood, his face was pale, and he quickly used a Gu worm to heal his wounds. Wild grass flourishes, blood chi like the sea. 300 years is spring, 500 years is autumn. He took out a lifespan Gu. This 300-year lifespan Gu was like a ginseng root, coiling like a snake, rough and ancient. Feng Yuan threw it into the blood-filled smoke, and the smoke burst out, boiling like boiling water. In his previous life, this change almost caused Feng Yuan to fail. But in this life, Feng Yuan had sufficient mental preparation and controlled the situation well. The smoke gradually stabilized under Feng Yuan's manipulation. But at this time, the land spirit suddenly warned. Not good, the outer sect Gu masters are attacking together. We won't make it in time to refine Gu. Chapter 408. Kill, charge. Kill these damn dogs. Shouts, screams, curses, and barks of dogs mixed together, shaking the sky and earth. In less than 5 minutes, blood flowed like a river on the hill, and corpses were everywhere. Sir Choju, we are too slow. If we charge like this, when will we enter the bronze hall? Mo Wu Tian urged. Choju laughed. The dog group is huge. How can it be so easy to charge? It is good that we are slow. Let the righteous path charge deeper and bear the brunt of the pressure, then we can reap the benefits. Choju was already Feng Yuan's slave. He could not wait to drag things out as long as possible. Just now, the righteous and demonic path were in a deadlock, and it was this Mo Wu Tian who messed things up and talked to Xiao Meng about cooperation. Choju could not stop him, and could only go with the flow. After charging, he tried to slow down the entire group. Originally, they were advancing from both sides, but because of the killer ghost doctor, the righteous path was pushed deeper into the dog formation and suffered more attacks. And although the demonic path had few losses, their charging speed was getting slower, and they were in danger of being surrounded. Chojio, what are you scheming now? You are too muddle-headed. We need to charge in one go. How can we move so slowly? You are blind. Can't you see? Our group is already in a swamp. If we do not move, we will be surrounded, and will be in more danger than the righteous path. Imo Wu Tian stomped his feet in anger, scolding loudly. Choju stared with wide eyes, shouting without backing down. Imo Wu Tian, you junior, what are you shouting for? What do you know? How many people did you lose by doing things like that? When we fight for the immortal treasure with the righteous path, they will be our enemies. We have to weaken them. Saying so, Chojia's tone changed, and he consoled softly. Young man, blindly charging and attacking is not good. Because of the previous example, most of the demonic path Gu masters supported Chojio and opposed Imo Wu Tian. Imo Wu Tian was extremely furious and raised his head to shout, Old man Chojio, you are not worthy. Wait for your deaths here. I am going to fight for the immortal treasure. Saying so, he took the lead, charging towards the bronze hall. Hu Mei-er, Li Xian, and the others felt that Imo Wu Tian was right. They also wanted to charge forward, but they were not strong enough. He could only rely on the power of the crowd. Young people are always so impulsive. Choju sighed and smiled. Look, after being provoked by me, he took the initiative to charge forward. If we attack steadily and surely, we can take advantage of the path he took to rush out. How wonderful! Everyone couldn't help but laugh, praising Chojia's wisdom. Countless dog beasts formed a flood, while tens of thousands of Gu masters went against the flow. Blood flowed freely on the battlefield. Severed limbs flew everywhere. All kinds of Gu worms appeared. Ice and fire flew. Lightning flashed, and the earth rumbled. Green vines grew. Ichong was covered in blue scales and had black fins on his back. The huge waves surrounding the whirlpool were like vicious sharks in the sea, taking the lead. Ihua was like a god of fire, killing his way through. Everywhere he went, flames raged and dogs howled. Yin Jun used Phantom Path Gu worms to turn from solid to phantom, dodging the attacks without suffering any damage. While no one was paying attention, Li Xian used a rank 5 Gu worm to conceal himself. Kong Ri Tian, on the other hand, had already turned into a rain of flowers, drifting away. All the experts used their divine abilities, gradually getting closer to the bronze hall. Among them, 2 people charged to the front lines, attracting everyone's attention. They were none other than Xiao Meng and Imo Wu Tian. However, good times did not last long. Ba Huang and Ying Ming, the 2 great dog emperors, came out and blocked the two's path like in the previous life. It is time. At the front lines, Tai Ruanan was bathed in blood. She stopped her charge and breathed heavily. Tai Clan's 4 old-timers were guarding her. Besides them, there was also Tai Baichi. We are only a few thousand steps away from the bronze hall. There are many dog beasts. Lord Tai Baichi will have to depend on you. Tai Ruanan said. He. I have been watching the show for so long. My heart is itching. Tai Baichi took off his hood and opened his third eye. Whoosh! He activated his Gu worm and pushed with his palms, creating a black hole in the air in front of him. The black hole continued to rotate, as countless white apes jumped out. The white ape army surged out, forming a powerful vanguard that charged towards the bronze hall. Young master, you guys go ahead. I will block them here. Tai Baichi's tone was firm and powerful. Then we will have to rely on you. Immortal Gu are important for the clan. We need to capture Feng Yuan alive. Tai Ruanan gritted her teeth and waved her hand, leading the 4 old-timers to charge forward. With the white ape army's cover and sacrifice, Tai Ruanan successfully charged into the hall. Feng Yuan was still refining Gu. He could not split himself. The land spirit wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Feng Yuan. Ba Gue, don't force yourself. You are commanding the dog group while using your immortal essence to assist me in refining Gu. How can you be distracted? By Ningbing, it is up to you now. Block her for me. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, narrowing his eyes as he blocked Tai Ruanan. The two fought intensely. In the air in front of Fang Yuan, the clouds were boiling. In his previous life, at this time, Fang Yuan had already used Third Watch Gu. But in this life, without Feng Tianyu's help, Fang Yuan's progress was very slow. He had only just thrown in that 500-year lifespan Gu. Without the help of a refinement master like Feng Tianyu, it was very difficult for Fang Yuan to control the cloud smoke. The clouds boiled several times, causing Fang Yuan to almost fail several times. But he managed to salvage the situation by a hair's breadth. Behind him, Bai Ningbing and Tai Ruanan fought intensely for a while before Tai Clan's 4 old-timers charged in and joined in the fight. Bai Ningbing was no match. She was surrounded by danger as she shouted, "Fang Zheng, I can't hold on much longer. How much longer do you have?" The clouds finally fused with the lifespan Gu, turning into a field of blood. The rice on the field was golden and full of fruits. It was the scene of 500 years as autumn. Fang Yuan's voice was also filled with nervousness. "Hold on, I need a lot of time. If I die, you won't be able to live either." Bai Ningbing cursed continuously. After a few rounds, she breathed roughly. "I can't hold on anymore. Fang Yuan, I can't hold on any longer. I can only self-detonate." "Your aptitude, has it returned to 100%? Fang Yuan was astonished. "Nonsense," Bai Ningbing scolded. At this time, the clouds had matured and slowly dissipated. From the size of a water vat, it gradually shrunk to the size of a basin. "Try to hold on. Unless there is no other way." Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, his back facing the battlefield as he shouted, "It's too late." Bai Ningbing's deep sigh could be heard. Crack, crack. Frost rapidly condensed. Cold air permeated the hall as the temperature plummeted. "What Gu is this?" Tai Ruanan's shocked voice was also transmitted to Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan barely managed to turn his head to look, only to see that the hall had already turned into a world of ice and snow. Bai Ningbing floated in the air. Her whole body had already turned into ice crystals. This was the scene when she self-detonated on Qingmao Mountain. Cold wind roared, ice gradually rose, carrying a vast and majestic aura as it crashed towards Tai Ruanan and Tai Clan's 4 old-timers. "Don't tell me this is the legendary Northern Dark Ice Soul physique?" Tai Clan's 4 old-timers exclaimed, unable to retreat in time. Tai Ruanan and they were sealed in the ice. The ice continued to spread towards Fang Yuan. "Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing!" Fang Yuan shouted anxiously, but Bai Ningbing did not respond. Her body had almost fused with the ice, and her entire face had become indistinct. Her crystal-like blue pupils were no longer dazzling, as if they had completely dimmed. "Damn it!" Fang Yuan cursed loudly, standing up abruptly. He took out the Yanggu and flew it towards Bai Ningbing. But halfway through, the Yanggu suddenly turned back, landing in Fang Yuan's right hand. At this time, the clouds finally condensed into a Gu worm. It landed in Fang Yuan's left hand. This Gu was shaped like a peanut shell, golden and dazzling. The markings on its surface were like scarlet blood vessels. The fake second aperture Gu from before. It could only exist for 7 days and 7 nights, and was not stable. And this new Gu, it could already exist for 40 years. Hee hee. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, activating Golden Soup Gu to defend against the ice. Next, he said to Bai Ningbing, "Bai Ningbing, are you done acting?" The spreading ice suddenly stopped. Fang Yuan laughed again, saying, "Is your cooperation with Tai Clan going well?" This time, Bai Ningbing could not continue acting. She recovered her body, and with a shocked and confused expression, she stared at Fang Yuan. "How did you? In Shangclan City, you purposely lost to Yin Tu, and obtained Dr. Su Shou's help to break free from the poison oath, and secretly contacted Tai Ruanan. On Sancha Mountain, you plotted with Tai Clan's 4 old-timers. Do you think I don't know all this?" Fang Yuan played with the 2 Gu worms in his hand, raising his eyebrows. Bai Ningbing fell back to the ground in a daze, unable to speak from the shock. How did Fang Yuan find out all this? I've done everything in secret. Does that mean that he's going to watch my performance with the cold eyes of a bystander? Wait, I clearly succeeded in planting the fixed star goo. Fong Yuan, you demon. So what if you found out? You won't be able to escape today. Tai Ruan-nan saw that the matter was exposed and immediately broke out of the ice, with Tai clan's 4 old-timers following closely behind. Fong Yuan chuckled, raising his left forearm. You mean the fixed star goo? What if I cut off my arm? Tai clan's 4 old-timers frowned. Once Fong Yuan cut off his left forearm, even if the 4 of them used their killer moves, they would only be able to capture Fong Yuan's left forearm. According to their understanding of Fong Yuan, sacrificing his left forearm was nothing to a ruthless person like him. Ha ha ha. Tai Ruan-nan suddenly laughed loudly. She pointed at Fong Yuan, shouting, Fong Yuan, stop bluffing. Even if you saw through our plot. So what? The dog group outside the hall will not be able to stop the heroes. Not long later, Xiao Mang, Chojio, and Mo Wu Tian, Yi Hua, Yi Chong and the other heroes will charge in. Can you protect the immortal goo? You are insane, killing so many goo masters, seizing their apertures, and using them to refine goo. These crimes cannot be tolerated by the heavens. Bai Ning Bing is the best witness. As long as this is announced, you will be hated by everyone. More importantly, your immortal goo has not been refined yet. Chapter 409. Tai Ruan took a step forward, her gaze sharp as a blade. Fong Yuan, you are a smart person. You know your situation. Of course I know my situation. Fong Yuan had a calm expression. And I know your situation even better. His lips curled into a cold smile. The immortal goo did not succeed. But because of this, I managed to preserve a large amount of immortal essence. It is enough for me to kill you all. But at this moment, Ba Gue appeared, tears streaming down its face as it said in a choked voice, It is useless, it is useless. If I kill them, I will expend too much immortal essence. It will not last for the goo refinement. Also, there is not enough time. The blessed land has too many flaws. It will collapse soon and vanish. To it, its biggest goal was to refine second aperture goo. It did not care about its own destruction. Right now, Fong Yuan had only reached this stage. He was lacking the most crucial step, the most difficult step, but the environment did not allow it. Young man, you have made a grave mistake. Our immortal goo refinement has failed. The land spirit cried out loudly. Refining immortal goo? I didn't expect it to be so lively here. Yin Jun strode leisurely into the hall. In the previous life, he was obstructed by Feng Tianyu. But in this life, he entered the bronze hall without any obstruction. He, Fong Yuan, you are not the blessed land's owner. The land spirit will not listen to your commands. Since young tribe leader Yin Jun is here, will the others be far away? Today, you will lose for sure. Tai Ruan-nan was still wary of the land spirit. She could only continue her psychological warfare. No, I still have hope. This goo refinement is not a failure. Fong Yuan smiled lightly. He turned his gaze towards Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing's heart tightened. If Fong Yuan used Yang Gu to force her to fight to the death, where would she go? But Fong Yuan's gaze moved past Bai Ning Bing, towards the land spirit Ba Gue. This old and dignified tyrant turtle was already crying his heart out. He was filled with despair and sorrow. Ba Gue, do you still want to refine second aperture goo? Fong Yuan transmitted in his mind. Difficult. Do you have a way? Ba Gue felt a spark of hope in his heart. That's right. You are a goo immortal who has been reborn. You have experienced it in your previous life. You should have expected this situation long ago. No, the situation is beyond my expectations. Right now, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't turn the tide. Fong Yuan continued to speak frankly. Ba Gue, I am sorry, the goo refinement this time was a failure. The earth spirit's cries grew louder. However, Fong Yuan quickly changed the topic. However, this kind of failure is only temporary. We still have hope. The land spirit's cries became softer and it asked, What do you mean? After you died, I was the only one who knew the secret recipe. In addition, the incomplete second aperture goo is also in my hands. Therefore, you must protect me, Fong Yuan said. Of course I have to protect you. You are the only person in the blessed land who fulfills the criteria, and you are also a Gu immortal who has been reborn. Even if you fail this time, there is a high chance that you will succeed in the future. The second aperture Gu was successfully refined. The land spirit answered as a matter of fact. Very good, land spirit. It is good that you have such an awareness. But you can protect me now, but you can't protect me forever. Not long later. You will vanish. With your remaining immortal essence, you can eradicate all the enemies in the endless blessed land. Even if you teleport me to the outside world, there will still be groups of Gu Masters on Sancha Mountain. There are also groups of Gu Masters on Sancha Mountain. The corners of Feng Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Since his rebirth, everything had been progressing smoothly. He was getting closer to success, and he could not help but feel a trace of excitement. Then how do you want me to protect you? The land spirit asked. Feng Yuan chuckled and said meaningfully, Ba Gu A. Do you still remember the third section of The Legends of Renzu's second chapter? The land spirit was stunned. It could guess Feng Yuan's thoughts, but its tone was hesitant. You mean, no, there are still two conditions that cannot be fulfilled. First, you need the light of glory of the immemorial era. Hee. Feng Yuan heard this and could not help but laugh. He raised his hand and pointed at the top of the bronze wall, shouting, Look, the light is here. When he stood up, he had secretly instructed the land spirit and shared his vision with it. Thus he could see the situation outside the hall clearly. After that, he talked to the Tai clansmen to stall for time and wait for a good opportunity. This was already the third time Feng Yuan used Spring-Autumn Cicada. With the accumulated experience, he had a deeper understanding of rebirth. After rebirth, there was indeed a butterfly effect that could change some things beyond recognition. But there was also historical inertia. Many big events happened because of the accumulated conflicts and lacked a fuse. Even if the original fuse was gone, there would be other new fuses. It was not something that could be changed by just one person's influence. Outside the hall, Xiao Meng was getting impatient from Ing Ming Dog Emperor's pestering and directly flew into the sky. Rank 4, Gather Light Gu. Rank 5, Extreme Light Gu. Rank 5, River Descending Gu. Killer move, Torrential Light River. The torrential light river surged and surged, pouring into the blessed land. The intense light was dazzling, creating huge waves that illuminated the entire hill. Countless people squinted their eyes. Not good. Tai Ruanan and the rest were in the hall, and Tai Baichi saw this and quickly tried to block it. But the light river's momentum was already formed, and could only weaken a portion of it. The majestic light river was like a waterfall, crashing heavily on the bronze hall. A huge hole appeared on the ceiling of the hall, and the torrential light rushed down towards Feng Yuan. The light of glory of the immemorial era. The land spirit cried out in shock. Feng Yuan laughed heartily, activating his primeval essence and activating rank 4 Bone Wings Gu and rank 5 Golden Soup Gu. He had a pair of wide and long black wings on his back. The golden soup was like water, wrapping around his whole body and spreading to the black wings, dyeing his whole body in a dazzling golden color. What is he trying to do? Feng Yuan. Under the astonished gazes of Tai Ruanan, Bai Ning Bing and the rest, Feng Yuan flapped his wings and flew towards the torrential light river. Bam! The continuous loud explosions and the strong impact made it extremely difficult for Feng Yuan to fly in the opposite direction. But he had killed many rank 5 Gu Masters earlier and obtained many movement Gu like Golden Aurora Gu. Right now, he was activating them, going against the light river. Flying into the sky, he flew out of the bronze hall, causing countless exclamations and questions on the battlefield. What is that thing? It's shining with golden light. It looks like a huge bird. No, that is a person. A warrior that looks like he is made of gold. In Feng Yuan's vision, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. To activate so many movement Gu and defensive Gu, his primeval essence was being expended rapidly. Time waits for no man. Land spirit, help me. Divine Travel Gu. Immortal Gu Divine Travel landed on his palm. Jade Sky Gu. A ray of green light shot out from the aperture and landed on his other hand, turning into a jade bamboo in the sky. It was connected in the middle. What is he trying to do? He is flying towards the killer move. Tai Ruan stared with wide eyes, bewildered. Little Beast King, are you trying to commit suicide? Yen Jun's mouth was wide open as he stared blankly into the sky. Not good. I understand him. Everything Fong Yuan does has deep meaning. No matter what, we cannot let him succeed. We need to stop him. Bai Ningbing's tone was anxious. For some reason, the bad feeling in her heart was getting stronger. Tai Ruan nodded. She agreed with Bai Ningbing's words. For old-timers, she shouted. Understood. The 4 old-timers immediately split into 4 directions, half kneeling on the ground, holding their right wrists with their left hands and forming claws with their right hands, facing each other. Killer move, limitless search lock. Almost at the same time, Fong Yuan's left arm shone with an eerie blue light. Eerie blue light shone, and the fixed star goo could be vaguely seen inside. This goo was an immemorial star fragment. It was like a diamond with 8 corners, crystal clear. At the same time, the space around Fong Yuan shattered as 4 chains extended out like pythons. You only reacted now? It's too late. Fong Yuan sneered. Divine Travel Goo suddenly flew up and plunged into his left forearm, swallowing the fixed star goo in one gulp. The 4 old-timers coughed out blood. They had lost contact with the fixed star goo. The 4 chains around Fong Yuan lost their target and flew randomly. Not to mention they were destroyed by the torrential light river. After Divine Travel Goo ate the fixed star goo, it entered the hollow jade sky goo and quickly formed a cocoon. Oh, there is a strange person flying up while resisting my killer move? Xiao Meng was indescribably shocked. Others would not even have the time to dodge his killer move, but now there was a fool resisting it head-on. Who is he? What is he trying to do? Yihua, Yichong and the rest raised their heads, dumbfounded. Wait a moment, I seem to have seen this scene somewhere before. Li Xian frowned, as astute as he was. A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. How can this be? He seems to be refining goo. Feng Tianyu looked up for a moment, and after seeing it clearly, he immediately fell into shock. He is actually refining goo inside a killer move. He is really daring. Mo Wu Tian's eyes emitted a sharp purple light that was 2 inches long. That's right, Fong Yuan was refining goo. This was Fong Yuan's plan. After he enslaved the killer ghost doctor, the refinement of second aperture goo was destined to fail. Because at the final step, when fusing the divine travel goo, Fong Yuan alone could not complete it. In his previous life, Fong Yuan relied on refinement master Feng Tianyu, and the land spirits helped to barely succeed. In this life, he did not have Feng Tianyu's help, so this step would definitely fail. However, after Fong Yuan was reborn, he did not wholeheartedly refine second aperture goo. He deceived the land spirit and purposely stalled for time to create such a special environment and convince the land spirit to refine this goo. Like second aperture goo, this goo was also an immortal goo. The recipe was recorded in The Legends of Ranzu, Chapter 2, Section 3. The Legends of Ranzu was the #1 classic of goo. Chapter 410. The glory of the immemorial era shone on the cocoon. Absorbing the glory of the immemorial era, the cocoon was undergoing a mystical transformation. Fong Yuan's body shone with a golden radiance as he flew against the torrential light river. Facing the powerful killer move of a rank 5 goo master, Gold Soup Goo's pure defense was gradually losing its effect. The golden defense was slowly being washed away by the light. Especially the bone wings, they were gradually being washed away by the torrential light river, revealing their original black color. In the majestic, heavenly river of light, a thin figure was flying with difficulty against the enormous pressure. Such a miraculous scene attracted the attention of many goo masters. The huge battlefield became silent. The land spirit was supporting Fong Yuan with all its strength. The dog beasts had lost their leader, and most of them were fleeing. The goo masters also stopped in their tracks, raising their heads to take a look. They all had a similar question in their hearts. I have never seen this scene before, but why is it so familiar? I remember. Suddenly, someone shouted, This scene was recorded in the Legends of Renzu. No wonder it was so familiar. The Legends of Renzu was the #1 classic in the world. It was widely spread in the world. Everyone was familiar with it. With this reminder, many people suddenly realized. That's right, the second chapter, third section of The Legends of Renzu has a relevant record. I remember too. To refine the immortal goo fixed immortal travel, verdant great sun flapped his wings and bathed in the light of glory, flying towards the sun. Everyone recalled, causing a burst of laughter. What's wrong with this person? Imitating verdant great sun and disregarding his life? Haha, is he also trying to refine the immortal goo fixed immortal travel? How can this be? Does he have divine travel goo? Feng Yuan, of course, had divine travel goo. But divine travel goo was not enough. It was recorded in The Legends of Renzu. Verdant great sun was worried that divine travel goo would take advantage of his drunkenness and place him in danger. Divine travel goo felt ashamed. It pointed to him. Go to the sky first. In the azure heaven of the 9 heavens, there is a bamboo forest. In the bamboo forest, he plucked a piece of jade bamboo from the blue sky. Then go to the blue sky of the 9 heavens, and at night, collect the 8-sided diamond from the starlight fragments. Next, in the morning, fly to the sky and use the light of glory of the sun to turn me into fixed immortal travel goo. After I became that goo, then I won't bring you around when you're drunk anymore. Therefore, Feng Yuan still needed the jade bamboo in the blue sky and the stardust of the octagonal diamond in the blue sky. There was also the light of primordial glory. Did he? He didn't have it at first. However, after his rebirth, he killed Long Qingtian. He obtained the jade sky goo. This goo was a rank 5 goo that originated from the immemorial era. It looked like a dark green bamboo trunk, palm-sized and hollow in the middle. It felt smooth like jade in the hand. It was the jade bamboo of the azure sky. The Legends of Renzu described all sorts of goo. Immortal goo were described directly. For example, wisdom goo, strength goo, and so on. As for mortal goo, it was pointed out subtly. The description was very vague. Readers need to dig deep and study carefully. However, jade sky jade bamboo alone was not enough. He also needed the stardust of the octagonal diamond. Did he? Of course he didn't, but Bai Ningbing secretly planted it in him. Indeed, it was the fixed star goo. This goo was an immemorial star fragment. It was like a diamond. It had octagonal edges and was translucent. It was planted on Feng Yuan's left forearm. It blossomed with starlight, causing his left forearm to turn into a translucent, eerie blue color. Jade sky jade bamboo of the azure sky, as well as the stardust of the octagonal diamond of the blue sky, he had both. However, if Feng Yuan wanted to refine fixed immortal travel immortal goo, he still lacked one condition. That was what the land spirit said. The light of primordial glory. Did Feng Yuan have it? From start to finish, Feng Yuan did not have it. However, Feng Yuan did not have it, but Xiaomeng did. Xiaomeng had an extreme light goo. This goo was obtained from robbing tombs. It was only an incomplete goo. Every month, it could only be used 3 times to activate the light of glory. After 3 times, it would self-destruct. And the killer move, torrential light river, in a way, was the light of glory of the immemorial era. Divine travel goo, jade sky goo, fixed star goo, and the light of the immemorial era. All the conditions were met. When Feng Yuan was reborn and realized this, he resolutely gave up on the second aperture goo and switched to refining fixed immortal travel goo. But it was impossible to convince the land spirit directly. The land spirit's obsession was to refine second aperture goo. Then, by Ningbing, Tai Ruan-Nan, and the righteous and demonic path experts would become Feng Yuan's targets. He meticulously planned and strategized, taking advantage of the situation to create this situation. When the land spirit realized that no matter what, it could not refine second aperture goo, it naturally chose to settle for the next best thing, to protect Feng Yuan and preserve this hope. The cocoon absorbed the sunlight and shook slightly. The aura of the immortal goo unavoidably leaked out. The experts were shocked. This aura, how is this possible? Tai Ruan-Nan, Bai Ningbing, and the others' eyes almost popped out. He is refining goo. He is really refining an immortal goo? Who is he? Is this the rebirth of verdant great sun? Yi Hua, Yi Chong and the others opened their mouths wide. Their jaws almost dropped. Fixed immortal travel. Is he really refining fixed immortal travel goo? To think that I, Feng Tianyu, would be so lucky to see the scene of an immortal goo being refined. This refinement master's knees went soft, kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face. In the blessed land, the few remaining hairy men also knelt down. At this moment, they were madly worshipping this person who was refining the immortal goo. Unbelievable. The scene of the immemorial era was playing out in front of them. The unimaginable grandeur and beauty made countless goo masters tremble. Was it because of excitement, fear, or both? In an instant, Feng Yuan's figure became the focus of everyone's attention. No matter how dazzling the torrential light river was, everyone opened their eyes wide, staring at it without blinking. The aura of the immortal goo became denser, but at this crucial moment, a change occurred. He actually wants to borrow my strength to refine an immortal goo? Humph. Xiaomang was not an idiot. After realizing this, he immediately stopped his killer move. The torrential light river was cut off. Everyone let out the loudest gasp. No! Feng Tianyu even howled in pain, his heart aching. Grief and despair. In his vision, the torrential light river was like a ribbon that had been cut, floating down powerlessly. In just 3 breaths of time, the goo master inside the light river would fly out. And this short period of time was not enough for the immortal goo to be nurtured. But how could Feng Yuan not expect this? Third watch goo. Third watch goo. He activated the 2 third watch goo towards the cocoon. Immediately, time accelerated by 9 times, and the immortal goo's aura rose sharply. He used a time path goo worm to speed up. Feng Tianyu crawled up from the ground like he had been electrocuted. His eyes shined and his face flushed red. There was still hope, but soon, the excited flush turned pale. Feng Tianyu looked like he had lost his parents. With a plop, he sat on the ground in a daze, howling in grief. It is useless. This speed is like quenching thirst with poison. If the immortal goo is nurtured too quickly, its aura will not be stable and it will self-detonate. But how could Feng Yuan not expect this? He took out a goo worm. This goo did not look good. It looked like a gray round stone. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had obtained it from Feng Tianyu. In this life, it was given to him by killer ghost Dr. Cho Jiu. What goo? Undefeated 100 battles. Undefeated 100 battles goo. A rank 5 consumable goo. Once it was used, the goo master could refine a goo for sure. At the next moment, Feng Tianyu was stunned, hugging his head. He screamed in joy. This is impossible. Because he felt the immortal goo's aura had miraculously stabilized. The cocoon broke open. A green butterfly flew out. Fixed immortal travel goo. It really is an immortal goo. How beautiful. Who the hell is he? He actually refined an immortal goo. At once, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Be they in the know or not, they were speechless and shocked to the extreme. Xiaomang was dumbfounded. Mo Wu Tian was dazed. Is this a reenactment of a legend? Which era am I living in? Feng Yuan flew out of the river of light. Fixed immortal travel goo was flying around him. Every time it flapped its wings, it would emit a vibrant green light. It was like jade shavings, extremely beautiful. Of course, Feng Yuan had paid a hefty price. A rank 5 killer move was no joke. Golden Soup Goo died of old age. Golden Aurora Goo and others were also greatly damaged. The black wings on his back were also badly damaged. As the golden soup faded, Feng Yuan's true appearance was revealed. At once, the whole battlefield was in an uproar. Who is he? Mo Wu Tian's pupils shrunk. It's little beast king. Hu Mei Er and Li Xian were completely stunned. It's him. Yi Hua's eyes almost popped out. It's actually him? Jiao Huang and Ming Tu looked at each other, shivering. They could see each other's fear, lingering fear and joy. We actually had the guts to assassinate such a strong enemy? A man who could refine an immortal goo? Feng Yuan, Bai Ning Bing, Tai Ruanan and the others who knew the truth stood like statues as they witnessed this miracle. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, During the immemorial era, verdant great sun flapped his wings and refined fixed immortal travel goo. And now, Feng Yuan was doing the same. Using his mortal body, he performed such a magnificent feat under everyone's watchful eyes. Once this matter spread, his name would shake southern border and spread throughout the world. You really refined the immortal goo fixed immortal travel. Amazing. As expected of a future goo immortal. The land spirit's praise resounded in Feng Yuan's ears. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Fixed immortal travel goo can allow a goo master to move unhindered in the world and go to any place they want. But it is an immortal goo. I need your help to activate it with immortal essence. Bague, of course. There is still some immortal essence left in the bronze cauldron. Where you want to go, you need to think about it in your mind. You'd better choose a safe place. Also, you have to pay attention that the image in your mind should be the same as the real place. It can't be too different. Of course I understand this. Bague sighed, saying in a heavy tone, using fixed immortal travel, you will definitely be able to escape the encirclement. And without immortal essence, the blessed land will be destroyed immediately. Death is nothing much. To me, it is also a form of release. I only hope you can refine second aperture goo in the future and not waste this opportunity. Before we part, do you have anything to say to me? Feng Yuan opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. He flapped his tattered black wings and flew in the sky, looking down at his surroundings. The bronze hall with a huge hole, the battlefield with blood flowing everywhere, and the goo immortal blessed land in ruins. Farewell. By Ningbing. Farewell, Tai Ruanan. Farewell, southern border. The land spirit did not know that Feng Yuan was taking a huge risk, but life was a huge gamble. If he did not take it now, when would he? If a man does not have the ambition to reach the clouds, he is born with an 8-foot body. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan could not help but feel a surge of emotions. Under everyone's gazes, his emotions surged. It turned into a poem. The heroes could only hear him reciting a long chant. Since ancient times, earth immortals pass with the wind. The 3 kings of the past return to their graves. Verdant sun dies regretfully. Who is invincible? Stage a comeback and become king again. A dragonfish in the heavenly river, defying heaven and traveling alone in the world. Today, I will spread my wings. Tomorrow I will become an immortal and whip the phoenix. After reciting, Feng Yuan laughed loudly. Everyone was stunned and speechless. Only the land spirit shouted, "Good ambition. I will send you on your way." Immortal essence was instilled into fixed immortal travel goo. Jade light flashed as Feng Yuan disappeared from the sky. Only his clothes were left, falling from the sky like a kite with its string cut. He disappeared. He used fixed immortal travel. Who knows where he went? Why is heaven and earth shaking? Everyone was dumbfounded. At this time, intense winds blew, mountains crumbled and the earth cracked. Heaven and earth collapsed. Holes formed one after another, connecting to the outside world. Damn it, escape. The blessed land is truly collapsing. Soon, the winds of assimilation will blow. If we don't escape now, we will die here. I don't want to. The crowd panicked and frantically escaped. The whole of Sancha Mountain was in chaos. Central Continent. Tianti Mountain. Who Immortal Blessed Land. Danghun Mountain. A competition regarding the ownership of Who Immortal Blessed Land had reached its final juncture. Fangzheng, do your best. Victory is just around the corner. Master Tinshiru encouraged him. Fangzheng continued to climb. His hands and feet were already bruised and dripping with blood. He surpassed Shangji and Xiaoqi Xing. His whole body was numb from the pain. His brain could not think of anything else. Only Danghun Mountain Peak was left in his eyes. Being the first to reach the peak had already become his obsession. I, the great Feng Kim Hong, how can I lose here? Ever since I was born, I have never lost. This time is no exception. Come out, dream wings. Feng Kim Hong gave a delicate shout. A pair of dazzling wings grew from her shoulders. This pair of wings was extremely beautiful, with all kinds of radiance revolving around it. It was dazzling and dazzling. With a light flap, Feng Kim Hong slowly rose up. What? This is the legendary immortal goo? Dream wings. The 9 goo immortals were shocked. Most immortal goo could only be activated with immortal essence. But dream wings were different. Activating it consumed the goo master's spirit and soul. Feng Kim Hong only had a mortal body. Forcefully activating dream wings now was taking a huge risk. At best, she would lose her memories. At worst, she would become demented. But Feng Kim Hong was eager to win. She wanted to win. She was willing to pay a heavy price. Under Feng Jing's shocked gaze, she surpassed Feng Jing and regained her lead. The dream wings were suddenly kept. Feng Kim Hong climbed up the cliff, breathing roughly. The dizziness from her soul was so intense that she almost fainted. She had reached her limit. Forcefully activating an immortal goo, it was not easy for Feng Kim Hong to reach this step. I actually lost. Feng Jing stared with wide eyes. He was dazed. Feng Kim Hong's hands were already at the edge of the cliff. I want victory. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong used all her strength to raise her head, exerting her final bit of strength. Her eyes were as bright as amber. Her face was peerlessly beautiful. Her snow-white and slender neck, under the pink light of the blessed land, was shining with a jade-like light. She was like a young phoenix, spreading her beautiful wings for the first time. Splendid and glorious. At once, even the goo immortals were dazed. Feng Jing looked at her, who immortal land spirit also looked at her in a daze. Everyone was waiting for Feng Kim Hong's victory. Feng Kim Hong did not disappoint them. She bit her lips and placed her arms on the edge of the cliff with difficulty. Next, she mustered her remaining strength and was about to drag her heavy body up. But at this moment, swoosh, with a flash of jade light, a person appeared at the peak of the mountain. This person was naked. There was a hole on his left forearm. Blood was flowing out. He had a young body, muscular and strong, giving off a deep aura of having gone through hundreds of battles and tempering. Brother? Feng Jing was stunned. He slipped and slid down the cliff. The 10 goo immortals were all stunned. Where did this naked man come from? Feng Kim Hong raised her snow-white neck, looking at Feng Yuan from under Feng Yuan's feet. She was extremely shocked. Her eyes were wide open like a statue. Feng Yuan's muscles, the huge thing under him, were all reflected in Feng Kim Hong's eyes without reservation. Did I really teleport here? TCH, fixed immortal travel goo has this weakness. It cannot transport clothes outside the body. But fortunately, I stored all my goo worms in my aperture and brought them here. Feng Yuan quickly looked around, understanding his situation. Isn't the person under my feet Feng Kim Hong? It seemed that the time recorded in the biography of Feng Kim Hong was reliable. He had reached the peak before her. This competition did not prohibit immortal goo. According to the rules, he was the owner of Hu immortal blessed land. I succeeded. All the risks were worth it. So what if I failed to refine second aperture goo? I now have an even better Hu immortal blessed land, and the immortal goo fixed immortal travel. Ha 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 ha. Feng Yuan laughed madly in his heart. It is a pity that she has the immortal goo dream wings. I cannot kill her now. Feng Yuan looked at Feng Kim Hong, who was at the edge of the cliff, with regret, before raising his right foot. Under the gazes of the 10 goo immortals, his right foot firmly stepped on Feng Kim Hong's beautiful face. Immediately, a smooth jade-like feeling spread from the bottom of his foot. Go down. Feng Yuan exerted strength, stepping on the powerless and dazed Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong was already extremely weak. How could she resist Feng Yuan's strength? Falling down immediately, Feng Yuan slowly turned around, facing Hu immortal land spirit. Little Hu immortal, are you still not going to call me master? Moss master. The little Hu immortal girl looked at Feng Yuan in a daze. When she came back to her senses, she used her tender little hands to cover her pair of big, sparkling eyes. Chapter 411. 9 days later. In the verdant valley, a small waterfall hung down, like a silvery silk. The water from the waterfall surged into the ancient pond. The ancient pond was as deep as jade. The water surface rippled slightly. In the water, all kinds of carps swam. On the white rock beside the water, Feng Kim Hong sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her beautiful face was reflected in the water, causing this ancient pond to suddenly have many moving and beautiful colors. The carps in the water, the clear pond, the silver waterfall, the green valley all became the background objects. However, Feng Kim Huang's beautiful brows furrowed deeper. Although she tried her best to calm her heart, but every time she persisted for less than 30 breaths of time, an image flashed in the deepest part of her heart. A psychedelic pink crystal mountain peak. A naked man, using his dark eyes, looked down at her, and she laid on the edge of the cliff, looking up, looking at this man from head to toe. That bloody hole, bleeding left arm, firm muscles, broad chest, as well as the huge thing between his legs. It was as if it was engraved in the bottom of her heart. The memory was so deep that this proud daughter of heaven could not forget it even if she wanted to. Especially after that, this man actually stretched out his right leg and stepped on her face. The feeling of being stepped on, Feng Kim Hong wanted to forget so much, but this feeling was so clear. Even now she could clearly remember that feeling. Forget him. Forget it. Calm, calm, calm. Feng Kim Huang's breathing became more hurried. Her breathing became heavier. Her full chest kept moving up and down, and the amplitude became more and more obvious. In her heart, shame, anger, humiliation, hatred mixed together, forming a volcano. How dare he do this? He actually dared to do this to me. Feng Kim Hong could not hold back anymore, suddenly opened her pair of phoenix eyes, stood up, raised her head and roared. Boom! The volcano in her heart erupted, and fury filled her chest, almost burning her whole body. You despicable, shameless ****starred. How dare you step on my face? I'm going to tear you to pieces, roared Feng Kim Hong. His eyes were blazing with fire as he waved his fists and palms randomly. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening rumble sounded like the explosion of thunder, and it did not last for a long time. Feng Kim Huang's eyes were spitting fire. The beautiful flames evaporated the ancient pond and roasted the green mountain. His fists and palms struck randomly, and the frenzied attacks caused the surrounding sand and stones to fly everywhere, and the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. In just a few short breaths, Feng Kim Hong had completely destroyed the valley. Even if there were 10 Feng Yuans attacking at the same time, he wouldn't be able to withstand such terrifying battle prowess. It was impossible to reach such a level. You damn bastard. I'm going to cut off your flesh piece by piece. I'll crush every single one of your bones into pieces. I'll make you wail in pain for 7 days and 7 nights. I swear, I will make you taste endless pain. I will make you wish you were dead. I will make you regret everything you did to me. In the end, I will burn you to ashes and scatter your ashes with the wind. Feng Kim Hong continued to roar. The anger in her chest made her lose her rationality. Hundreds of li away, on a tall mountain, there was a grass hut. Through the window of the grass hut, a pair of beautiful eyes quietly looked at Feng Kim Hong, filled with worry. Sigh, my little Feng heir. The owner of the beautiful eyes wore a pure white silk dress and a green ribbon. She was dignified and elegant. Her appearance was 70 to 80% similar to Feng Kim Hong. She was Feng Kim Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, a rank 6 Gu immortal. Stop looking, in just a few minutes, you have already seen it 7 or 8 times. The jade tide tea I specially brewed for you is getting cold. Sit down and drink it. Feng Jioga sat at the side and said helplessly, Drink, drink, drink. Just drink your tea. Is Feng Kim Hong your daughter? As a father, don't you have any worries? Bai Qing turned around, her brows tightly furrowed as she spoke in a resentful tone. Sigh, our Feng heir has been very competitive since she was young. Her talent is outstanding in all aspects. There is no competition in the sect that she can't win. Now she has suddenly fallen. Who immortal inheritance is the first failure in her life, and also the most important failure. As a father, you still have the mood to drink tea here? More importantly, forget about the failure. Feng heir even suffered such a huge loss. She was actually stepped on by someone. Think about it. Feng heir has such an arrogant temperament. She has never placed any man of the same age in her eyes. But now, She was actually defeated by someone stepping on her face. Moreover, this is the first time she has seen the body of a man of the same age. This. The more Fairy Bai Qing spoke, the more anxious she became. Her eyes gradually turned red. When Feng Zhege saw this, he could not sit still anymore. He quickly got up and rushed to Fairy Bai Qing's side. Hugging her in his arms, he consoled her. Don't cry, my good Qing. Don't you still have me? Actually, in my opinion, this matter is not without benefits. Oh? What benefits? Bai Qing cast a puzzled gaze. Sigh, Feng is our darling. I have always been proud of her, but also worried for her. She is too competitive. She wants to be first in everything. Yes, her talent is higher than mine. She also has comprehension and talent. But no matter how high her talent is, can it be higher than all the heroes in the world? No matter how good her talent is, how can it compare to desolate Guyuan? Feng Zhege earnestly explained. The great desolate Guyuan, Ren Zhu's daughter, also failed countless times. Feng can always experience success and victory, but can never taste the taste of failure. This is her flaw in life. It is also her weakness. O Qing, you are a rank 6 Gu immortal. I am a rank 7 Gu immortal. But even rank 9 immortal venerables and demon venerables can only live long. They cannot live forever. We are protecting Feng now, but one day, we will leave her. At that time, she can only rely on herself to live. Only by letting her taste failure can she become more mature. A bird leaves its nest and flies alone. It needs to experience setbacks before it can train its wings and soar into the sky. When Feng leaves us in the future, we will be at ease. Feng is my flesh and blood. I want nothing more than to protect her in the blessed land for the rest of her life. Fairy Bai Qing leaned on Feng Zhege's chest, wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes. She sighed, saying, Sigh, you are right. Feng will leave us one day. It is only right to let her train more. But she suffered a huge loss this time. Not only did she lose her immortal inheritance, she was even bullied by that brat from Crane Gate. As her father, how can you not care? Humph, Feng Zhege snorted coldly. His long and narrow eyes squinted as a cold light flashed in them. The mortal crane sect has indeed gone overboard this time. Even though they promised to compensate the other 9 great sects, but I am Feng Zhege's daughter. How can I be so easily bullied? I might as well tell you, I have already sent a letter over. If he Fengyang does not know what's good for him, I will personally go and settle the debt with him. These words made Fairy Bai Qing feel relieved. Her husband had already taken action. But soon after, Bai Qing looked at her husband anxiously. Husband, calm down. Don't make a big fuss. Back then, when you fought against the 10 great sects, Crane Gate was one of the victims. I know husband is the most capable, but you better not do this again. I know. Haha, Qing don't worry. Feng Zhege comforted his wife in his arms. His eyes uncontrollably squinted as he snorted in his heart. Looking at the 10 great sects of Central Continent, there is not a single one that is worthy of me taking action. Southern part of Central Continent, 300,000 feet above the mountain range. In the sky, Feihe Mountain floated above the vast sea of clouds, majestic and majestic. The pine trees on the mountain rustled. Thousands of cranes flew in the sky. It was a scene of immortals brimming with vitality. And at this time, in Shangqing Pavilion at the peak of the mountain, it was a heavy atmosphere. Feng Zhege, you have gone too far. The first Supreme Elder blew his beard and glared. He held a thin piece of paper in his hands and was so angry that he trembled slightly. Slap! He slammed the letter on the Hao Tian white jade table. In the letter, Feng Zhege made an excessive request. But from the beginning to the end, the first Supreme Elder did not dare to tear or burn the letter. This letter was flowing with dark green color. It was formed by the rank 5 letter sending green bird goo. Once it was destroyed, Feng Zhege would definitely sense it. And if Feng Zhege got angry, the situation would become even more troublesome. Feng Zhege was born in the demonic path. In the past, he obtained a fortuitous encounter. He cultivated bitterly and quietly reached rank 6 Gu immortal realm. After that, he came out and shocked the world, challenging all the heroes in the world. Nobody could stop him. The 10 sects challenged him one by one, but they lost consecutively. They had no choice but to join forces to resist him. Feng Jioge was fearless. He fought for 150,000 li, but suddenly changed his vanguard and attacked the root of the problem, causing the 10 great sects to be in chaos and helpless. Fortunately, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Bai Qing moved him with her emotions, finally changing this demon's mind. In the past, Feng Jioge shook the 10 sects with his rank 6 cultivation level. It was unimaginable. Now, he has rank 7 cultivation level and has Spirit Affinity House as his backing. This person has the talent of an immortal. Although his request is a bit excessive, we can agree to it. Second Supreme Elder took out the letter and looked at it, speaking unhurriedly. He Fengyang, how could there be such a huge mistake in this matter that you are in charge of? That Feng Yuan, or whatever, he is not a disciple of our Crane Gate. What motives do you have to protect him like this? A thunderous voice echoed in Shangqing Pavilion, causing the windows to tremble. The person who spoke was Lei Tan, a rank 6 Gu immortal. He was He Fengyang's enemy. Where there were people, there would be disputes. Crane Gate also had factions fighting openly and covertly. At once, everyone's gazes gathered on He Fengyang. He Fengyang had a youthful face, gentle like jade. A pair of green eyebrows hung down to his waist. His expression was calm, his gaze leisurely looking around before smiling. This Feng Yuan is indeed not a disciple of our sect, but his younger brother Fengjing is a disciple of our sect, and is also the leader of this generation's elite disciples. Lei Tin sneered. The relative of a mere elite disciple. Is he worth our Crane Gate protecting him like this? He Fengyang, do you know how much our Crane Gate has to compensate the other 9 sects to protect this Feng Yuan? Of course I know. He Fengyang glanced at Lei Tan, snickering in disdain. But these things, even if they increase by 3 times, they still cannot compare to who immortal blessed land. Not to mention, there is still fixed immortal travel gu. At once, many of the Supreme Elders had a vague understanding. He Fengyang, what do you mean? Lei Tin frowned, asking impatiently. Chapter 412. Facing Lei Tan's interrogation, He Fengyang smiled, but did not answer. Supreme Third Elder smiled instead. This old man understands Elder Fengyang's meaning. If we do not choose to protect this Feng Yuan, who immortal blessed land will still be fought over by the 10 sections. But if we admit that Feng Yuan is one of Crane Gate's men, we can directly eliminate the other 9 competitors, and only our Crane Gate will fight for this blessed land. Lei Tan's expression changed slightly, his gaze flickered, and he did not continue to interrogate. At this time, He Fengyang stood up from his seat. He first cupped his fists towards the Third Supreme Elder who spoke for him. Third Supreme Elder is wise. Back then, it happened so suddenly. No one could have expected that a mortal would use fixed immortal travel immortal gu to teleport to the peak of Danghun Mountain and directly snatch Hu immortal inheritance in front of everyone's eyes. Next, he continued. This Hu immortal inheritance is on Tianti Mountain. I'm sure everyone here knows that Tianti Mountain is the ladder to the Celestial Court. Even though it has been destroyed and abandoned for many years, it still represents the dignity of the Celestial Court. To some extent, attacking the inheritance of the immortal fox was the same as attacking the Stairway Mountain. Attacking Tianti Mountain is attacking the Celestial Court. Thus, even though there are many blessed lands on Tianti Mountain, no one has ever dared to attack them. This time, Hu immortal blessed land is also waiting for the time to open. So the 10 of us work together to help Hu immortal land spirit expand the entrance. This cannot be considered an attack, even if we really attack Hu immortal blessed land. The blessed land has a land spirit. Without at least 3 rank 6 Gu immortals working together, we might not even be able to enter. And the center of the blessed land is protected by Danghun Mountain. Without 5 to 6 Gu immortals working together, who would dare to boast about being able to reach the peak? Lei Tan, can you? Lei Tan snorted. He wanted to refute, but kept his mouth shut in the end. In the blessed land, the land spirit could freely mobilize all resources, and its battle strength could match Gu immortals. Most importantly, the land spirit could suppress all rank 5 to rank 1 Gu worms. If a goo immortal wanted to attack a blessed land, their strongest weapon was immortal goo. Because blessed lands could not restrict immortal goo. But immortal goo were hard to find. Many goo immortals did not even have one. Even if there was one, it might not be an offensive goo. This was a classic case of weak offense and strong defense. If one wanted to forcefully attack a blessed land, they would often need several goo immortals to work together and create an advantage in numbers before engaging in a battle of immortal essence consumption. The blessed land's immortal energy was completely depleted. The next step was to attack. But in fact, unless there were special circumstances, very few goo immortals would attack blessed lands. Because it was not worth it. Not only was celestial essence rare and hard to accumulate, but it was also because the blessed land had self-destructed. Once the defending side couldn't think it through. If he destroyed the blessed land, the winds of assimilation would blow. Attacking Fang Jin would not be able to obtain any spoils of war. When goo immortals attack blessed lands, in the end, they would not gain anything and instead suffer disastrous losses. Unless there was a deep hatred, no one would be willing to make such a losing deal. Fengyang noticed that Lei Tan didn't say anything. He continued. That Fang Yuan ascended the mountain peak and obtained the inheritance, immediately ordering the land spirit to close the blessed land. Fang Yuan and Fang Zheng looked almost identical. The other 9 sects goo immortals reacted. After the other 9 sects goo immortals reacted, they subconsciously thought that I was the one who did this to Crane Gate and question me. At that time, I thought that if I told the truth, who immortal inheritance might not be resolved. The 10 sects would still have to compete and fight for it. I might as well admit it. Even if I have to pay a price, I can eliminate the competition from the other 9 sections. This way, our Crane Gate can secretly attack who immortal blessed land from now on and won't have to worry about other forces. Fengyang explained the whole story. Lei Tan snorted coldly and continued to interrogate. There is a huge problem with this plan. Who immortal blessed land is on Tianti Mountain. Now that it is closed, if we don't attack it, how can we enter? Fengyang seemed to have been waiting for someone to make things difficult for him. He laughed. How can I not have a plan? Blessed lands have calamities and tribulations. Who immortal died in the 5th earthly calamity. I have already calculated. Who immortal blessed land is only 3 months away from the 6th earthly calamity. He, Fang Yuan, is just a mortal. How can he know how to resist the earthly calamity? Even with the land spirit's help, without the sect's support, by then, the blessed land will definitely be badly damaged and a loophole will appear. Lei Tan sneered. Even if a loophole appears, do you really dare to attack it? You said it earlier, that who immortal inheritance is on Tianti Mountain. Fengyang answered without hesitation. Attacking it forcefully is the last resort. We should not use it unless we have no other choice. That Fang Yuan is just a mortal. As long as a loophole appears and we plot against him, would we not be afraid of not being able to take him down? Once the earthly calamity is over, he will definitely be worried and thirsty for external help. I have already thought of using Fang Jing to move him with his emotions and persuade him to cooperate and carry out transactions. The more transactions we make, the less vigilant he will be, and if we use reason to move him, we might be able to convince him to join our Crane Gate. If he is stubborn, we can make our move secretly. Slavery goo is a good method. Land spirits are not easy to deal with, but against a mortal like him, they have too many methods. If we can obtain fixed immortal travel goo from this, that would be the perfect result. Hearing about fixed immortal travel goo, the elders present could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. Many people started to discuss softly. The scenario that Fengyang described was truly perfect. More importantly, his plan had a high chance of success. Lei Tan sensed the change in the atmosphere and could only sit down angrily. Nice words, let's hope so. Third Supreme Elder pondered. Other than special goo worms like Dream Wings goo that require souls to activate, most immortal goo need immortal essence to activate. Among immortal goo, most need immortal essence to activate. This fixed immortal travel goo is no exception. This Fang Yuan has fixed immortal travel and the land spirit who immortal can activate the blessed land's immortal essence. He can escape anytime. We need to be extremely careful when dealing with him. Also, he is only immortal, but he can possess an immortal goo. His background is not simple. Fengyang nodded. Junior has also expected this. Earlier, I lied about Feng Yuan being our sect's disciple. It was to probe the other 9 sections. Now it seems that he is not backed by the 9 sects of Central Continent. Junior guesses that Feng Yuan comes from Southern Border. There is a high chance that he is backed by a super clan in Southern Border. But be it Wu Clan, Shang Clan, Tai Clan, Yi Clan, or others, they are all far away in Southern Border, unable to reach him. If he really enters Central Continent, his battle strength will be suppressed. Our Crane Gate is one of the 10 great sects of Central Continent. We have a high chance of winning against them. Once he said this, the elders nodded and discussed softly. Indeed, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Central Continent is our Crane Gate's territory. If they really attack, humph. Even if our battle strength is not suppressed, our Crane Gate is stronger than any of the super clans of the 4 regions. Third elders frown eased slightly. Right now, I still have some doubts. Fixed immortal travel goo requires the user to have a deep memory of the terrain. He, Feng Yuan, is only immortal and seems to be far away in Southern Border. How could he know the scenery of Hu immortal blessed land? And how could he control the time so precisely? Could it be Hu immortal once made arrangements in Southern Border? Or is it the doing of the demonic path goo immortals on Tianti Mountain? Fengyang bowed. Junior does not know about this. This matter is really strange. It was only a clue to a Blood Sea true inheritance. Back then, our sect members betrayed us and fled to Southern Border. Several years ago, Junior sent Master Tenchiru to Southern Border. He cleaned up the sect and took back the true inheritance. But Master Tenchiru failed, and instead, Feng Yuan seized the true inheritance and obtained Blood Skull Goo. This person is ruthless and ruthless. He actually slaughtered his own clansmen and used Blood Skull Goo to raise his aptitude. Master Tenchiru was not resigned to his failure, so he brought it back to Fengj. He planned to retrieve it later. Fengyang naturally would never have thought that a nameless, insignificant character would one day appear on stage in such a way that left him dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Moreover, he destroyed his grand plan and caused such huge trouble for him. This feeling was very strange. It was like a person walking on the road, and an ant suddenly jumped onto the person's nose, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Where did this ant come from? Extremely daring. A person could crush it with just 2 fingers. But the situation was special. He could not do anything to this person. He could only let this ant strut around for the time being. Why is it this Blood Sea inheritance again? Hearing Fengyang's explanation, many elders frowned, feeling vexed. Blood Sea inheritance originated from the demonic path Overlord Blood Sea ancestor. He killed people like flies, leaving behind a bad reputation for thousands of years. With the ability of a rank 7 Goo Master, he actually set up hundreds of thousands of inheritance secret areas in Central Continent, Southern Border, Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea. He laughed strangely before his death. Blood Path is not alone, leaving behind a legacy of venom for all eternity. And now, it was as he said. Who knew how many mortals had benefited from this? Blood Sea inheritance was already publicly recognized as the most widespread and most numerous inheritance in the world. There was no other. Countless righteous path members had headaches because of this. That Shui too was just a butcher. Didn't he obtain Blood Sea inheritance and become a famous demonic cultivator in Central Continent? Back then, Myriad Dragon Doc Song Zixing obtained one of Blood Sea's true inheritances and betrayed the sect. Even our 10 great sects were humiliated because of this. Now, he is already a rank 7 Goo Immortal and is called Blood Dragon. Myriad Dragon Doc sent 8 Goo Immortals to kill this traitor and wash away their humiliation, 5 rank 6 and 3 rank 7 Goo Immortals. In the end, he killed 4, crippled 3, and forced 1 to retreat. It is said that Blood Sea has 9 true inheritances. They are Blood Skull Goo, Blood Handprint Goo, Blood Chi Goo, Blood Sweat Goo, Meridian Blood Goo, Blood Shadow Goo, Blood Battle Goo, as well as the ancient Desolate Beast Violent Blood Dragon Bat, and the rank 6 Immortal Goo Blood Deity. It can be said that he has great success in Blood Path. This means that 4 Blood Sea true inheritances have already appeared in the world. One blood skull goo is in Fang Yuan's hands. One blood handprint goo is in Southern Border Shang clan leader's hands. And one violent blood dragon bat is in Song Zixing's hands. It is said that Shang clan leader has already obtained the second blood sea true inheritance. That is a rumor. It has not been verified. There is no proof. The elders whispered to each other, discussing in low voices. All right, let's not talk about the blood sea true inheritance. After searching for so many years, it is like searching for a needle in a haystack. All kinds of rumors are increasing day by day. My ears are getting calluses from hearing them. First Supreme Elder waved his hand, immediately stopping the discussions. He turned his gaze towards He Fengyang. Elder Fengyang, since this matter was started by you, you will be responsible for it till the end. Seize the blessed land and make a contribution. The sect will not be stingy with your rewards. Junior understands. He Fengyang accepted the order with a smile. Seeing He Fengyang land in such a good position, Lei Tan wanted to stop him, but since First Supreme Elder had spoken, he could only feel resentment in his heart. But next, First Supreme Elder said, since you are in charge, then Elder Fengyang, hand over my own way goo. Fengjioga has sent a letter asking for an immortal goo. You are the person in charge of this matter. Settle it for me. Lei Tan was immediately overjoyed. Chapter 413. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Everything in front of him was a blurry pink color, and when his vision cleared up, he saw a veil curtain. A light breeze blew, the wind chimes rang, and the pink curtain fluttered like a dream. Fang Yuan sat up from the bed. This bed was round and extremely spacious. It could easily fit 40 to 50 people. The bed was covered with a red silk blanket with golden edges. It was warm and fitting. Fang Yuan looked around and found himself in a spacious bedroom. Beside the bed, there was a burning cauldron, burning spices. In the air, there was a subtle fragrance that could stir one's emotions. This bedroom had golden bricks on the walls and silver bricks on the floor. The bed, the corner, the table, the chair, and the dressing table were inlaid with large amounts of pearls, agates, diamonds, and all kinds of precious stones. It was resplendent, luxurious, and elegant, emitting the aura of the previous owner, Hu Immortal. This was Hu Immortal's Danghun Palace. It is a gentle place, Fang Yuan lightly commented, getting off the bed. His body unconsciously swayed, and there was still some dizziness in his head. Fang Yuan did not find it strange. Instead, he knew this was because he had squeezed himself too hard on Sancha Mountain. By Ningbing's betrayal, being pressured by the group of experts, and even scheming against the land spirit, first refining second aperture goo, and then refining fixed immortal travel goo in the light waterfall. During the whole process, he had to bear the mental pressure of taking a huge risk. To Fang Yuan, be it his body or his mind, they had reached their limits. When he used fixed immortal travel goo to reach the peak of Danghun Mountain, Feng Kim Hong and Fang Jing were at the end of their tether, but wasn't he, Fang Yuan, the same? Compared to them, Fang Yuan's mental pressure was even greater. Spring-Autumn Cicada could not be used a second time, and snatching Hu Immortal's inheritance in front of the 10 sects Gu Immortals was like pulling a tooth out of a tiger's mouth. Pulling chestnuts out of the fire was extremely risky. Fang Yuan was the first to reach the peak, and the land spirit chased away the other competitors. After Fang Yuan officially became the ruler of the blessed land, he immediately ordered the land spirit to close the entire blessed land. After instructing the land spirit on a few important points, the environment became stable and Fang Yuan relaxed, falling asleep immediately. I don't know how long I slept this time. Fang Yuan shook his head. He still felt very tired. A sense of weakness came from the depths of his soul. At the same time, his ears were constantly buzzing, and his brain was obviously sluggish. Thinking was much more difficult than usual. Not good. My soul is injured. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He realized that his condition wasn't good. The main reason was the refinement of immortal goo. How could immortal goo be so easy to cultivate? Many Gu Immortals were careless during the refinement and suffered backlash. Some were injured while others died. Fang Yuan could refine immortal goo with immortal body. The main reason was that the secret technique was good, and it originated from the legends of Ranzu? Secondly, the materials were good. He mainly used divine travel goo. From another perspective, it was the same as turning divine travel goo into fixed immortal travel goo. This greatly reduced the difficulty. It wasn't like Feng Yuan's previous life, where he used large numbers of mortal goo to refine immortal goo spring-autumn cicada. Becoming an immortal as a mortal, the difficulty was 100 times higher. Even so, my soul foundation is too shallow. My soul was still injured. But thankfully, this is Danghun Mountain. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's expression turned solemn. He softly called, "Where is the land spirit?" Swoosh! Who immortal land spirit suddenly appeared in front of him. "Master, you are finally awake." Who immortal lowered her head. Her face was red as she looked at her feet, speaking in a soft voice. She had the appearance of a girl around 50 to 60 years old, cute and petite. She wore a colorful dress, and behind her was a furry snow-white fox tail, swaying left and right, showing her nervous state of mind. "Master, after you fell asleep, I acted on my own and healed the wound on your left arm. I wanted to help you wear clothes, but the clothes in the palace do not suit Master's figure." Who immortal land spirit reported. The clothes she was talking about were Who immortal's clothes. They were worn by women with graceful figures. It would be strange if they suited Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan frowned. "Clothes are only a minor detail. Let me ask you, how long was I unconscious for? During this time, did any strong enemies attack?" Who immortal's pair of bright eyes blinked. "Master, you slept for 7 days and 7 nights. During this time, no one attacked." "Oh?" Feng Yuan's eyes shone. He had never thought that Feng Yang of Crane Gate would protect him and block the other 9 sects from making things difficult for him. But he more or less understood why Gu Immortals did not attack Who Immortal Blessed Land. Who Immortal Blessed Land was not the 3 Kings' blessed land on Sancha Mountain. This blessed land was still young. It had a land spirit and sufficient immortal essence reserves, and even had Dang Hun Mountain protecting the blessed land. These 3 made Who Immortal Blessed Land into a sturdy fortress, enough to make most Gu Immortals stop in their tracks. Feng Yuan was deeply aware of how hard it was to attack this blessed land. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had attacked this place with close to 10 demonic path Gu Immortals. In the end, only he and Song Zhong survived. Song Zhong was Song Zixing's son, the rising star of the demonic path at that time. He had not been born yet. At that time, I was already an old senior of the demonic path. Song Zhong inherited his father's inheritance and rose to the top, fighting with me for dozens of rounds without a clear victor. Thus he became famous. Thinking of his previous life, Song Zhong, this junior, had stepped on him to climb to the top. Feng Yuan could not help but sneer. "Everything has changed in this life. When I find a chance to kill Song Zixing, let's see how Song Zhong will be born." Song Zixing had a blood sea true inheritance. It was an ancient, desolate beast, violent blood dragon bat. This dragon bat was not a goo worm, but could be captured and snatched. With violent blood dragon bats, I have an endless army of blood bats. Commanding blood bats, that was one of my best methods in the 500 years of my previous life. Of course, this is a future plan. Right now, I should use this blessed land to cultivate as fast as possible and return to Gu Immortal Realm as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan could not help but think of an important question. "Land spirit, how long is it until the next earthly calamity?" "Master, even if you did not ask, I would have reported it to you. Currently, the blessed land has already experienced 5 earthly calamities. There is only 1 year and 3 months left until the 6th. Who Immortal's tone was anxious and grave. "What? Only 1 year and 3 months left?" Feng Yuan could not sit still anymore. He stood up from the bed. His expression was gloomy. All living beings were balanced. Heaven was fair. There were strong and weak. There were blessings and calamities. Blessed lands had calamities and tribulations. An earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Not mentioning the heavenly tribulation, just the earthly calamity alone. Once an earthly calamity occurred, its power was vast. It would often cause heaven and earth to shatter. Once the blessed land could not resist it, it would be destroyed. Fang Yuan had a blessed land in his previous life. He could not be clearer about the severity of the situation. To a blessed land, every earthly calamity was a severe test. Each earthly calamity was stronger than the last, who a mortal died in the fifth earthly calamity, while Fang Yuan would face the even stronger sixth earthly calamity. It is only 1 year and 3 months away from the earthly calamity. There is only 1 year and 3 months left. Why was it not mentioned in Biography of Feng Kim Hong? That's right. Feng Kim Hong is a disciple of Spirit Affinity House. His parents are Gu immortals. With their help, it is not difficult to resist the earthly calamity. But to me, the situation is extremely bad. The sixth earthly calamity came too quickly. Even though Fang Yuan had rich experience, he did not have the time to make sufficient preparations. Besides this, he still had to be on guard against external enemies. I snatched Hu immortal blessed land in front of everyone's eyes. Even though the 10 sects did not make a move, they are definitely watching from the outside. I understand now, these 10 sects Gu immortals are holding back because they know the earthly calamity is approaching. They want to make use of this earthly calamity? With the arrival of the earthly calamity, the land spirit naturally had to go all out. It could not take care of its master. Fang Yuan was currently at rank 4 upper stage. He could be easily targeted. Once Fang Yuan died, the blessed land would be ownerless. The land spirit would have to choose a new master. If the earthly calamity created a huge loophole, outside Gu masters could freely enter and exit this place. If the 10 sects made trouble at that time, it would be one disaster after another, making the situation even more dangerous. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered for a while. Because his soul was injured, his head was aching from thinking about it. He stopped his chaotic thoughts and let out a breath of turbid air, finally deciding. Let's look at the situation first. He would do his best to make preparations to resist the earthly calamity. If he failed, he could only abandon Hu immortal blessed land and make it self-destruct, not leaving any resources for the righteous path, before using fixed immortal travel Gu to retreat. Although the blessed land was good, how could it compare to his own safety? After making up his mind, Fang Yuan instructed the land spirit to bring him out to take a look. He urgently needed to understand this blessed land. Yes, the land spirit lowered its head and replied obediently, before hesitantly adding, Master, do you not like to wear clothes? In fact, wearing a nice set of clothes will make you look very energetic, and you will feel inexplicably happy. Fang Yuan could not wear the clothes in Denghun Palace, but thankfully, he had a spare set of clothes in his Tusita flower. After changing into a black robe, Fang Yuan followed the land spirit and walked up the stairs, arriving at the mountain peak. The wind on Denghun Mountain was very strong, but the land spirit waved its hand, and it immediately turned into a pleasant breeze. Master, this blessed land has an area of 6 million square kilometers. Time flows 5 times faster than usual. 6 million square kilometers of land is a grassland. The grass is mainly blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass. There are also 7 treasure flowers, milk tea flowers, and so on. The land spirit introduced as it drew an image, floating in the air for Fang Yuan to see. In the image, there was a typical grassland, colorful like a carpet of flowers, as if it was right in front of him. Blue poisonous blue degree grass, horseshoe-shaped horseshoe grass, 6 long and thin leaves, 6 divine grass with a jade-like luster. There were also colorful 7 treasure flowers, cup-shaped milk tea flowers that contained milk tea-like juice. These 7 were the main ones, but other than them, there were many other weeds and wildflowers. Fang Yuan looked at it and nodded his head. Do not look down on these flowers, they were all cultivation resources. These 7 main flowers could be used as Gu refinement materials. Some of the flowers had Gu worms living in them. 6 million square kilometers of grassland. It was equivalent to the area of 4 Hong Kongs on Earth. How many Gu worms were there? These wild Gu worms were very easy to capture. As long as Fang Yuan gave the order, the land spirit could capture them intact and offer them to Fang Yuan. Chapter 414. Fang Yuan heard this and asked, Then how many Gu are there in this blessed land now? Who Immortal Land Spirit slightly raised its head. Right now, there are over 860,000 rank 1 goo, involving 52 types. Over 130,000 rank 2 goo, 48 types. 5,000 rank 3 goo, 12 types. Over 60 rank 4 goo, 8 types. And 1 rank 5 goo, fox skin goo. Back then, after Who Immortal died, her obsession did not dissipate and combined with the heavenly power of this land, forming this mystical existence known as the land spirit. In a sense, it was a continuation of life. Thus, the land spirit was the representative of this blessed land and knew everything in the blessed land clearly. Now that Feng Yuan was the owner of the blessed land, everything in the blessed land belonged to Feng Yuan. Over 860,000 rank 1 goo and 130,000 rank 2 goo. These two added up to nearly 1 million goo worms. Feng Yuan could not help but think of his time on Qingmao Mountain, when he schemed and fought for 2 or 3 rank 1 and 2 goo worms. Blessed lands were created by goo immortals after all. It was the foundation of immortals. Just this Who Immortal blessed land was enough to support a super clan. 5 or 6 small-sized clans like Guyue village would not be a problem here. As for the number of goo worms in the blessed land, at rank 3, their numbers decreased sharply. There were less than 100 rank 4 goo, and only 1 rank 5 goo, fox skin goo. This kind of situation was also natural. Just like goo masters, rank 1 and 2 goo masters were very common. Rank 3 goo masters were rare. Rank 4 goo masters were even rarer. As for rank 5 goo masters, there were only 1 or 2 in 1 million people. This was a pyramid distribution. The higher it was, the fewer goo worms there were. Only an extremely small number of goo worms occupied the top. This blessed land is still young. If it is managed properly in the future, the number of goo worms will continue to increase. Over 10 million rank 1 and 2 goo. It is not a difficult matter. But whether they are raised well or not depends on the type and number of rank 4 and 5 goo. Feng Yuan calculated. When mortals raised goo, they usually only had 5 or 6 goo. When goo immortals raised goo, they would raise millions or even tens of millions. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. Right now, these goo in Who Immortal blessed land could only be considered passable. Firstly, there were only about 1 million of them. Secondly, they were not specialized in species. Feng Yuan listened to the land spirit's introduction. They were all ordinary goods. If it was the liquor worm or breath concealment goo, the value would be huge. Even that rank 5 fox skin goo was an extremely ordinary defensive goo. They were effective in defending against wind and water path goo worms, but they could not deal with complex battle situations. They were of little value. Feng Yuan wasn't even interested in looking at it. What truly moved him were the resources of the universe. In Who Immortal blessed land, time flowed 5 times faster than the outside world. In other words, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to 5 days in here. This meant that Feng Yuan's cultivation speed in the paradise was 5 times faster than the outside world. 3 months in the outside world. That was 1 year and 3 months in the blessed land. With this, Feng Yuan would be able to cultivate quickly and surpass even more goo masters, gaining more opportunities. Of course, there were also major drawbacks to this. Feng Yuan's lifespan was only about 100 years. Thus, the speed at which he aged increased by 5 times. The land spirit continued to introduce. Right now, there are thousands of fox groups living in the blessed land. There are red foxes, golden foxes, cloud foxes, wind foxes, autumn water foxes, flowing light foxes, and so on. Among them, there are 3 largest myriad fox groups. They each have about 800,000 foxes. The total number of foxes is about 4,700,000. Feng Yuan listened quietly, nodding slightly. 3 myriad fox groups meant there were 3 myriad beast kings. In Who Immortal blessed land, the beast groups had not developed to the stage of having beast emperors. The beast groups had a simple structure. From bottom to top, there were 100 beast kings, 1,000 beast kings, myriad beast kings, and beast emperors. For example, Ba Huang and Yingming and 3 kings blessed land were 2 beast emperors with battle strength comparable to rank 5 goo masters. They could temporarily block Imo Wu Tian and Xiaomeng's advance. There are many fox groups, But they are all ordinary foxes. There are no mutated beasts. Fang Yuan evaluated inwardly. The value of ordinary wild beasts naturally could not compare to mutated beasts. This was like wild boar and thunder boar, green bull and Kunlun bull, wild dog and lion mastiff. Above mutated beasts, there were desolate beasts. Among the desolate beasts, there were ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts. Song Zixing's violent blood dragon bat was an ancient desolate beast. It was one of the 9 true inheritances left behind by Blood Sea ancestor. Immemorial desolate beasts were recorded in the legends of Renzu, for example, the 9-tailed fox. To nurture a 9-tailed fox in who immortal blessed land, that is definitely a fantasy. Even ancient desolate beasts cannot do it. But for ordinary desolate beasts like hurricane fox or phoenix wing fox, it would be a great fortune to nurture 1 or 2. Fang Yuan considered inwardly. Since he had obtained who immortal blessed land, his rebirth plan could be said to have reached a whole new level. He naturally had to make adjustments and modifications. At this time, Jia Clan's internal strife was already in full swing. He could not make it in time. The Battle of Yitian Mountain was too far away. Fang Yuan was prepared to make good use of this who immortal blessed land and cultivate to Gu immortal realm. This meant that he not only had to resist the successive earthly calamities, he also had to manage them. Currently, the Gu groups were barely satisfactory. Although the Fox groups were ordinary, they had the potential to develop. Actually, there are a lot of Fox groups in the Blessed Land, at least 3 times as many as now. But during the second earthly calamity, there was a meteor fire rain. The eastern part of the Blessed Land was burnt to a pulp. That time, hundreds of thousands of foxes were burned to death. Even now, the black flames are not extinguished. The fourth earthly calamity was a flood that drowned most of the grassland in the northern part of the Blessed Land, killing a large number of fox groups. Now, only this many are left. The land spirit pouted. When she spoke of the earthly calamity, her eyes showed fear and panic. At the same time, she waved her small hand. Smoke surged in the air, showing the eastern and northern parts of the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan saw the eastern part of the Blessed Land was in a mess. Smoke and dust were everywhere. Many meteorite craters were densely packed, and black flames were burning around the craters. The flames burned quietly without making any sound, but it showed the terrifying intent within. And in the northern part, there was a vast expanse of white water. Dark clouds lingered, drizzling rain fell, the sound of water surged. It was dark and gloomy. Grass and flowers could be seen on the surface of the water, as well as floating fox corpses. This is the black flame meteor, as well as the dark cloud white sea. Seeing such a tragic scene, Fang Yuan's heart sank. The earthly calamity was extremely powerful, and there were countless types. It was impossible to defend against. Every 10 years, it would cause a destructive threat to the Blessed Land. Who immortal had defended it 5 times, and even lost her life. And the wounds left by the previous earthly calamities were still there, and had not been completely healed. This situation was extremely bad news for Fang Yuan, who immortal blessed land had 6 million mu of land, but with the northern and eastern parts gone, she immediately lost 2 million mu of land. Such a loss was too severe. I need to get rid of these 2 big problems, to suppress the black flames and the flood. I have spent a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan muttered softly. But immediately after, who immortal land spirit told him an even worse piece of news. Master, the biggest problem is here. Look, this is left behind by the 5th earthly calamity. She waved her hand, and the scene changed. Fang Yuan saw that on a burnt black grassland, a figure formed from blue lightning was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was not tall, and had an enchanting body, but was formed purely from lightning, shining with blue light, emitting an extremely terrifying might. Human-shaped lightning. This is the earthly calamity. Blue charm shadow. Fang Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. This human-shaped lightning was also one of the earthly calamities, and had extremely strong battle strength, comparable to a rank 6 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan saw this and immediately understood. The culprit that killed Hu immortal was probably this blue charm shadow. The original Who Immortal was an enslavement path Goo master and could control fox groups. Enslavement path Goo masters were both strong and weak, and were easily countered by beheading the leader. Although there were many fox groups, they could not block the blue charm shadow. Eventually, Who Immortal was killed by the shadow and lost her life. Damn it! Why is there such a lightning demon in this blessed land? Fong Yuan's expression turned extremely ugly. He still had ways to deal with the previous problems. However, this humanoid lightning was already beyond the scope of his current abilities. Master, you need to be careful when you go out. This human-shaped lightning will roam around the blessed land. It only dares not get close to Danghun Mountain. The land spirit's adorable face was bathed in the blue lightning, and her voice was slightly trembling. Although this shadow is an earthly calamity, it is also one of the living beings. Since it is a living being, it has a soul, and once it gets close to Danghun Mountain, its soul will be turned to ashes. Fong Yuan had already calmed down. Maybe I can use Danghun Mountain to get rid of this shadow? But how can I lure it? Fong Yuan's mind moved, and he felt his ears buzzing again. He shook his head and did not think too much. What other bad news do you have? Tell me all of them. He smiled bitterly and asked the land spirit. The situation was much worse than he had imagined. Who Immortal blessed land was already on the brink of destruction, be it internal or external threats. They were all very serious. To Feng Kim Hong, she had Gu Immortal parents and Spirit Affinity House's help. She naturally did not need to worry about these things. But Fong Yuan was alone. Of course, being alone had its own benefits. Biography of Feng Kim Hong recorded that even if Feng Kim Hong obtained a blessed land, she had to contribute a large amount of resources to the sect. The land spirit shook her head. The worst situation had already been reported. The rest were all good news. Firstly, in the southern part of the blessed land, there was a Rockman tribe. Rockmen were a type of variant humans. They lived underground and ate ores as food. This news was an unexpected surprise to Fong Yuan. Secondly, the Gu Immortal blessed land had abundant immortal essence. The land spirit brought Fong Yuan back to Danghun Palace. In the deepest part of the palace, there was a huge golden bowl filled with green immortal essence. Other than the green liquid at the bottom of the bowl, most of the immortal essence had automatically condensed into lumps. At first glance, they looked like grapes. This was the unique attribute of a rank 6 Gu Immortal, green grape immortal essence. Each green grape immortal essence bead had more immortal essence than the Three Kings' blessed land. Chapter 415. Fong Yuan counted carefully. There were 78 beads of green grape immortal essence in the golden bowl. Adding the layer of green immortal liquid at the bottom of the bowl, there were 78.5 beads. The abundance of immortal essence was 100 times that of Three Kings' blessed land. Fong Yuan immediately took out a bead of green grape immortal essence and held it in his hand, then willed and summoned Fixed Immortal Travel Goo. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo was like a jade butterfly that was meticulously carved. It was exquisite and beautiful as it slowly flew over. Fong Yuan's face turned pale. His whole body trembled. Cold sweat poured out of his body, and his vision darkened. If not for his hand holding onto the side of the golden bowl, he would have fallen down. Master, be careful. Your soul is heavily injured. Don't summon the immortal Goo. Otherwise, you will fall unconscious again. Little Who Immortal called out, her tone anxious and her gaze concerned. No worries, I have confidence. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth and waved his hand, slowly opening his palm towards Fixed Immortal Travel Goo. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo smelled the green grape immortal essence and immediately flapped its wings, gliding in the air for a while before landing on Fong Yuan's palm. Next, it laid on the green grape immortal essence and slowly absorbed it. Fixed Immortal Travel Goo's name contained the word immortal. It was not without reason. Its food was immortal essence. After a long while, the whole bead of green grape immortal essence was completely absorbed. Goo Masters refined Goo, used Goo, and also nurtured Goo. After Fong Yuan refined it, he did not feed Fixed Immortal Travel Goo. He had been unconscious for 7 days and 7 nights. The Fixed Immortal Travel Goo was starving. The lustrous butterfly wings had already dimmed. This was the first time Feng Yuan had fed it. Fixed immortal travel goo ate its fill. It flapped its wings in satisfaction and flew into the air. The lustrous green light appeared again. Bits and pieces scattered along with every flap of its wings. It was a beautiful sight. The unique aura of an immortal goo. It was constantly emitting. The cost of feeding immortal goo is very high. Fixed immortal travel goo needs to consume 1 bead of immortal essence each time. But after this consumption, it does not need to be fed for 6 years. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the higher the cost of feeding it, but at the same time, the interval between feeding was also greatly lengthened. Rank 1 and 2 goo need to be fed many times a day, but at rank 4, they only needed to be fed once every few months. Rank 5 goo could be fed once every 1 or 2 years, and every time it was fed, the price was huge. It fed fixed immortal travel goo. Feng Yuan ignored it and let it fly around Danghun Palace as it pleased. As long as it didn't leave Danghun Mountain and wasn't killed by that shadow. Currently, Feng Yuan's aperture was only at rank 4 upper stage. It could not contain the complete immortal goo. The main reason for storing the spring and autumn cicada was that it was too weak. Other than that, it was also because of the life goo. After understanding the current situation, Feng Yuan confirmed that he was safe for the time being. Now that he had solved the problem of fixed immortal travel, his next step was to heal the injury on his soul. Let's go. Little fox immortal, bring me out to look for gut stones. The land spirit immediately responded, Master. You should have done this a long time ago. Please come with me. Little fox immortal brought Feng Yuan. They arrived at Danghun Mountain. The two walked on the uneven mountain rocks. Feng Yuan's body was swaying, causing the land spirit to be worried. Master, I will teleport you there. Teleport what? You need to save your immortal essence. Feng Yuan opened his eyes wide. Little fox immortal stuck out her tongue. She was startled by Feng Yuan and couldn't help but think, this master is really imposing. Even if he is injured, he is still afraid. Master, there is a gut stone here. After walking for a while, the land spirit stopped and pointed at a stone, shouting. This stone looked like a human gut stone growing on the mountain rocks. Its color was mixed. If one did not look carefully, they would think it was an ordinary stone. Feng Yuan quickly walked over and squatted on the ground, using his hand to break this gut stone. Once the gut stone was broken, a goo flew out and turned into a gray, eerie light, entering Feng Yuan's body. Feng Yuan immediately felt his mind become clear. A brand new strength replenished his soul. The buzzing in his ears also weakened by a lot. Danghun Mountain could shake the soul. It was a land of death for all living beings. Now that he was suppressed by the land spirit, Feng Yuan could walk freely. But Danghun Mountain was not a pure land of death. The souls of living beings would shatter on the mountain and scatter down, fusing with Danghun Mountain. Over time, gut stones would form, and some gut stones contained guts goo that could strengthen one's soul. This was like a place where poisonous snakes lived. There were often detoxifying herbs. All living beings competed. The great Tao was balanced. There was life and death. Danghun Mountain seemed like a land of death, but it contained a trace of life. But this guts goo could only exist for an instant. Within that instant, it would either die or be shattered by Danghun Mountain. Although the land spirit could suppress Danghun Mountain, the gut stones could not be moved and could only be taken away. Thus, Feng Yuan could only walk on Danghun Mountain himself. After replenishing this guts goo, Feng Yuan was like a traveler in the desert who was about to die of thirst, drinking a mouthful of cool water. He continued, and under the guidance of the land spirit, a competent guide, he found more than 10 gut stones and smashed them one by one. Feng Yuan thus obtained the nourishment of 8 guts goo. Not only was his soul fully healed, but it was even slightly stronger than before. Ha ha ha, with this Danghun Mountain, I will have a mountain of gut stones. As long as I continue to consume guts goo, one day, I will be able to strengthen my soul foundation to an unprecedented level. Halfway up the mountain, Feng Yuan's spirits were lifted as he laughed heartily. Immortal Fox was a lucky dog. Due to a stroke of luck, He managed to obtain Dang Hun Mountain and moved it to his blessed land. But she was also an extremely unlucky person. During the fifth earthly calamity, she died. If not for the blue charm lightning shadow, she would have become the strongest enslavement path expert of the current generation. It is a pity that Hu Immortal had Dang Hun Mountain, but did not have time to grow. Fortunately, this Dang Hun Mountain is in my hands now. The most precious place in Hu Immortal blessed land was this Dang Hun Mountain. Of course, the soul could not be strengthened by guts goo all the time. Once the soul was not condensed enough, using large amounts of guts goo would cause the soul to expand, and it would be a calamity beyond redemption. But Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience. His life had been full of ups and downs since rebirth, and he had often struggled on the edge of life and death. His soul had already become extremely condensed from setbacks. His expression did not change in the face of life and death, and his heart was like ice when disaster struck. To Fang Yuan, using 100 guts goo was not a problem. The benefits of having a deep soul foundation were many. Whether it was refining goo or enslaving beast groups, there were great benefits. Putting these aside, once his soul foundation became deep, Fang Yuan would not have to worry too much about killing methods like Mo Wu Tian's purple pupils. Dang Hun Mountain was a secret forbidden land. It was first recorded in The Legends of Renzu. It was said that verdant great sun charged towards the sky and eventually died. As his father, Renzu, learned of this and was extremely sad, he found wisdom goo to cause trouble. It was wisdom goo that taught verdant great sun to drink wine, which led to this series of events. Wisdom goo quickly said, Renzu, oh Renzu, don't find trouble with me. Although your son is dead, it is not like he cannot be revived. As long as you enter the door of life and death and bring him to the path of life, to the sunlight, he can be revived. Renzu was stunned. He was overjoyed, but suddenly became furious. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Wisdom goo. He questioned, Wisdom goo, oh Wisdom goo, do you think I am still as ignorant as before? The door of life and death is a dangerous place. Once you enter, you will never come out. Not only did you harm my son, you want to harm me as well? Wisdom goo quickly said, other living beings do not know the trick to entering and leaving the door of life and death, so they cannot come out. But I know these tricks. I will tell you all of them. You are a living person. If you want to enter the door of life and death, you have to enter from the path of death. This path is not ordinary. It is the path left behind by fate goo when it left fairness goo. It is called the path of fate. There are large numbers of worry goo in the path of fate. If you want to enter from the path of death, you need courage goo. This way, you will not have to fear the torture of worry goo. When you enter the door of life and death and see fairness goo, you will already be dead. But at the same time, you will see the soul of your eldest son, verdant great Sunday. Take him away and come back from another path, the path of life. The path of life is the trace left behind by fate goo when it visited fairness goo. It is also the path of fate. But in this path of fate, there are 3 obstacles. One is Dang Hun Mountain, one is Luopa Valley, and one is Reverse Flow River. If you want to cross Dang Hun Mountain, you need to smash the gut stones on the mountain and obtain the help of guts goo. If you want to cross Luopa Valley, you need to find the help of faith goo. If you want to cross the Reverse Flow River, you have to keep moving forward. Don't stop for even a moment. Renzu listened to Wisdom goo's words and let it go. He quickly found faith goo. Ever since he became blind, faith goo's light was the only light he could see. Oh Renzu, I can feel your determination to save your eldest son. I am willing to help you, but please do not give up on this determination. When you give up, I will be far away from you. Faith goo said in a caring tone. Renzu found courage goo. Courage goo and hope goo were a pair of good partners. Renzu had hope goo. He often saw courage goo and had a good relationship with it. After obtaining courage goo's help, Renzu arrived at the door of life and death and stepped into the path of death. The path of death was filled with darkness. Large numbers of worry goo were like yellow fireflies, surrounding Renzu like a tsunami. At this time, courage goo shone and helped Renzu chase away worry goo. Death required courage. Renzu successfully walked down. His body became whiter and more ethereal. gradually turning into a ghost. He could see again. When he reached the end of the path of death, in the deep and stable darkness, he saw Fairness Goo. He was extremely shocked at the huge body of Fairness Goo. You are Fairness Goo? Why is your body so huge? The mountain peak is like a speck of dust compared to you. The sea is like a grain of rice compared to you. Chapter 416. Renzu saw his eldest son and was overjoyed, running towards him. Verdant Great Sun had also turned into a white ghost, lying beside a lake, scooping up the river water to drink. The river water was like wine, its fragrance permeating the air. Verdant Great Sun drank very contentedly. My son, don't drink anymore. Come back with me. Renzu walked forward and shouted, My respected father, why are you here? That's great. Come drink with me. Verdant Great Sun opened his sleepy and hazy eyes. Renzu snatched the wine bowl from his hand, saying in exasperation, Don't drink anymore. You only know how to drink. Who doesn't know that there is only a lake in the land of death, and the lake water inside is the soup? After the ghost drinks it, it will be muddle-headed and will no longer want to leave. Verdant Great Sun said, Father, you are wrong. This is not soup, it is requiem wine. After drinking it, it can stabilize the soul and get rid of the impurities in the soul, no longer agitated, and obtain great tranquility in the soul. This is the best wine in the world. I don't care what wine it is, you have to come back with me. Renzu pulled Verdant Great Sun's hand, but found that he was as heavy as a mountain and could not be moved. Verdant Great Sun shook his head. Some people die heavier than a mountain. Some people die lighter than a feather. Father, I had reputation goo in my previous life, and bathed in the light of glory and fell to my death. Here, my body became heavier than a mountain, and I can't even move a step. I can only lie here. Renzu's heart sank, anxiously shouting, I told you, a tall tree attracts the wind. Being famous is not a good thing. Quickly throw away the reputation goo. Verdant Great Sun shook his head and sighed. Fame and fortune cannot be brought with me in life, and cannot be taken away in death. After I died, reputation goo left me, but fixed immortal travel goo is still with me. Fixed immortal travel goo could bring Verdant Great Sun's soul out of the door of life and death. It could even bring him to any place in the outside world. But only by walking on the path of life could Verdant Great Sun truly revive. What should I do? Renzu found that he had been tricked by wisdom goo. Although he came to the deepest part of the door of life and death, the endless darkness of obsession death domain, and also found Verdant Great Sunday. However, he realized that he couldn't take his eldest son with him. At this time, Fairness Goo spoke. O Renzu, do you still not understand? There were only two paths leading to the door of life and death, both created by Fate Goo. Life and death were up to fate. Everything had life and death. Only in this way could the universe circulate endlessly. Your eldest son, Verdant Great Sun, is dead. This is all fate's arrangement. Just accept it. Moreover, he was living very well here. The obsession death domain was the most peaceful place in the world. He's drinking the best wine in the world, without the worries of the outside world. Can't you understand this kind of happiness? The human ancestor stood still. He looked at his own flesh and blood for a long time before letting out a long sigh. He knew that he couldn't take away his eldest son's soul, at least not this time. He could only bid farewell to Fairness Goo and Verdant Great Sun, leaving obsession death domain. He stepped onto another path, a path that symbolized life, moving from darkness to light. But the human ancestor soon noticed. Walking on this path was many times more difficult than walking on the dead end. There were many more worry goo on the path of life than the path of death. When Renzu walked on the path of death, the more he walked, the fewer worry goo obstructed him. But when he walked on the path of life, not only were there many more worry goo, every step he took, even more worry goo flew over and tried to stop him. Soon, courage goo could not hold on. O Renzu, there are too many worries. They will only continue to increase. Only with peace and death can there be endless worry in life. Quickly go to Danghun Mountain and knock out the gut stones. If you want to survive, courage alone is not enough. You need guts as well. Renzu quickly went to Dang Hun Mountain. Enduring the pain of his soul shaking, he obtained Guts Goo. With the help of Guts Goo, his soul strengthened. Although it was still shaken, there was no need to worry. He went through Dang Hun Mountain and arrived at Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley was like a maze, twisting and turning. Sometimes, a vast bewilderment fog spread out, loosening the soul. Sometimes, Luopa wind that was as sharp as a blade would blow, cutting the soul. Renzu fell into the lowest point of his life, not knowing which direction to go. His soul that was strengthened by Guts Goo gradually loosened in the bewilderment fog. The loosened soul was cut by the Luopa wind, falling to the ground in pieces. Renzu was almost completely lost, but at this time, Faith Goo flew out and illuminated his path. Renzu walked out of Luopa Valley. Only the purest lump of soul was left. He let out a huge sigh of relief, feeling that victory was in sight. He came to Reverse Flow River. This was the last hurdle on the path of life. He went against the flow. It was even more difficult. Endless worries pushed against him, making it difficult for him to move forward. But he persevered, walking towards the light. I am almost there. Seeing that he was about to succeed, Renzu looked ahead. There was only one last step left. He let out a breath of turbid air, relaxing, forgetting Wisdom Goo's reminder. He stopped moving. Once he stopped, Renzu was immediately washed away by the river. Life was not easy. It was like rowing a boat against the current. If one did not advance, they would fall behind. Renzu was washed to the bottom of Luopa Valley. He was so tired he could not move. He was trapped in Luopa Valley. Feng Yuan smashed the last gut stone, groaning in satisfaction. At this moment, he felt extremely comfortable. Not only had his heavy injuries completely healed, his soul was at least 5 times stronger than before. A powerful feeling overflowed from the deepest part of his heart. This wasn't a feeling of physical strength, but a feeling of mental strength. Be it thinking about problems or multitasking, Feng Yuan had a feeling of being able to handle them with ease. Unfortunately, there are only over 100 gutstones on Dang Hun Mountain, and not all of them contain Guts Goo. Feng Yuan felt slightly regretful. When Dang Hun Mountain was obtained by Hu Immortal, it had changed hands several times. It was completely clean. Hu Immortal moved it into her blessed land and managed it for decades. Almost every year, she would enslave large numbers of foxes and send them to their deaths on Dang Hun Mountain. Using their souls to irrigate the mountain, they produced gut stones. But these gut stones were almost used up by Hu Immortal. After Hu Immortal died, the gut stones on Dang Hun Mountain, they had been slowly growing for the last 8 years. Thus, there were only over 100 gut stones, and by now, Feng Yuan had used them all. According to Little Hu Immortal Land Spirit's description, to produce 1 gut stone, close to 10,000 foxes had to be sacrificed. The stronger the beast kings that died, the more gut stones would be produced. Feng Yuan did not use this method. When the blessed land was strong, it was natural for Hu Immortal to do this. But now, the blessed land was extremely weak. The fox groups were also greatly weakened. Slaughtering the fox groups was not a wise long-term plan. After his soul injuries healed, Feng Yuan did not relax. He started to think about his future plans. Obtaining Hu Immortal Blessed Land was no doubt a huge help to his plans, but it also had a huge impact. Now, with Dang Hun Mountain in my hands, my soul foundation will continue to strengthen. In my previous life, I also had the experience of controlling bloodbat groups. I should make use of this huge advantage. Next, I will definitely walk the enslavement path. But enslavement path has its drawbacks. It is easy to be killed. So I cannot relax in my strength path cultivation. This way, Feng Yuan would have to cross both strength and enslavement paths and construct and feed 2 sets of goo worms. If it was before, Feng Yuan would not be able to afford it. But now, he had Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There was no problem. The most perfect result would be to refine the second aperture goo. After obtaining the second aperture, 1 set of enslavement path and 1 set of strength path would be clearly separated. They would both be in their own aperture and would not interfere with each other. At the same time, in terms of primeval essence, It is enough to control 2 sets of goo worms. At that time, Fang Yuan could wave his hand, and the beast group and insect army would engulf the land like a huge wave. In the blink of an eye, blood would flow like a river, and life would be lost. If some blind guy thought he was infallible and barged in, he would be beheaded. Then, Fang Yuan's strength path cultivation would let them understand how cruel reality was and why flowers were so red. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took out the second aperture goo from his aperture. This goo was shaped like a peanut shell, golden in color, and the markings on its surface were like scarlet blood veins. This was the placenta form of the second aperture goo, formed by fusing a fake goo with a lifespan goo, and could live for 40 years. To truly refine the second aperture goo, I definitely have enough immortal essence, and 2/3 watch goo are also easy to get, but I still need divine travel goo. Fang Yuan pondered. Immortal goo were unique, and in the world, only one immortal goo could exist at any time. Divine travel goo had turned into fixed immortal travel goo, and no longer existed. This allowed a new divine travel goo to appear in the world. Moreover, divine travel goo had an extraordinary advantage. It was easy to obtain. It was not like other immortal goo, which were hard to capture. The legends of Ranzhou clearly recorded that as long as one drank 4 top-quality wines in the world, they could condense divine travel goo in their bodies. Other than the brewing of wild beasts and natural breeding, because of the flourishing of human winemaking techniques, the number of top-quality wines was much higher than in ancient times. Although it was troublesome to find 4 top-quality wines, as long as he spent some time, he would definitely succeed. To Fang Yuan, with his blessed land and little, who immortal land spirits help, there was great hope in refining the second aperture goo. But the crux of the problem was this. Precisely because divine travel goo was easy to obtain, others could easily take advantage of it. Once others obtained divine travel goo, then no matter how many top-quality wines Fang Yuan drank, he would not be able to obtain divine travel goo. Southern Borders Fei clan has top-quality wine, Zhuang Si Fei. Eastern Seas rank 7 goo immortal, Zurei Xian Wang, creates the wine sea, storing countless wines, and holds a wine festival every year. Northern Plains Imperial Court has longevity wine. These large forces, or goo immortals, have 1 or 2 top-quality wines. Their chances of obtaining divine travel goo are much higher than mine. With this, Fang Yuan not only had to resist the earthly calamity and manage the blessed land, he also had to quickly gather 4 top-quality wines to refine the second aperture goo. But these are not the roots. Spring-autumn cicada is the most crucial point. Now that the time flow is 5 times faster, spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is also extremely fast. I have been reborn twice. My luck is already extremely good. I cannot gamble on my luck a 3rd time. Before spring-autumn cicada recovers, I have to at least find success in one fell swoop goo, instant success goo, or natural success goo. Chapter 417. Who Immortal Blessed Land, South Underground. R/Yin Yong, wake up, stop sleeping. You've already slept for 3 years. A voice woke Yin Yong up from his slumber. A gray boulder, its surface was covered with moss. At first, it started to shake. Then it started to shake more and more. Dust started to fall. The oval boulder was like a blooming flower. It had 4 limbs and a head. Then it stood up, turning into a gray stone man. Yin Yong had woken up. Grandfather? Yin Yong opened his eyes, seeing the rockman that woke him up. It was his 800-year-old grandfather, also the tribe leader of the Huisher tribe. Grandfather, why did you wake me up? I still wanted to sleep for another 2 to 3 years. Yin Yong sighed and grumbled. Rockmen like to sleep. When sleeping, they would curl their bodies into a ball, forming an oval boulder. Usually, they would sleep for 7 to 8 years. Don't sleep anymore, my grandson. You are already 180 years old. Your father died early. I, your grandfather, will not live for long either. In a few decades, you will be the new tribe leader of our Huisher tribe. The old Huisher tribeman rubbed Yin Yong's head and said slowly, Rockmen had a long lifespan, usually around 1,000 years. Normal people cannot live past 100 years, but Yin Yong, who was 180 years old, had just become an adult. Grandfather, I don't want to be some tribe leader. After becoming the tribe leader, I can't sleep as I please. Yin Yong mumbled, but seeing his grandfather's glare, he wisely chose to shut up. Huisher tribe leader said unhappily, "You brat, why haven't you matured? You've slept for so many years. Quickly clean up, wipe off the moss on your body, pull out all the weeds. Later, bring the tributes and follow grandfather to the surface to pay respects to the immortals. You cannot forget your etiquette." Ah, it's time to pay respects to the immortals again? But why do I remember that there is still more than a year's time? Yin Yong said as he pulled out the weeds. After sleeping for so many years, there were many weeds growing under his armpits, between his legs, his chest, and back. Especially the black silk grass between his legs. It was as hard as steel and was slightly curved. Every time he pulled out a grass, Yin Yong would feel pain. Sigh. This time, there was a big change. It was a different immortal. This immortal has just arrived not too long ago, and he's the one who wants to gather us. The old clan leader looked worried. A new male immortal? I hope he's easier to talk to than the previous female immortal. Maybe we can talk to him. After all, he has to pay so much tribute every 10 years. It's really a bit strenuous. The leaders of the other tribes, and I share the same opinion. On a wide altar made of blue stone, Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe. His long black hair flowed down his back as he sat on the main seat. His deep black eyes looked down. Dozens of stone men knelt down below. Among them, there were 8 stone tribe leaders, and 2 of them were gray stone people. 3 granite men, 1 iron man, 1 green stone man, and 1 white stone man. At the same time, there were offerings. A large number of ores. It contained gold, silver, copper, iron, diamonds, gems, and goo worms. Over time, the stone man's body would change, grow all sorts of metals, or diamonds, or gems. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across these worshippers. Immediately, he understood why Dinghun Palace was so luxurious. These would be huge wealth on earth, but here, their greatest use was only as a material for goo refinement. Who immortal used these things to decorate the palace because of a woman's love for beauty? If she had a choice of yuan stone, she would definitely discard these gold, silver, and gems like they were old shoes. Among these offerings, the most valuable were still goo worms. But these goo worms were mostly rank 1 rock skin goo and rank 2 monolith goo. There was only 1 rank 3 goo worm, a stone aperture goo. Fang Yuan had once used it on Qingmao Mountain. Back then, spring-autumn cicada was suppressing his aperture, and he had no choice but to use it. Rockmen were good at digging and lived deep underground. Their food was soil. Sometimes, when they dug underground, they would find underground goo worms. What did you say? You want to reduce the offerings? Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed into a thin line as he slowly stood up and walked down the stairs, arriving in front of these Rockmen tribe leaders. The Rockmen were tall, kneeling on the ground. Their shoulders were even taller than Fang Yuan's head. Esteemed immortal, our Rockman tribe has already handed over so many offerings for the past 30 years. These years, heaven and earth have been shaking. The north has been flooded, and the east has been on fire. Our lives have been getting harder. Harvesting these things is getting harder and harder. Immortal, please be merciful and forgive us for our incompetence. Please reduce our offerings a little. The oldest of the stone golems begged. Yes, immortal, please reduce the offerings. These years, our tribe's population has been declining. Immortal, please sympathize with us. We will never forget your great kindness. The other Rockman tribe leaders echoed. Reduce offerings? Hee, that's possible. In fact, I can even waive these offerings. Fang Yuan's smile was very gentle and kind. The Rockmen's faces were filled with joy. But I have a condition. Then, Fang Yuan changed the topic. I need you to dig a canal for me. The water from the north can flow along the canal to the east where the fire is spreading. What? Hearing this, the Rockmen were shocked. Soon, they came to their senses and shouted loudly. Esteemed immortal, you can't do this. Digging a canal is a huge project. We Rockmen need sleep. If we don't sleep enough, we will die. Also, there are monstrous flames and vast water. You want us to dig a canal? Isn't that asking us to die? Instantly, the crowd was enraged. Many young rockmen were kneeling at the side, but when they heard the commotion, they impulsively stood up and stared at Feng Yuan with fierce gazes. Master, the Earth Spirit Fox immortal next to Feng Yuan saw this scene and could not help but worry. The stone man's personality was stubborn, possessing a barbaric aura. He cared even more about dignity and would never stoop to compromise. When they were impulsive, they even dared to attack demon supremacies and immortal supremacies, no matter who they were. To be able to train these rockmen like this, who immortal had put in a lot of effort and gave the rockmen many benefits. Master, these stone men were all unreasonable. Asking them to worship these things is already the limit. Little Who Immortal transmitted secretly and anxiously reminded Feng Yuan. Limit? Feng Yuan sneered and grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. He laughed sinisterly. You rockmen are really daring. You actually dare to bargain with me? Humph. The place you live. It's mine. The soil you eat is mine. The spirit spring beside your tribe is also mine. You live here. You are my slaves. I want to dig a canal. This is not a request. It's not an exchange, it's an order. When the stone men heard this, they all stood up with anger on their faces. Immortal, you don't know what's good for you. You dare to look down on us rockmen? Back then, we rockmen migrated here because we believed the words of the previous female immortal. But the environment here is getting worse and worse. It's getting worse and worse. Who wants to stay here? You want us to dig a canal. It's the same as sending us to our deaths. Do you think we rockmen are fools? We rockmen are raised by nature. We're not willing to be your slaves. Let's go. Migrate. I've had enough of this broken place. The rockmen tribe leaders roared and turned hostile on the spot. The attendants they brought along, the young rockmen, all swarmed up. They rubbed their fists and glared fiercely at Feng Yuan. You want to leave? Ha ha ha. Feng Yuan raised his head and laughed loudly. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Then, he stopped laughing and glanced coldly at these rockmen, saying with a cold tone, What do you think this place is? You come as you please and leave as you please? The previous rules don't count. From today onwards, I'm the supreme ruler here. My words are providence. You have to abide by it, even if you don't. Many young rockmen clenched their fists and roared at the sky. Immortal, you're challenging the bottom line of my tribe. Immortal, although you're powerful, we're not afraid of you. We rockmen never yield to power. We're natural warriors. We're brave and fearless. Only love can make us dig out our hearts and liver. Only gentleness can make us bend our backs. Roar. Feng Yuan pushed his palm, and a golden dragon appeared. The golden dragon roared furiously, blasting the loudest stone golem into smithereens. He killed the granite tribe leader. The old tribe leader is dead. We have to avenge him. Even an immortal will be buried in the fury of my tribe. The death of the granite tribe leader was like a fuse, completely igniting the rockmen's fury. The rockmen attacked Feng Yuan one after another, each step creating a deep pit on the ground with a loud rumbling sound. Dozens of rockmen attacked together, but they had the might of a magnificent army. Countless rays of light rose from their bodies. There were also goo worms residing in the rockman's body. At this moment, they activated according to their wills. But in the next moment, these radiances suddenly disappeared. Little Who Immortal took action and imprisoned all the goo worms. Feng Yuan sneered and started the massacre. The rockmen were not afraid of death, but their strength was not as good as Feng Yuan. After a while, they were all smashed into pieces, dying a tragic death here. But these crushed stones were like magnets, condensing and forming new small rockmen. Kill. Resist power. Avenge Father. We were born in heaven and earth, die in heaven and earth. We've never feared anything. The small rockmen charged over and were slaughtered by Feng Yuan again. But these crushed stones condensed into even smaller rockmen. These rockmen were few in number, but after they formed, they immediately charged at Feng Yuan, shouting the slogan of avenging grandfather and father. This was the reproduction method of rockmen. Rockmen were only male. After the old rockman died, the the scattered soul and stone would condense and form a new Rockman, inheriting part of the old Rockman's memories, as well as some important experiences. Or if the old Rockman slept for a long time, the soul foundation would accumulate to a certain extent, and after cutting off part of it, it could also form small Rockmen. After Fang Yuan killed the third wave of Rockmen, the world finally calmed down. Only one Rockman was left, lying on the ground, shivering. "What's your name?" Fang Yuan slowly walked in front of him. I am Yin Yong," the young Rockman stuttered. "Do you know why I did not kill you?" Fang Yuan stepped on Yin Yong's head. I don't know. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.